I pulled out of the parking lot and headed toward the highway. It wasn't long before Zeke pointed out the window.
"Let's get some food."
I looked over. It was a sandwich shop, and we'd have to get out. "Let's just hit a drive-thru," I offered. I wanted to get back to the others as fast as possible. Zeke's jaw clenched.
"Drive-thru is crap. She said you needed to eat right."
He pointed toward the sandwich shop.
"So we're eating right. Pull over."
His tone was clear he meant business. A little twisted part of me wanted to keep driving just to see what he would do, but I kept a lid on it and pulled into the parking lot of the shop. We were waiting in line, deciding what to order, when I got another wicked idea. I looked up at Zeke and smiled sweetly. "You know, if I'm stuck eating a salad, you're not going to be eating a foot-long sub in front of me, right?" His eyebrows almost disappeared into his hairline. He gestured at himself, his face almost desperate.
"But, man, hungry, need lots of fuel."
He stuttered, looking horrified. I changed tactics. "Are you really going to make me watch you eat a huge sandwich full of meat and cheese while I'm stuck with a salad?" I asked. I made my eyes big, and my bottom lip began to pout. I hadn't even started with the lip trembling yet when his eyes narrowed at me and he cursed.
"You cheat, Lexi,"
he growled. I smiled to myself happily. If I had to suffer, it wasn't going to be alone. I ended up with a tuna salad, Zeke a 6-inch turkey sandwich, and a garden salad. He grumbled the whole time. It was so worth pulling the pout. During lunch, I told him about the priest she wanted me to see if I couldn't manage on my own. We were on our way back out to the Blazer when Zeke took my arm and pulled me to the passenger side door. He opened the door and held out his hand.
"Give me the keys and get in."
His tone told me not to argue. I did anyway. "I can drive."
"You were almost falling asleep over lunch. You're not driving."
He flicked his fingers towards his palm twice.
"Keys."
I shook my head. This was fun. His eyes narrowed on me.
"Give me the keys or I'll grill you about your back."
Suddenly, it was less fun. I pressed my lips together hard and handed the keys over. "You cheat, Zeke," I grumbled. Zeke had a satisfied smirk on his face.
"You started it. Now get your exhausted little ass in the truck."
I ended up falling asleep on the way back to Spring Mountain. I don't even remember leaving Bridgeport. I didn't wake up until a hand was shaking my shoulder.
"Lexi, come on. We've got shit to do."
Zeke's voice wasn't gentle, but it wasn't too harsh either. I groaned and opened my eyes. I was instantly confused. I remembered Bridgeport, lunch. I remembered talking to Zeke about going to my house. Why the hell were we sitting in a cemetery? Zeke had parked the Blazer facing the front of a red truck. 2 cars were parked behind it, one of them familiar. "What are we doing here?" I asked him, sounding grumpy. Zeke took the keys out of the ignition and put them in his pocket.
"Time for a meeting."
He explained like that would make sense to me. Before I could ask, he was out of the truck, the door closing behind him. Confused, I opened the door and slid out to the gravel. All cemeteries looked alike to me. Lots of green grass, some trees, and lots of headstones. That's about it. I walked around the front of the Blazer and followed him. When we passed the cab of the red truck, I saw the other guys. Asher and Isaac were sitting on the tailgate, their backs to us. Miles and Ethan stood across from them, leaning on the hood of a green sedan. They all turned as we walked up to join them.
"Zeke, what are we doing here?"
Asher asked. "We were all supposed to meet at Allie's."
"Yeah, what's going on?"
Ethan asked, his dark eyes bouncing between Zeke and me. I pointed to Zeke. I wasn't taking the blame for this. "Where were you guys today?" Miles asked, his fingers dancing on his thigh.
"Lexi."
Zeke gave me that stern stare.
Tell them what we found out.
Fine, but why do we have to do this here? I asked, a little frustrated.
We'll get to that,
he assured me. I sighed, then turned to the guys and explained some of what we learned. I started with why I left school today, that a ghost leaving their haunting grounds shouldn't be able to happen, how the ghost could hitchhike onto someone and leave their haunts if they had enough energy, and we knew Bitch Ghost had more juice than she should. I told them about Serena and about the books, stones, and charms that she gave me to help us. I stopped before I got to the more personal stuff.
Tell them all of it, Lexi,
Zeke ordered me when I hesitated. I met his eyes and tried to tell him no without a word. I didn't want to scare the guys or worse, give them something else to worry about. I just wanted to get those charms on them, put them in a circle, and keep them out of it from now on.
We don't lie to each other, Lexi. We don't even have secrets from each other. They need to know what's going on,
he stated coldly. When I still hesitated, his eyes narrowed.
You tell them or I will.
Completely irritated with Zeke, I turned back to the guys and told them what Zeke wanted. Everything. How I didn't have the sight. I was a necromancer. I explained what that meant. I explained what barriers were and that mine were down now. That I wasn't supposed to interact with the dead for 3 to 6 days to let my mind heal. How since my natural barriers were so thin, I had no choice but to take care of myself to keep my barriers up. How Serena said that someone was messing with something they shouldn't. They were messing with the dead here. This was giving the ghosts in the area extra juice. That it was my responsibility since it's my area of talent. I was telling them everything, showing everything. I was vulnerable again, and I didn't like it. My temper was getting the better of me, so when I finished, I glared at Zeke. Is there anything else, or should I tell them my bra size too? I noticed Ethan's eyebrows go up out of the corner of my eye. The corner of Zeke's mouth dropped a bit. His eyes slightly narrowed at me. If what you're saying is true, then we can't go to Lexi's, Miles said, his eyes unfocused.
That's what I was thinking,
Zeke agreed. What? Why? I asked, surprised. If we explain to Rory what's going on, he'll be okay with you guys staying over. A salt circle and everyone is safe for the night.
But will Rory and Tara be willing to sleep in this salt circle too?
Miles asked, his brow drawn together. I stopped to think about it. Shit. I wanted to argue, but he had a point. I doubt I could get Rory to sleep on the floor in a salt circle, let alone explain it to Tara. Tara doesn't know, I admitted to them. One of Miles' eyebrows arched.
But it runs in your family through the women, right?
Miles asked slowly, as if making sure he wasn't going to insult me. Yep.
But Tara doesn't have it?
He asked again, slowly. Nope. I met his eyes, trying to let him know my suspicions without telling him.
So Tara isn't...
Asher began. I interrupted. Rory and I have a don't ask, don't tell policy about Tara's lack of abilities, I explained. He wants to keep her in the dark. I looked back to Miles. So no, Tara wouldn't be sleeping in the circle. My head was starting to hurt. Not from a ghost, just from everything going on.
If Bitch Ghost is after us specifically, then we can't bring that to Rory and your cousin.
Asher brought us back on topic. Why the hell didn't I think of that? I cursed in a whisper at myself. My eyes closed.
You haven't been sleeping, Red. Your brain's not at 100% right now.
Isaac hopped off the tailgate and wrapped his arm around me. His body warmth felt really good right now, comforting. I sighed and let myself lean against him a little. Breathing in his lime smell, I think I was starting to understand why the twins were so affectionate. Touching and being touched by someone who cared felt pretty good.
We need to go somewhere with enough room for a circle and no other people, Isaac announced. He looked to Zeke. What about your house?
Zeke shook his head.
Not enough room, unless you want to be in a tent.
Zeke was looking to Asher when Miles spoke up. You all know you're coming to my house, Miles announced, his voice chiding them. Everyone looked at him. He sighed wearily. Mom left for a spa in the Hamptons or Fiji somewhere and won't be back for a week at least. We can sleep in the living room. It's big enough. Miles's voice was stern, his body tense. He didn't seem too happy about it. Isaac leaned across the circle and stage whispered, Can we make s'mores in the fireplace again? Yes, we can make s'mores. Miles's voice sounded resigned. Isaac let go of me and did a dance. Miles gave himself a half smile, his body relaxing a little. Why didn't Miles want anyone over? All right, let's get our stuff and meet at Miles's house for the night, Zeke announced to everyone and then pointed to Asher. Can you give me a lift back to my bike? No problem, Asher said. Zeke took my keys out of his pocket and handed them over. Let's all try to get there before dark, Zeke suggested. I snorted and shot him a look. Yeah, easy for you to say. You're not the one who has to go back to an armed, overprotective uncle and ask to stay, overnight, without a parent, with a group of boys that I met last week. Asher's eyebrows were in his hair, his mouth open as if to say something. Ethan's face was twisted in a grimace as he scratched his neck. Isaac was making an ouch face. Zeke cringed, and Miles simply looked concerned. Yeah, that's a tough one, Red, Isaac admitted. That's going to be a long conversation, Asher added. I'm sure he'll understand, Miles said calmly. That conversation is going to suck, Ethan added honestly. You'll make it before dark, when you're 18, maybe, Zeke predicted. I looked at them all and had an idea. You guys could help me explain, I offered in my sweet voice. They all scattered. Isaac went so far as to dive through a window to get into their car. Ugh, I hate you guys, I shouted. They were laughing as they started driving off. Chapter 11. It actually didn't go as badly as I feared. Rory listened, after yelling at me for skipping school, of course. I told him everything. I didn't hold back a bit. When I was done, my voice was getting hoarse. I told him that if he really wanted to keep Tara in the dark and safe, then I had to go stay somewhere the guys and I could sleep in a salt circle. He agreed I couldn't do it here. When I explained about Miles, how I was afraid the other guys were being targeted, he understood why I ditched school. He even agreed that I needed to stay with the boys. It only took 4 hours to convince him. Asher texted me once asking if I wanted them to pick up anything. I told them a shit ton of salt and a few jewelry-making kits. I got a picture 15 minutes later. It was of Asher pushing a grocery cart loaded with round salt containers, and Isaac sitting in the basket, his arms wide. It looked like they bought out the store. It made me laugh, so I showed Rory. Even he smiled. In the end, he told me I had to check in and ice my back every night. I packed a bag and headed out to the address Miles texted me. It was almost dark when I left Rory's house. I headed east out of town on the highway until I reached the right number in front of a paved road. I turned onto the driveway and followed it. It ran back through the woods, curving here and there. It was a good 5 minutes before I reached the front gate. River stone walls disappeared to the right and left of the metal gate. What the hell? Was Miles rich? Sure, I was in the wrong place. I reached out and hit the button on the call box. There was a buzz, then nothing. I was about to hit it again when the speaker crackled. Hey, Red, you look good on camera. Isaac's voice came through the box. I looked up and found the camera, then I promptly flipped it off. He laughed. Oh, so adorable. I rolled my eyes as the gate started moving. When it was open enough, I drove through and continued to follow the driveway. When I finally saw the house, my mouth actually dropped. The house was huge. The house stretched out on top of the hill. 3 stories of gray stone, ivy clinging to the walls. The front yard was huge, cleared of trees with a thick carpet of green grass stretching down the hill. The river stone wall ran around the yard and disappeared from view around the house. I pulled into the big circular driveway in front of the door. The other cars told me the guys were already here. This place was huge. I really didn't want to think about the electricity bill for a house this big. I got out of the truck, grabbing my backpack, my clothes bag, and my old sleeping bag. I'd have to come back for the other stuff. I was walking up to the double front door when it opened. Miles came out, followed closely by Asher and Ethan. Miles stepped to the side, letting the other guys pass. "Zeke said there are boxes?" Asher asked. "In the back of the Blazer," I told him gratefully. I watched Miles as I walked towards him. He was barefoot, his collared shirt now unbuttoned, showing the white undershirt beneath. His hands were in the pockets of his tan jeans. His eyes were on the ground, his shoulders tense. My stomach knotted. Miles was rather reserved, and here we all were taking over his house. "I'm so sorry about this, Miles. I know you're probably uncomfortable with all of us here." I began trying to apologize. His head came up, and those beautiful dark green eyes met mine. "I'm not uncomfortable because you guys are here," he said, his voice sincere. The knots in my stomach eased, but I still didn't understand why he was so tense. I chewed on the corner of my lip, trying to figure it out. "Is it because I'm a girl? I promise I will keep my hands to myself, unless I need to smack Ethan or Zeke or Isaac. Okay, I reserve smacking privileges," I told him seriously. Miles gave me a small chuckle and smiled. "It has nothing to do with you being a girl," he reassured me. He began shifting his weight from one foot to the other, then back again. "I just don't like being here at the house." Surprised, I was about to ask why when Ethan and Asher walked between us. They were arguing about something being fair or not. When they were past, Miles gestured towards the door. I headed inside, and he followed. I stepped into the foyer and froze. The foyer was big. The ceiling was 20 feet high, with exposed dark wooden beams. A large staircase went to the second story in front of me. Paintings lined the staircase all the way up. The whole place screamed classic and beautiful. I wanted to appreciate it, but all I could see was all the expensive, breakable things around the house. "Miles, you're rich, huh?" I asked, still looking around at all the potential collateral damage. When he didn't answer, I turned to him. Miles's ears had turned pink. "Well, yes." His voice was uncertain. I nodded. "Does your family have a lot of breakable, priceless things like Ming vases, stuff like that?" I asked, really hoping he'd say no. His eyes ran over me, his gaze questioning. "I believe so." His voice was flat. I nodded. Shit. I think we might want to put anything like that away. We are expecting a ghost to come and be pissed she can't reach us, remember? I reminded him. My smile strained. We don't want her to start destroying any priceless heirlooms. Miles blinked a couple times, then stared at my face for a few heartbeats before he gave me a wide smile. "That's a good idea, Lexi," he said. His eyes were warm on mine. An odd look crossed his face. It was only there for a couple seconds, and then it was gone. He walked away through the open French doors on the left where I could hear the other guys. "Guys, we have work to do before we eat." It took a little over an hour with all of us working together to hide away all the priceless pieces of art. After we were done, we headed into the kitchen to reheat the Chinese food Asher and Isaac had picked up on their way in. "You guys are the best ever, I swear," I managed around a mouthful of General Tso's chicken. The guys thought me talking with my mouth full was cute. They thought it was hilarious when I stole someone's egg roll. Being the only girl in a group of guys had its benefits. Zeke had made a point to put a big helping of stir-fry veggies on my plate. I made a face at him, but ate it anyway. I had just thrown a fortune cookie to Asher when Miles pulled out his phone. "Lexi, Rory says to pick up your phone," he called across the long table. I groaned as I got up and walked down the long hall that ran the length of the house. Seriously, this place was huge. I picked up my cell phone in the living room. I was just walking back into the dining room when I read Rory's text message. "Rory, send a picture of you with ice packs on your back, or you will be grounded for a month after this." My heart sank. I didn't bother sitting down. "Alexis, Rory, please don't make me. The guys don't even know about my back. I hate the way it makes me feel." It wasn't long before I got a text back. "Rory, I'm sorry, hun, but you have to. Doctor's orders. Zeke knows. He'll help you." I was still standing behind Isaac's chair trying to decide if getting grounded for a month was worth it when Zeke pulled out his cell phone and checked it. My stomach nodded as I waited. Zeke looked up and met my eyes. "Lexi." His voice was understanding, but his face was hard. He wasn't going to let me get out of this. Fucking traitor. "You know you have to." The room grew silent. I shook my head at Zeke, telling him I didn't want to. His jaw clenched. "Miles, do you have any ice packs?" His eyes never left mine. I closed my eyes, my face warming. Yes, I have a couple in the freezer, but I also keep a lot of frozen veggies around," Miles answered uncertainly. I turned around and started walking out of the dining room. "Lexi." Zeke's voice was hard this time. I stopped and took a deep breath. "I'm just changing," I told him calmly over my shoulder. "I'll meet you in the living room." I walked out, my hands in tight fists. I wanted to hit Rory right now. Hell, I wanted to hit Zeke for this. I went to my bag of clothes by the stairs. I knelt down and was pulling out my black sweats and a gray cami for sleeping when Ethan stepped up behind me. "Lexi, what's going on?" I shook my head, too angry to speak. No point. They were going to see everything anyway. I grabbed a hair tie and got to my feet. Ethan's dark eyes ran over my face, his brow furrowed. "Talk to me." His smoky voice was low, almost toe-curling. "Physical therapy," I managed through clenched teeth before I stepped around him and walked down the long hall again towards the bathroom. The guys' voices came from the kitchen asking Zeke what we were doing with the ice. He told them to ask me. Asshole. I shut and locked the door behind me. I was cursing Zeke and Rory the whole time I was changing. I couldn't have just kept one fucking thing to myself, could I? Nope. Everyone had to know everything. I put my hair back in a loose braid that hit the bottom of my ribs. No point in hiding them now. It wasn't really about the boys seeing my back. I knew that. That was just my excuse. I didn't want to lay there and remember. I didn't want to answer questions as those memories washed over me over and over again. I took several deep breaths before I found my calm again. It was a fragile calm, but it was the only kind I had. This was going to happen and there was nothing I could do about it, except maybe punch Zeke and take the grounding. No use stalling. Zeke would probably just break down the door anyway. The shithead. I took a deep breath for calm and opened the bathroom door. My stomach rolled as I walked into the living room. Everyone's eyes were instantly on me. I crossed my arms over my stomach as my face started to burn. The guys were spread around the room. Everyone but Zeke looked tense. Ethan's face was dark as his eyes never left me. I glared at Zeke. He stood by the coffee table where he piled the ice packs and frozen veggies. He gestured to the couch to the right. My hands started shaking. At least this time I'd be comfortable and Zeke could get a good picture for Rory.
What's with the ice? And why does she have physical therapy?
Ethan demanded, his voice low and boiling. With its usual smoothness, it would have sent shivers down my back if I wasn't already breaking out in a cold sweat.
Someone needs to start talking because she's as white as snow right now,
Asher demanded, his voice hard. I took a deep breath and swallowed hard. I kept my eyes on the floor as I walked to the couch. I stepped past Zeke, refusing to look at him. My fists were clenched, aching to take a swing at him for making me do this. I laid face down on the couch, looking toward the back cushions. They all stepped closer. I bit the corner of my lip, trying to keep myself from moving. When they saw my back, I knew it instantly. Curses went around the room. I closed my eyes. My face burned so hot I thought it might actually burn through the leather.
What the fuck?
Son of a...
Who the hell did that to you?
Why didn't Zeke put the goddamn ice on? Someone moved my braid from my back. A towel covered me from neck to butt.
I want a goddamn answer,
Ethan said quietly, his voice no longer smooth but almost rough. I heard his voice moving as he walked behind the couch. I felt the ice packs being placed. I wished Zeke would just fucking hurry up. This was a nightmare. My arms started shaking now as he continued to place the packs.
We all want an answer, Asher snapped.
Leather squeaked above me. I opened my eyes to see Ethan standing there, his hands gripping the cushions until his knuckles turned white. His dark eyes were storming as Zeke put another ice pack on my back. I closed my eyes again. I curled my fingers until my nails bit into my palms and pressed hard. I don't want to talk about it, I told them, my voice dead. Another round of curses went up. Zeke put the last pack on. My stomach rolled. Chills ran up and down my body. Memories of my mother coming at me poured from the back of my mind. I tried to push them back, but this time they weren't going so easily. I focused on staying still, waiting for him to take the fucking picture.
Beautiful,
Ethan called, his voice scorching but gentle at the same time.
You have to tell us who did this to you.
Why? My voice was deadpan. My stomach stopped rolling. It was like a rock in my belly, hard and unmoving. I felt the way she yanked me from my bed, screaming at me. I was feeling it all again. The first hit of the belt, the next, and the next. I bit my lip, stopping myself from making a sound.
So we can fucking tear them apart.
Isaac's voice came from near my head, bringing me back to the present.
I'm actually on board with that.
Miles's voice came from near my feet. My breathing was shaky as I realized they were standing there looking down on my back, surrounding me, seeing everything. The memories kept coming along with the memory of what it felt like when she dropped the belt and started punching and kicking me. The bite of the engagement ring my dad had given her, her cursing at me because I was a freak, a demon child. I could hear my heartbeat in my ears as I focused on trying to remember where I was. "Did you take the picture, Zeke?" I asked, my voice weak. Images kept flooding through my mind over and over. My entire body started shaking. It wouldn't stop.
"After 20 minutes,
he answered. I didn't have fucking 20 minutes of this in me. At that moment, I hated Rory. I hated Zeke. I desperately needed everyone to just leave me alone so I could push these memories away. I felt her pulling my hair again, the hard, thin carpet under my face as I hit the floor.
How did this happen?
Miles tried asking gently.
When did this happen?
Isaac chimed in. They kept going like that until I wanted to scream. I couldn't stay here like this. I can't keep listening to them while I felt the sting of the belt over and over. Did they have to keep fucking asking? Did they have to know about this too? Can't I keep one thing to myself? They already knew everything. Why the hell did they have to have this one too? I heard the dull thud of fist meeting skin. I felt the hits as she kept swinging into me. I was taking fast, deep breaths as I felt my mom's foot coming down on my back again and again. I couldn't stand it anymore. The questions, the memories, it was too fucking much. I pushed myself off the couch, red-hot anger rolling through me. Fuck you, fuck you, fuck you, fuck you, and fuck you! I started out whispering, my voice ringing with every word until I was shouting as I got to my feet. I felt my body shaking and I didn't try to hide it. They backed up a step, all of them surprised. Can't you back the fuck off? My entire core was rock hard now, my body rigid. I clenched my fists and started storming off toward the foyer, but I turned around after a couple steps. You know everything about me. Every one of my dark little secrets, I shouted, unable to control myself anymore. They were seeing too much, finding too much. Eventually they'd see something they didn't like, and that would be it. They needed to stop. You want to hear all about one of the most horrible events in my life? Like it's so easy to fucking talk about? I crossed my trembling arms over my chest and glared at them. Let's talk about your horrible life events, huh? Let's see how easy it is. They seemed not to know how to answer, so I got the ball rolling. I glared at Zeke. Why does Zeke wake up swinging? Why does Miles hate being in his house? Ethan and Isaac, what are yours? I asked them, knowing I wouldn't get an answer. Asher? When no one volunteered to go, I glared at each of them. Not so fucking easy, is it? And that's with you knowing everything about me. Now imagine sharing everything about yourself with someone who asks for everything and tells you nothing. My voice was shaking now, and I didn't care. I turned to storm off. A big calloused hand grabbed my arm, yanking me to a stop. Lexi, you have to... Zeke began. My temper sparked. I turned around and shoved against his chest, making him back up a step. I was on the edge of my control, and I was doing everything I could to not punch Zeke across the jaw. My eyes started to fill with tears, and I didn't care. I don't have to do anything, I shouted, as I pushed again, needing to get him away from me. He backed up again, his arms up, his palms toward me. I bent down, grabbed an ice bag, and straightened. Tears were running down my face. Fuck Rory, and fuck you, Zeke, for being on Rory's side. I threw the ice pack at him. He caught it against his chest. His face was completely dumbfounded. You're supposed to be my friend, not Rory's. My whole body was shaking as I strode away, furious at him. I stormed through the house until I found the French doors that went out back. I slammed them shut behind me. The huge yard was dark, with small lights around the path and the pool. The cool fall breeze started cooling my body down as I strode across the stone walkway out to the other end of the pool. I walked as far as I could to be away from the guys and not be on the grass. I was fuming, shaking. My gut was feeling like a stone. I sat sideways in one of the wooden lounge chaise near the end of the pool, my back to the house. I looked at the tree line as I tried to calm down. It took a long time. I was still sitting out there a while later. I couldn't tell how long. Though I had pulled my knees against my chest, wrapped my arms around them. It was cold out here, but I wasn't ready to go back in yet. I had embarrassed myself, completely lost control. I had yelled at all of them. For what? Not telling me about their own trauma? For wanting to know who hurt me so they could tear into them? What the fuck was wrong with me? Of all people, I should know how hard talking about your own crap is. The guys were just being protective and, well, guys. They always had to fix things. I rested my chin against my knees, watching the trees move in the breeze. Only I wasn't a problem they could fix. They couldn't stop the memories from tearing me apart. I wanted to go home. I didn't want to go back in there and face them. Oh, wait, I can't. We still had Bitch Ghost to deal with, and we had those charms and stones to go over. I should go in. They would still want to know and still ask their questions. Why did I have to fucking lose it in front of them like that? I was going around and around in circles. A jacket dropped onto my shoulders. I jumped. I looked up in time to watch Miles come around the lounge chair and sit down beside me. He rested his elbows on his knees, leaning forward, his eyes on the tree line. I put my coat on, grateful he thought to bring it out, but not knowing what to say to him after my screaming fit inside. My face burned as I thought about what happened in there. I started trying to figure out what to say to him, but I kept coming up with nothing. "You're right," he said simply, breaking the silence. Surprised, I looked at his profile. That was so not what I was expecting. "We do know everything about you, at least the big things, and we never told you any of our stuff. We shouldn't be asking that of you." I watched his throat work as he swallowed. "My dad used to beat my mom in this house." A heavy weight settled in my heart. I was such an asshole. He was giving me exactly what I asked for, a horrible life event. I tried to stop him. "Miles, you don't—" "Yes, I do." He interrupted me, his eyes meeting mine. His sweet face was earnest, determined. His gaze held mine for several heartbeats before he looked out at the trees again. He licked his lips before continuing, his voice quiet. "My dad would come home in a rage over something usually to do with the shipping business. He'd start criticizing my mother, calling her names. He spoke to her in such a horrible way that I can't even begin to repeat it to you." He looked down at the stone patio, the muscles in his jaw clenching. "I still have trouble when guys talk to a girl that way." He took a deep breath and let it out as he moved on. He'd have a few drinks and start hitting her. I heard everything, saw everything, every time. His hands clenched into fists between his knees. I reached over, took his hand, and wrapped it in mine on the top of his thigh. He sat up, his shoulders tense. His hand was stiff in mine. He slowly relaxed and continued. I tried to get between them, but he'd just knock me out of the way and keep going. Till finally, one day, I bought a video camera. I filmed him beating her. I wanted to take it to the police, but my mother asked me not to. I gave the video to my mother, and she got a lawyer. He was shaking his head, his mouth a hard line. "I'm pretty sure my mother blackmailed him because he left. He's working at the offices in New York, but they are still married, and he's still putting money into her accounts and mine." He gestured at the backyard. "I hate living here because I still see my mother getting beaten. I still hear her screaming for him to stop, all over the house. I usually stay at one of the other guys' houses, Isaac's and Ethan's. Mom never minds if I come over and stay the night." My stomach dropped, and here we all had to stay in this house that was still haunting him. "We don't have to stay here, Miles. We can figure something else out," I offered. We couldn't stay here if being here was hurting him. He gave me a small half grin, his warm eyes meeting mine. "It's easier with other people here." His thumb started making small circles on the back of one of my knuckles. "You guys keep my mind off it. You distract me." I leaned against his arm and rested my head on his shoulder, trying to think of a way to make it better. Miles was such a sweet guy. He didn't deserve to live in a house he hated. But what could I do to make him not hate it so much? We were quiet for a while. "Maybe we need to make good memories here for you," I offered, hoping I wasn't pushing too far. "We can all spend more time over here, help override the bad with the good, fill this place with fun, games, laughing, and the occasional food fight." He was quiet so long that I was sure I'd overstepped, that I had insulted him or something. I was about to apologize when he finally answered, "That's a good idea, Lexi." We sat in comfortable silence, listening to the water lap at the edge of the pool. It was my turn. I knew it was, but Miles wasn't going to push if I didn't want to talk about it. I took a deep breath for courage, and I began. My dad was a firefighter. He died when I was 12. I kept my cheek against Miles's shoulder, watching the trees dancing in the breeze. My voice was quiet. After the funeral, my mom started drinking. A little at first, then it got worse and worse. Eventually, she lost her nursing job. We soon lost the house. Once I started talking, I couldn't seem to stop. It was as if I needed to get it all out for once. She sold Dad's new pickup, bought an old trailer, and we left town. We'd go to a new town. She'd get a job waiting tables or something, and she'd do really well for a month or two. Miles squeezed my hand. I rubbed my cheek against his hoodie before settling again. Wintergreen filled my nose. Then she'd start drinking on the weekends, then at night, then all the time. Over the years, she started doing drugs. A little at first, then that went on just like the drinking. She'd be so wasted she'd lose her job. Since I turned 16, I always had to keep a part-time job just to keep us going. Then suddenly she'd decide we needed to move and start over again. I tried to keep my voice calm, but my voice was cracking. And it would all start over again. We did that again and again. I took a deep, shuddering breath. Miles was a warm, soothing presence beside me. I don't know what it was about him, but something about him made me feel calm. I was sleeping in my bed when she came home drunk and high as hell. She yanked me out of bed screaming that I was a devil child, that I was a demon. She had found one of my dad's old belts and had it in her hand. I looked down at Miles's hand in mine as I remembered everything again. She started swinging and swinging. When the buckle broke off, she used her fists, then her feet. She stomped the hell out of me. I didn't even realize I was screaming until the cops broke in the door and dragged her out. I looked back out at the trees. I was taken to the hospital. Rory was called, and he agreed with the social worker to take me in. I took care of the trailer, putting it in a storage yard for her when she gets out. And I started driving. I got here the next day. That was it. That was everything.
"Why do you hate having your back iced so much?" he asked, his voice silky soft. It melted away any resistance I had.
Because I have to lay there with no distractions while I remember her coming at me. I feel it all over again, I told him honestly. It's like it's happening all again and again while I lay there. For those 20 minutes, I'm in hell. Miles leaned his head against mine.
"Lexi, that's a flashback."
His voice was still that silky timbre that soothed my ears.
"It happens when you've experienced trauma."
I nodded against his shoulder. I figured it was something like that, I admitted quietly. He squeezed my hand gently, his thumb still making small circles on my skin.
"Does it happen any other time?"
I shook my head, staying quiet.
"Have you told Rory?"
No.
"You probably should. He wouldn't want you to keep getting triggered like that every day."
I can usually get through it. It's just, you guys were asking me those questions, I explained. I couldn't focus on pushing it away. I couldn't. Miles rubbed his cheek against the top of my head. We were quiet for a while. How did you know I wasn't just mad at Zeke for bossing me around? I asked, getting a big whiff of wintergreen.
"I saw your face when you got up. You weren't mad, Lexi. You were terrified and trying to get away,"
he whispered, his voice understanding.
After I realized what was happening, it wasn't hard to theorize from there that you were triggered and probably having a flashback. We were quiet for a while. I'm sorry your mother is the way she is, he whispered down to me. I smiled sadly. I'm sorry your dad is an abusive dick. He laughed softly. Small voices were coming from Miles' back pocket. Another voice shushed someone else. I lifted my head and narrowed my eyes at Miles. Is your cell phone on speaker? I asked very clearly. Miles's face was apologetic as his ears turned red. It was the only way I could get the others to agree to send only one of us out, he explained very quickly. They all wanted to come out and talk to you, but Zeke and I thought that would be too much. I gaped at him, stunned. They were all stressing out, wanting to find out what happened to you. Ethan mentioned shaking it out of you, and Zeke almost slugged him for it. He shrugged. He looked at me, cringing. I thought this might be better. I looked out at the trees and counted to 10. Strangely, I wasn't mad. It had been easier to tell one person than all of them at once, and now I didn't have to repeat myself. But it did irritate the hell out of me. I let go of Miles's hand and reached behind him. He stiffened as I reached his back pocket and pulled the phone out. Sure enough, it was on speaker to Isaac. You guys are such assholes, I spoke to the phone. Sending sweet Miles out here to get me to talk, that is so low, I told them while smiling. You all suck. I pulled back my arm and chucked the phone into the pool. Miles's mouth was open as he watched it sink. Lexi, that was my phone. I love my phone. He whined, his face pained. I wrapped my arm around his and rested my chin against his shoulder, watching him watch his phone sink. Then you shouldn't have used it for the others to eavesdrop on us, I told him simply. He glanced down at me to see me smiling against his shoulder. You're rich. You can afford another one. He smiled down at me, and we both started laughing. Chapter 12. It wasn't long before we headed inside. Everyone was sitting in the living room. They all looked up with varying levels of concern. I walked around the room, smacking each of them on the back of the head. Didn't anyone ever tell you it's rude to listen in on other people's conversations? I said, through my teeth as I popped each of them. Ow, Ethan said. She hit me, Isaac declared, pointing a finger at me. She hit all of us, Zeke pointed out, rubbing the back of his head. Asher was the only one who didn't complain. He nodded his head, knowing he deserved it. She didn't hit Miles, Isaac pointed out. No, she didn't, but I do need a new phone now, Miles announced, sitting on the couch next to Ethan. I sat down cross-legged on the floor at the end of the coffee table. Asher raised an eyebrow. What happened to it? Asher asked. Miles half grinned at him. She threw it in the pool. The guys smiled at that. Maybe you should get one of those waterproof ones, Isaac suggested to Miles. You know, just in case. There will be no repeat of that, I declared, pointing at all of them. That was rude and invasive. If I don't want to tell you something, then respect that. I'll tell you when I'm ready. Mumbled apologies ran through the room, so I let it drop. Lexi, you still need to... Zeke tried again. All the other guys groaned, glaring at him. Asher threw a decorative pillow at his head. You seriously did not just say that, Ethan moaned, his hand over his eyes, the silver rings on his fingers catching the light. Zeke, you need to stop while you're ahead, man, Isaac advised. Even I know that was a stupid thing to say, Miles mumbled. I took a moment to think about it. He was right. I still needed to ice my back. It always felt better afterward, no matter how much it sucked during. If they could just not distract me, I could get through it. Go get the ice, I agreed, resigned. Zeke got up as the others protested.
You don't have to stay in that position, Allie, Asher told me. We can just take the picture and you can get up. You shouldn't have to get triggered every day,
Ethan said adamantly. I smiled gratefully at them. No, I need to. It keeps the swelling down and it does feel better after, I reassured them. I can get through it, just don't distract me. The guys gave in, none of them liking it. Zeke was back with the towel and ice packs. I was about to lay down when Miles stopped me.
Lexi, what if we put the ice on the floor and you laid your back onto them?
He suggested quietly.
Changing the way you're facing might stop you from having a flashback.
I shrugged. It was worth a shot. Zeke tossed me the ice packs, veggie bags, and towel. I put everything in a line and slowly lowered myself. I hurt a little at first, but then the cold seeped through the towel. I waited, expecting the memories to push forward again. When they didn't, my body went weak with relief. I lifted my head and looked at Miles down the line of my body. Miles, you're a genius, I told him earnestly. He grinned at me. I looked back up at the ceiling and gestured toward the boxes they were going through. What are we doing? I asked, like there was nothing weird about this.
Zeke was trying to explain what this stuff is and what we're supposed to do with it, Asher answered. Only I can't remember half of what she said.
Zeke bit out, obviously grumpy. I tilted my head back and to the side so I could see Zeke and Asher. They were upside down, but I could see them. Pull something out and show me, I said thoughtlessly. Isaac started snickering. Ethan joined in. Asher was holding back a laugh, his cheeks turning pink. I thought about what I said and started laughing. There are just some things you can't say in a room full of guys. That's not what I meant, I groaned. Even Zeke was covering his mouth, his eyes sparkling. When everyone got control of themselves, Zeke reached into the box and pulled out a purple cloth bag. He opened it, pulled out medium-sized beads, then handed it down to me. It was heavier than it looked, which meant it was stone. That's the bag of onyx beads she gave me. They keep the dead from touching you. I'm planning to make bracelets with them. I handed the bead back to Zeke. He dropped it into the bag, closed it, then set it aside. He pulled out a big silver ring with a black stone inside. I pointed. That's an onyx ring. I thought Ethan might like it since it's more his style. Zeke tossed the ring over to Ethan.
Oh, nice, Ethan announced. Does this mean we're engaged?
I snorted and ignored him. Zeke was holding out a black leather necklace with a vial of water attached to it. That's mine. I held out my hand to Zeke. He handed it over before digging into the box again.
What is that? Asher asked.
It's a vial of salted holy water, I explained, slipping the necklace over my neck. Serena told me to load up on everything for a while, then slowly take one level of protection off over a few days until I get exactly the level I need. I held up the little vial. If I'm getting jumped, just open the vial and pour it into my mouth. It'll force the ghost to leave.
So it's a ghost EpiPen?
Asher asked, an eyebrow raised. I thought about it and nodded. That was rather accurate.
How much protection are us muggles going to need?
Isaac asked, pulling books out of one of the boxes and handing them down to Miles. She said 2 items should do it for you guys, I said, looking at a silver coin-like medallion Zeke was holding up. It had a hole so you could hang it from something. That's for Asher. I was going to string it on leather for a necklace.
Okay, it sounds like we're going to have to make jewelry,
Isaac observed. Oh yeah. I watched Asher upside down as he got to his feet and moved out of view. She asked me to pick up a few jewelry-making kits. Zeke held a malachite pendant above me for identification. That's for Miles, again protection from the dead, and it'll match his eyes. I heard someone chuckle at that. Zeke tossed the pendant over towards Miles. Thank you, Lexi. Miles said. Asher came back in. Upside down, I watched him sit back down with big, thin plastic boxes in his hands. He started to hand out boxes when I got tired of laying there. I looked up at Zeke. "Did you send a picture yet?" Zeke nodded.
"About 2 minutes after you laid down,"
he admitted. I groaned as I sat up. I picked up the bags behind me and started to get up.
"I got 'em."
Zeke took the packs from me. "Ooh, an ice bitch," I teased, trying to let him know I wasn't mad about earlier. It wasn't really his fault. He had no idea how bad I would react.
"I deserved that,"
he grumbled as he took the ice packs and walked into the kitchen. I scooted around and up to the coffee table. Asher handed me a jewelry-making kit. I took it, opened it, and reached for the bag of onyx beads. Asher held up a brown leather braided bracelet with a beautiful flat triangular blue stone woven in. "That's for Isaac." Asher tossed it over to Isaac, who smiled.
"Thanks, Red."
Zeke came back in and sat down as Asher pulled out another necklace. This one was a black obsidian stone that looked raw, roughly in the shape of a shark's tooth, hung from a black cord. "That's Zeke's." I got on my knees and pulled out the other bags of beads as Asher handed the necklace to Zeke, who put it on immediately. "Okay, guys, here's what's going on. There was only so much jewelry at the store, but she had lots of stone beads." I put the onyx in front of me and set the other bags on the table. Some were hematite, some were agate, there were others, but they were all for general protection. In every kit, there is some needle nose pliers, a wire cutter, along with leather cords and wire for beading. There's even stretchy plastic if you want a flexible bracelet. I looked up to see I had most of their attention. Isaac was opening another kit. "What you have now is specifically for the dead." I put my hand over the bags of stone beads they were going to use. "These are for protection in general. Serena said it's better to have different kinds on." Everyone got to work. It wasn't long before someone was talking.
"I hate to ask this, but how much did all this cost?"
Isaac asked. I was trying to figure out how much stretchy cord I needed around my wrist when I answered. "Enough that all of you owe Rory 10 days of yard work each," I said, smiling while I worked.
"Seems fair," Asher agreed, cutting some leather cords.
The others made sounds of agreement. The room was so quiet that I looked up. All the boys were frowning as they concentrated on making their jewelry. It was cute. I hid my smile and went back to work, wishing I could get a picture of this. Everyone started talking about movies, which new ones looked good. Ethan's phone started vibrating on the table. Everyone ignored it as he picked it up.
"So, Red, what's the plan for tonight?"
Isaac asked absently as he focused on putting a string through the hole of a bead. "Well, Serena told me no dead for 3 to 6 days, and I'm sure that Zeke is going to make me follow that," I said, not really paying attention.
"Now she's getting it,"
Zeke mumbled. I rolled my eyes. "So it's get some uninterrupted sleep tonight. Hopefully rest tomorrow and avoid bitch ghost while I go over those books Serena gave me." I didn't like it, but I needed more information on how to deal with a ghost this amped up with energy. It wasn't fun, but it's what I needed to do. "I'm sorry, Miles, but you might be stuck with us for a few days." "As long as you need," Miles answered, his voice calm as always.
"Well, Asher's got a football game on Friday, so let's go to that,"
Ethan offered.
"I mean, we usually do anyway." "We need to keep Lexi safe, guys,"
Zeke reminded them. I rolled my eyes. Safe doesn't mean I can't go out and have fun. I didn't bother looking up from my beating to answer. "There's usually a party somewhere afterward, too," Asher added, sounding distracted.
"Oh, come on,"
Zeke groaned. I looked up to see he had stopped working on his beating to glare around the group.
"She has a pissed-off ghost that has almost killed her already, and you want to take her to a kegger?"
"If this stuff works, then she'll be fine," Isaac pointed out.
Red almost died. She deserves to have a little fun this weekend.
Heads nodded around the group. Zeke took a deep breath and let it out while shaking his head with his jaw clenched.
Fine, but I want to test the damn charms before we go to the game.
His tone told us not to argue. Yes, Grandpa, I said sweetly. Everyone but Zeke laughed, though the corner of his mouth did twitch as he got back to work. Everyone was quiet while we worked. It was a while later that I realized something. We didn't do our homework, I groaned, looking up from my bracelets. Screw it, several voices said at once. Damn, I should get jumped more often. No homework, I teased, thinking myself funny. No, every one of them shouted vehemently. I jumped. Their shouts actually echoed through the house, they were so loud. I looked around at them with wide eyes. Everyone looked up from their work to explain.
That's not even funny, Allie. You scared the crap out of us,
Asher chided, his fingers holding a bracelet he was making.
You just sort of crumbled to the ground,
Isaac added, wincing.
Then your nose started pouring.
Ethan continued, shaking his head as if to get the image out. Who freaked out the most? I asked, genuinely curious, but also wanting to lighten the conversation. Everyone pointed at Zeke. He frowned at all of them, his eyes narrowing, his shoulders growing tense.
Me, really?
Zeke scoffed. The guys burst out laughing while Zeke scowled at them.
We're not telling, Lexi. There's a guy rule that when a freak-out occurs, you don't talk about it,
Miles informed me, being the first to get control of himself. I looked at him suspiciously. His ears were turning pink, and he was looking anywhere but at me. And when was this rule created? I asked.
The second you dropped like a rock.
Ethan grinned at me, unrepentant. I looked around the group again. They were all very eager to get off this topic. All of them were shifting in their seats, avoiding looking at me or focusing way too hard on their work. Warmth filled my chest again. That feeling of being cared about came back. It was a little less weird this time. So basically, you all freaked out, I stated knowingly. I couldn't stop smiling. They were all acting so evasive and, well, cute.
We'll never tell,
Zeke said, before smirking at me. Oh yeah, it had to be all of them. Aw, you all do care, I said, only half teasing. I guess it was really starting to sink in that they really did care. Isaac threw a bead at me.
Knock it off, Red. You're messing with the guy rule,
he chided me. The conversation changed to what everyone had scheduled this week as we worked on our jewelry. The guys were done before I was. They stoked the fire and made s'mores while talking about the game on Friday. When I finally finished, I had 8 onyx bracelets lined up, covering a couple inches of wrist and forearm like a big cuff, and a hematite small beaded necklace that dropped down between my breasts with my other necklace. Miles checked his watch.
It's getting late. I guess we should start moving furniture,
Miles announced.
Hey, Red didn't get any s'mores,
Isaac pointed out as he got to his feet. I shrugged. My mind was more on what was coming tonight than s'mores. I was packing up the jewelry kits when Asher pulled me away from the coffee table with his hands on my shoulders. What? I asked, as he turned me and gave me a small shove towards the fireplace.
Go sit on the fireplace and make s'mores while we move the furniture.
Asher's voice told me not to argue. So I sat on the stone in front of the fireplace and ate s'mores while the guys talked about where to put the furniture. They decided to move everything against the walls as far as possible. I watched as they moved everything, enjoying the view as the guys used their muscles. They were my friends, but damn, they were ripped, and I was only human. By the time they were done, my cheeks were a bit warm. Miles gestured to me. I hopped off the hearth and took charge. We'll have to sleep in a circle, heads towards the middle, feet toward the salt line. Let's set up the sleeping bags, and then we'll see how much room we have to work with." In the end, we all ended up within arm's reach of each other. Everyone disappeared into the house to get ready for bed. I brushed my teeth and washed my face in the bathroom downstairs. When I came out, I looked around the great room again, looking for any dangers that I didn't notice before. I was contemplating the moose head above the fireplace when Miles came down in blue flannel pajama bottoms. He was still pulling his shirt on when I caught a look at his upper body. My heart slammed in my chest. While not bulked up like Zeke or Asher, Miles's muscles were hard and defined. My eyes ran over the lines of his muscled abs when he pulled his shirt down over his chest. I looked away, taking a breath and hoping he didn't notice my ogling. "So what do we do now?" Miles asked, coming off the stairs. I gestured to the floor, still a little flustered by my sight of his chest and abs. I so really needed to work out. We make the salt circle," I told him lamely, trying to get my thoughts together again. There wasn't much else to do. Miles nodded. "I'll go get the salt." Miles padded off toward the kitchen. It wasn't long before the others were coming down the stairs in their pajamas. Asher came down in blue and white striped drawstring bottoms and a white ribbed tank top that showed off the muscles in his arms, his wide chest that tapered down to narrow hips. I took a deep breath. This being friends with hot guys was going to be harder than I thought. Isaac was right behind him, wearing a pair of mesh blue shorts that reached his shins and was pulling on a black shirt. His shoulders weren't as broad as Asher's, though he had more muscle than Miles with even more definition. Ethan came down the stairs with Zeke. Ethan was only wearing gray sweats. Not surprisingly, he had the same build as his brother, only he had less definition. But still, very nice lines. Zeke was also wearing black sweats, but also fitted black crew neck sleeveless shirt that showed off his barrel chest, wide shoulders, and thick arms. He had bulk, but softer definition, like he worked out but not for the way it made him look. Seeing one of them like this I could handle, but seeing all of them together, I had to remind myself to breathe. Thankfully, no one seemed to notice my ogling. Rule 1 of being friends with guys: don't get caught drooling. I had to remember that. Miles came back in carrying 4 tubs of salt. Time to get to work. "Okay, guys, can you lay in your bags? I need to see where your feet are going to be so I can make sure you're not going to hit the line in your sleep." Everyone got into their bags. Isaac scooted down a good foot from where he began. It was actually kind of cute how he snuggled down into his sleeping bag. I took the tubs and started pouring. We ended up in the center of the living room with the salt line 4 feet from the guys' feet. I made sure to make the line thick, using all 4 tubs. When I was done, I shut off the light and carefully stepped over the line using the firelight to see. My sleeping bag was between Ethan and Isaac. I slid into my bag and zipped up. "Should we put out the fire?" Miles asked from across the circle. I sat up to judge the distance. "It'll die out soon enough," Asher answered. "Night, guys," I whispered. There was a chorus of goodnights. Everything was quiet for a while. I shifted, trying not to lie on my back. The hardwood floor hurt. After a while, I rolled onto my stomach, but I instantly hated that. Soon enough, I was shifting again onto my side. My hip bone bit into the floor. I shifted again. "Beautiful. What are you doing?" Ethan asked from my left. "She can't get comfortable," Asher mumbled from across the circle. "Can't lay on her back." "She doesn't like her stomach," Zeke chimed in. "And girls got those pointy hips," Isaac added, his voice muffled. "I'll figure it out," I grumbled, trying a half-side, half-stomach position with my knee up and out. A sleeping bag unzipped. I looked up in time to see Miles passing me and heading up the stairs. It wasn't long before I heard him coming back. I watched him carefully step over the salt line with his arms full of a white blanket. "Get up for a second, Lexi." I got up and picked up my sleeping bag. Miles unfolded, then refolded a thick, fluffy blanket a bit and put it in my spot. "This is a king-sized down feather comforter, folded to your size. It should give you some cushion from the floor," he explained as he took my sleeping bag and put it on the blanket. When he got to his feet, I hugged him. It was so sweet and considerate that I couldn't help it. "Thank you," I said. He tensed then, but after a heartbeat relaxed and then squeezed me back. "No problem." We let go at the same time. He went back to his sleeping bag and I climbed into mine. It was 1,000 times better. I could actually sleep on my back. "Miles, you're my hero for tomorrow," I announced across the circle. I heard him chuckle.
"Hey, why don't the rest of us get a comforter too?"
Isaac asked.
"When you're as pretty as she is, I'll get you one,"
Miles shot back.
"Otherwise, get it yourself."
Small chuckles went around the circle.
"Can't argue with that,"
Isaac mumbled.
"It's too far anyway."
Ethan, on the other hand, got up and went upstairs. It wasn't long before he was coming back downstairs, his arms full of his own blanket. Soon he was back in his sleeping bag. I smiled to myself as I snuggled down into my comfy spot and fell asleep. I woke to that familiar chill down my neck. This time it felt like a knife running down a nerve. That woke me up fast. I slowly unzipped my sleeping bag and slid out. I sat back on one knee, the other foot planted on the floor, my hands braced on the floor. The room was dark. The fire had burned down to coals. Moonlight poured through the giant windows, lighting the room, almost as well as sunlight. Only beyond the doorway to the long hall was completely dark. Bitch Ghost stepped into the living room, frowning. She practically vibrated with energy. The room started to go cold as she sucked in even more energy from the air. She eyed the salt line as she walked towards us. I got up slowly, quietly, not wanting the guys to wake up. I met her at the line from this side. She had changed. One side of her face looked like it was melting away. A large glistening hole had opened up in her cheek, showing the white of her jawbone and bottom teeth. It looked like she was decomposing, though that didn't make sense. Ghosts don't do that. The smell of patchouli was thick on my tongue. "You aren't so stupid after all," Bitch Ghost taunted. "I almost thought that tonight wouldn't be a challenge." I was amazed. For the first time in my life, I was standing near a ghost and not drowning in their memories. Thank you, Serena. I really needed to send her a gift basket or something. I pushed the thought away and focused on the now. "Where are you getting so much energy?" I whispered. Ghost Bitch smiled. It was disturbing with half her face like goop. She looked over my shoulder at the guys still sleeping. "Sweet boys you have there." Her eyes came back to me. I ignored her. "Why are you doing this?" I tried again to find some trace of the girl she'd been. Sharing her memories, I understood why she was pissed. Being murdered by your boyfriend sucks, but it didn't give her the right to hurt people. I needed to reach this chick. I know your life wasn't great, and I know being killed by your boyfriend was awful. Her gaze snapped back to me, scowling. "You know nothing," she snarled. I met her eyes and tried again. "Your name is Mary Summers. You were born in Spring Mountain in the 50s, I began, using the memories she had poured into me when she tried to possess me. When you were 8 years old, you broke your arm falling out of a tree. 6 weeks later, the day after the cast was taken off, you broke it again climbing that same tree. You loved music, and you sang beautifully." Her eyes welled up as I continued. I needed to get her to remember the good that was in her life. "You were going to the Peace Corps. You wanted nothing more than to make the world a better place. My heart ached for her as I sorted through her memories. You were beautiful, caring, and tenacious. I swallowed hard as I remembered her death. That fucker took your life. Don't let him destroy everything that you are, too. She eyed me silently, and for a moment I thought I had gotten through to her. Then her face twisted into a snarl. I should have had more time, so I'm going to take it. Her voice was clear in the quiet of the house. I'm going to take you. Then I'm going to hurt and twist your boys. I'm going to take everything from you. I let go of any hope I had of helping her. I had tried to help her remember who she was, but you can't help the ones who don't want to be helped. She wanted my body. She wanted to hurt my friends. She could fuck off. Bitch Ghost reached a hand out and tried to reach across the circle. I stepped back, smiling. Her hand began to burn. The more she tried, the more she burned. She grunted as she pulled her hand back. You're going to have to come out of there sometime, she snapped. I snorted. Not till morning, sweetheart, I told her, my voice matter of fact. You'll run out of energy before then. Red? I turned to look behind me. Isaac had woken up and was rubbing his eyes. When he looked up, he grew white. Holy fucking shit. He jerked back, his mouth open. His eyes were on the ghost, not me. He started slapping the floor hard. Wake the fuck up, guys. There's a ghost in the fucking living room. Everyone woke up, some slow, like Zeke, and some fast, like Isaac. Miles put his glasses on and looked over towards me. That's her? That's the dead girl? Miles asked, his voice still full of sleep. My mouth dropped. I turned my back on the ghost since she couldn't do anything anyway. Wait, you guys can see her? Zeke finally turned towards us, his face drowsy as he looked around. When he saw the ghost, his eyebrow raised, his eyes still groggy. Yeah, we can see her, he mouthed, still half asleep. He lay back down as if to go back to sleep. Can she cross the salt lines? Nope. I gestured towards the boys, then towards the ghost. Everyone, meet Bitch Ghost. Bitch Ghost, meet everyone, I announced in my sweetest voice. Bless the guys, they all waved to her, even Zeke from his sleeping bag. A couple actually said hi. She sputtered with indignation. Yeah, I had been polite before when there was a chance of helping her move on. Mary Summers was dead set on taking my life from me, and she hurt Miles. I wasn't going to be polite now. Why's her face half rotted? Asher asked, yawning. I turned back to the ghost who was getting pissed off now. I think it's a reaction from having so much juice, I hazarded a guess. I don't think the spirit is meant to hold that much. I leaned in a little, being sure not to cross the salt line. Or at least yours isn't. I turned my back on her and walked over to where the boys were sitting at the heads of their sleeping bags. I turned, sat down at the head of my sleeping bag, and watched the ghost get even more furious. If she's using this much energy for you guys to see her, then she'll be out soon and we can go back to sleep. The temperature in the room was still dropping. I was starting to shiver. Someone shifted behind me. Allie, come over here. It's freezing. I took a quick look at Asher. He was sitting in the very middle of the circle now, his legs crossed under him, his arms open. I looked back at the ghost who was pacing along the line, thinking of her next move. I kept my eyes on her as I scooted on my butt towards him. When I was close enough, he wrapped an arm around my waist and slid me to him, then lifted me in his lap. With my back to his chest, his body heat made me realize how cold I really was. His hands moved to my arms and started rubbing. Isaac snagged the comforter under my sleeping bag and dragged it over. I opened it up more so the others could use it too. Everyone slid closer. Well, except Zeke. He was still in his sleeping bag. Asher's arms were around my waist, Miles's shoulder was against mine, and Ethan's side was against my left thigh, his hand wrapped around my left ankle. his thumb making circles on my ankle bone. Isaac was against my right thigh, his left hand wrapped around my calf. Touching me seemed to keep the twins calm.
Asher, you were right next to my head, man. I swear if you fart, I'll beat you.
Zeke growled from behind us. We burst into giggles. Bitch Ghost met my eyes and smiled in a really creepy way.
Where did she go?
Ethan's hand on my ankle tightened a bit. Oh, she's still here, I answered, watching her as she walked toward the bookcases. She's going to try to scare one of you into breaking the circle or out of the circle. I kept my voice matter-of-fact for the guys. I wanted to make this easier on them. Bitch Ghost reached up for the books. Cue scary book movement. She shoved an entire row of books to the floor. The boys jumped. Bitch Ghost was glaring at me as she walked around us to an end table with an ashtray. She reached for it. Duck. Everyone ducked and covered their heads as the ashtray flew over us and shattered against the fireplace.
I thought we hid all the breakable stuff,
Ethan grumbled, looking behind us at the shattered glass. Bitch Ghost scowled at us. No, just the expensive stuff, Miles admitted. I watched as she walked over to the photos on the wall and began reaching for them. Cue frame smashing, I warned them sarcastically. When the photos dropped to the floor, no one jumped.
She's not going to stop, is she?
Zeke groaned sleepily. Not until she's out of energy. I reached around Asher to stroke Zeke's hair in apology. We could piss her off more, that should drain her faster, I offered in a whisper.
Oh, that sounds fun,
Isaac said, with his usual mischievous glee.
Hey, ghost chick, what's it like being dead? I mean, was there a white light?
A tunnel? Ethan chimed in. All evidence says that those things are caused by the body shutting down, Miles explained patiently. We have an actual ghost here, Miles. Doesn't that prove that people have souls? And that maybe the whole tunnel with a light at the end of it might not just be the body shutting down? Asher gestured around me, towards where he thought the ghost was. The ghost went over to the painting on the wall. Painting, I warned. When it fell, the boys didn't notice, and continued their debate on whether or not an actual ghost proved there was a heaven or hell. Even Zeke joined in from his sleeping bag from time to time. I continued to narrate what the ghost was doing. They continued to throw questions at her, even though they knew she wouldn't answer. We snuggled under the blanket while she tried to scare us. When nothing she was doing was working, she screamed at me. I will tear this house apart, she warned. Though her color was already getting paler, she was getting weaker. I relayed what she said to the others. Miles flicked his hand dismissively. Feel free. I hate this house. The others chuckled. She walked to the open French doors to the foyer, the French glass doors. Doors, I warned. One of the French doors slammed closed, the glass shattering. The next one followed. The room was so big that the glass never even reached the salt line. Bitch Ghost screamed in frustration. Then her eyes met mine. Something sparkled there. She came to the line and began walking around it, around us. It was ridiculously easy to get a hold of your friend there, Bitch Ghost began. He was dead asleep. I had knocked over a few things in his room, but he's a sound sleeper. I went still, keeping my eyes ahead of me. I knew what she was doing. She was trying to piss me off. You should have seen his face when I dug my fingers into his throat. She came back around the circle and stopped directly in front of me, the spark in me starting to grow. Every word she said was feeding it. I took deep breaths and clenched my jaw as she kept describing how she strangled Miles in detail. I kept focused on breathing as I got angrier. Eventually, the boys realized something was wrong. Hands were on my shoulders. The hands on my legs started rubbing. You know what the funny part is? She tilted her head. I could have kept going. I still had enough power to strangle him to death. She looked at Miles and licked her bottom lip. I chose to let him live. Her dead eyes met mine. Next time I won't. I slowly, calmly removed their hands, got out of Asher's lap, and walked toward the line. She was right. It was easy to get to Miles, and we needed to know if the charms worked. She was weak enough now that I doubt she could do more than give me a nosebleed. Bitch Ghost stood up, expecting me to break the line. I stepped over the line. The guys cursed. The ghost grinned as if it was Christmas morning and she got exactly what she asked for. She reached out to touch me. Her hand stopped an inch away from me. Her eyes grew wider. Things have changed, bitch, and you're almost out of juice. I leaned forward toward getting into her face this time. She stepped back, eyes wide. I put everything in me behind my next words. Now get out. She let out a piercing shriek. Glass shattered as every light bulb in the living room broke. Then, as if a wind ran through the house, Bitch Ghost was shoved right out through the front window. I felt my lips curl into a satisfied half grin. She's gone.
Why the fuck did you leave the circle?
Isaac shot at me. She was bothering me. Besides, we needed to see if the charms worked before tomorrow, I answered. And they do. I walked back into the circle and picked up the comforter.
Stupid fucking risk.
Zeke growled from where he was sitting up. I shrugged. Maybe. But if she kept talking about strangling Miles, I was going to blow a gasket. I folded the big comforter back up and put it in my sleeping spot.
Lexi, you can't take...
Zeke began clearly getting ready to lecture. What's done is done. I stopped him before he could gather steam. Now, do you want to lecture me or do you want to sleep? Zeke grumbled and lay back down. Isaac and Ethan shared a grin before climbing into their bags. I was half asleep when I remembered all the damage in the living room. Sorry about the mess, Miles. I'm rich. I have a maid, he called back, half asleep. I smiled sleepily, and then I was out. Chapter 13. I woke up to the alarm going off, comfortable, warm, and snuggled. I vaguely noticed that Isaac had slid over to me and snuggled into me sometime in the night. My back was pressed against the front of his body. His arm was around my waist, holding me against him, his face buried against the back of my neck. In my half-awake state, I barely noticed it.
Someone turn that thing off,
Asher groaned. There was a rustle and the alarm stopped. We still have to get up. Miles's voice was rough this morning. Through the fog of half-sleep, I wondered if that happened every morning.
No,
Isaac grumbled into my hair and shifted into me some more. My eyes were still closed when I felt something hard press along my butt and up towards my hip. I vaguely realized what it was. Isaac, I called.
Think
about baseball for me, I mumbled into my pillow. Isaac shifted, his lower body pulled away.
Sorry, it's morning.
His voice was muffled against my skin. The zippers of sleeping bags opened as the others started to move. I know. I didn't care. I'd been around enough guys to know they often got morning wood. He couldn't control it.
When the hell did that happen?
Asher's question had me opening my eyes and lifting my head to look at him half asleep. Huh? I blinked at him.
What?
Zeke's voice was more gravelly than usual. He coughed. I saw him start to sit up. Asher gestured towards Isaac and me. Oh, I put my head back down and closed my eyes again, wanting to go back to sleep.
She was making weird noises in her sleep, like whimpering and shit.
Isaac explained, his face still muffled against my skin.
I touched her shoulder, she stopped. I pulled away, she started again, so I snuggled.
I didn't remember any of that. I must have been out cold.
I smiled into my pillow as my twisted side came out to play. That's his story, but I don't buy it, I told the boys, sounding doubtful. I think he just wanted to lay on my blanket. Get him, Zeke. I hid my smile into my pillow as I heard footsteps over the wood floor. Isaac's arm was pulled off me.
That's cold, Red. Real cold,
Isaac told me as Zeke pulled him away from me, dragging him along the floor. I giggled. I rolled over onto my back and rubbed the sleep from my eyes. So, what's the bathroom situation here? I asked, dropping my arms and looking at the ceiling. I forced myself to sit up and look around. The living room still looked like it did last night, destroyed. There are 5 full bathrooms upstairs, a master bath down here, and plenty of hot water, Miles answered. I forced myself to start rolling up my sleeping bag. Lexi, you should probably use the master bathroom. It's the only one that has girl stuff in it, I think. I tied off the sleeping bag and got to my feet. Sounds good to me. I took my sleeping bag, pillow, and blanket over to drop on the couch. I'd get it later. Where am I going? I asked, pushing my hair out of my face. Miles tossed his sleeping bag on the couch. The others were already tiptoeing around the glass to head upstairs. Follow me, he said. I grabbed my overnight bag and followed Miles down the long hall. The master bedroom was directly across from the bathroom at the end of the house. He opened the door and gestured inside. Bathrooms to the right. Thanks. Miles nodded sleepily and walked down the hall. I stepped into the master bedroom and froze. The room was beautiful. The cream walls were classic. Several landscape paintings hung from the walls. The bed was a huge king-sized bed. The comforter looked soft and rich in a tall and white damask pattern. There were several pillows against the dark wooden headboard. I walked across the wood floor and into the bathroom. It was beautiful and serene. The walls were a soft teal, with white tile halfway up the walls. The floor was covered in gray tile. I passed a big jacuzzi tub and promised myself a soak before this was over. I quickly showered and got ready. I wore a pair of black boot-cut jeans and my favorite long-sleeved scoop-neck indigo shirt. It was my favorite because it was comfy and still looked good when it covered half my hips. My hair was still wet in its ponytail as I brought my bag back into the living room. I dropped it by the stairs and looked around. Everyone was still upstairs. Did guys usually need longer than 20 minutes? I walked into the kitchen and found several cereal boxes. I put those on the counter and pulled the milk out. I noticed the coffee maker had automatically made coffee. Searching the cabinets, I found the dishes and grabbed a mug and a bowl. I got coffee first. It was more important to me. I was almost done eating when Miles and Ethan came into the kitchen. Ethan wore black, and Miles was wearing a Zelda t-shirt, jeans, and his green hoodie. They both grabbed bowls and mugs of coffee.
Is it really only Wednesday?
Ethan asked, rubbing his hands over his face.
Yes, it's Wednesday,
Miles answered, sounding as tired as Ethan did.
Sleeping on that floor all week is going to be a bitch,
Ethan groaned, rubbing his lower back. Well, since we know the charms work, we don't have to sleep in a salt circle tonight, I offered.
Red, don't tell them that,
Isaac groaned as he came into the kitchen.
How am I supposed to sneak in cuddles if you're in a different room?
I chuckled as he sulked. Sorry, Cookie Monster. I can't make the guys sleep on the floor just for snuggles, I told him before taking another drink of coffee. Isaac pointed at me.
If Bitch Ghost shows up tonight, I'm sleeping with you,
he warned, his eyes sparkling with mischief. Fine. If Bitch Ghost shows up, you can sleep in my room, I agreed, smiling at him. I didn't mind a good cuddle from a friend. Truthfully, I hadn't had a boyfriend in a long time. I missed the cuddling. Besides, Isaac would behave himself. Unless there was a pin around. I made a mental note to hide my book bag tonight.
So we're sleeping in Lexi's room tonight?
Zeke asked as he came into the kitchen wearing his usual all black. Asher closely following behind, wearing jeans, a white t-shirt, and a blue unbuttoned plaid. I told these guys that since the charms work, we don't have to sleep in a salt circle tonight, I explained. Isaac warned me that if Bitch Ghost shows up tonight, he's sleeping with me. I shrugged.
Well, you are the only one who can see her,
Ethan said thoughtfully. He gestured at me with his coffee mug.
If shit starts flying around, I'm running to your room too.
I burst out laughing at how serious he sounded.
Huh, that's a good point,
Asher admitted. I looked up at him, seeing where this was going.
If I smell even a hint of patchouli, I'm hiding behind you.
Oh my God, this was getting ridiculous. Luckily, I wasn't the only one who saw it.
We can't all sleep in Lexi's bed,
Zeke reminded them. Isaac looked him up and down.
Yeah, you can't. You'd wake up smacking her,
Isaac countered. Zeke thought about it for a second and nodded in agreement.
There's always the floor,
Asher offered, grinning. I rolled my eyes. I'm going to end up sleeping on the floor if you guys keep claiming my bed, I pointed out. There was only so much room, and they were big guys. Asher seemed to think about this.
We can stash the sleeping bags in Lexi's room just in case,
Asher suggested to the group. Everyone nodded. I really hoped they were joking. Why do you guys keep saying my room? What room? Where am I sleeping tonight? I asked, looking over at Miles. He shrugged.
You can stay in the master bedroom.
I cringed a bit. Sleeping in his mom's bed didn't really sit well with me. I'll just sleep on the couch. I don't like the idea of using your mom's bed. It's a little creepy, I admitted. I didn't know his mom, and so, yeah, no.
My mother's never slept in that bed, Lexi.
Everything in there is brand new, Miles said, before drinking his coffee. That seemed a little weird to me. What? I asked. Miles's eyes met mine as he explained.
My mother had that furniture moved in, finished decorating, packed a bag, and left for that spa yesterday.
He shrugged before getting up to put his bowl in the sink. That seemed a little weird to me. You finish decorating your own bedroom and you don't sleep in it?
So no couch surfing for you,
Isaac declared, meeting my eyes. He gave me a slight shake of the head, telling me not to ask. I didn't. Damn it, I'm just going to have to sleep in that big, comfy bed then, I said, in my doesn't it suck voice. I got some chuckles out of them, but I was still wondering why Miles's mother would leave him here alone like that. Soon it was time to go. We all made sure everyone had their charms on. I even used the rosemary oil again. I grabbed a book I wanted from the pile, and we were heading out the door. I was buckling in when the passenger door opened. Isaac climbed in and over the seat to climb to the bench seat behind me. Ethan climbed in and closed the door.
We're all coming back here anyway,
Ethan explained. I didn't mind. The twins were fun. I queued up my morning Get Moving playlist before I drove off. They were arguing about something ridiculous when I pulled up near the school.
Why don't you ever park in the student lot?
Isaac asked, ignoring his brother. They're assigned, I answered, looking over at Ethan. He shook his head. I instantly wanted to smack Tara.
Who told you that?
Isaac called from the back seat. Tara, I said, my jaw clenched. I had been walking across campus every day for no damn reason. I looked over to Ethan. Do you know what spot Tara usually takes? Ethan nodded, smiling. Show me. We were somewhat early to school, so when we pulled into the student lot, there weren't that many cars. Ethan directed me toward a nice spot in the front. I shut off the engine and got out, feeling much better about the day. The morning moved on as usual. In World Civ, the girls to my left actually talked to me. It wasn't long, just small talk about the upcoming essay before class, but it was a first for me. I was sitting in English waiting for class to start when the brown-haired boy that usually sits behind me sat to my left instead.
"You're Alexis, right?"
he asked, turning towards me. I tried to hide my surprise that he was talking to me. He usually sat behind me and texted before class. His brown hair was short, but shaggy on the sides, but longer on top, enough that I could tell he used something to keep it up and back that way. He had a nice open face, a pointed chin and angled jaw. His amber-colored eyes were killer, though. "Yeah, and you're Eric, right?" I asked, hoping my memory was right. He smiled at me. A dimple peeked out of his cheek. The guy had dimples. Dimples killed me.
"That's me."
He opened his bag and started pulling out his copy of Romeo and Juliet.
"So, what did you do your first weekend in town?"
"Oh, nothing big. Only helped a couple ghosts move on. Found a dead body. You know, the usual girl stuff." "Slept in," I said immediately. He chuckled. "I went hiking with some friends and saw one of their bands play over in Dulcet." He suddenly looked really interested.
"You were there Saturday?"
I nodded.
"What happened that night? I keep hearing different stories. Did Zeke Blackthorne really jump someone for no reason?"
I barely stopped myself from groaning. "Oh, no. He had plenty of reason. The guy shoved a girl and she hit the floor," I said. "Maybe if more people knew the truth, then they'd stop thinking Zeke was to blame. People already seemed to avoid him like the plague." Eric's eyebrows went up. His eyes were unfocused for a moment, as if he was thinking.
"Huh. Guess he did have a reason."
Those pretty eyes were on me again. "So did you like the music? Who was playing anyway?" Under Fire was playing that night, Ethan Turner's band. I noticed Mrs. Hayes starting up the aisle. I honestly can't wait till they start performing their own songs. I want to hear what they can do.
"So, you really like music, huh?"
he asked, a grin on his face. "I like music. I really like music that says things you can't normally say," I told him absently. His grin spread to a smile as Mrs. Hayes called for everyone's attention. English class went on as usual, reading and talking about Romeo and Juliet. Dear God, please let us be done with this book soon. I felt like we were moving at a snail's pace. When class was over, I was pulling on my jacket when Eric looked at me.
"I'll see you around, Alexis."
He was gone before I could say anything. Okay, he was a cutie with dimples. I grabbed my bag and headed out towards my next class. Zeke and Asher, as usual, spotted me in the hall. I headed towards them, moving to meet them in the middle, when someone stepped close to me.
"Hey, sexy."
A guy I've never met leaned into me. I felt the sting from a hard smack on my butt. I had a heartbeat of shock, and then I was pissed. Oh, hell no. When he began to move past me, I grabbed his shoulder and forced him to turn towards me. He was smiling when I drove my right fist into his solar plexus. His eyes grew wide as all the air left his lungs in a rush. He grabbed his stomach and stumbled back into the lockers, his face turning red. I stepped closer and got in his face as he still struggled to breathe. "Don't ever smack my ass again," I growled at him. "Or next time I'll kick you in the balls." The guy finally took a gasping breath and nodded. I stepped back and picked up my bag from where I dropped it. Several girls were clapping, others whooping. Maybe this guy had done this before? Asher and Zeke finally reached me. Zeke's eyes went from me to the guy I'd hit and back. Asher was frowning.
"What did he do?"
Zeke asked, his tone making it sound like this was something I did every day. "He smacked my ass," I replied, watching with satisfaction as the guy tried to straighten up.
"I don't think he'll be doing that again,"
Asher observed with a grin on his face. The guy started shaking his head as he moved off into the crowd. I turned and looked up at the guys. "So, how are your mornings going?" It wasn't until the end of chemistry that I had a chance to open one of the books Serena had given me. A journal, really. from a man in the 1920s. It was full of information about different kinds of ghosts, how they manifest, and how to tell them apart. I was hoping to find a solution to our bitch ghost problem. I really didn't want to get Miles's house trashed again. We still hadn't cleaned up the mess from last night. I was finally getting to an interesting part when it was time for lunch. I grabbed my bag and started walking. I was ignoring the guys and barely paying attention to where I was going. A hand grabbed my jacket and jerked me to the right. I stumbled and actually looked up. Ethan had jerked me away from the pole I was about to walk into.
"Red, put the book down and walk," Isaac chided. "You can read when we get to the table."
I kept my finger on my page and closed the book. The book actually has some answers on how to deal with our bitch problem, I said, making sure to be vague in case someone was within earshot.
"It won't do any good if you give yourself a concussion,"
Miles pointed out as Ethan let go of my jacket. Okay. I waved the book around, showing it was closed. When we walked into the area in front of the cafeteria, I noticed Jessica was sitting on Jason's lap not too far away. I made a point to sit with my back towards her. Isaac and Ethan were arguing again, something about training this week, and I started reading. I didn't notice the others had arrived until Asher sat down next to me. I scooted over, my nose still in my book. A hand waved in front of my face. I looked up, blinking. What? Everyone laughed at me.
"We were talking about going to get lunch in the cafeteria,"
Asher informed me. Oh, yeah. No one made a lunch this morning. It had completely slipped my mind.
"We can't all go. Someone needs to watch our bags,"
Miles reminded everyone. I immediately volunteered, pulling my wallet out of my back pocket. "I'll watch them." I pulled out a $5 and handed it to Asher. "Get me something cheesy and fattening, please."
"You'll get something healthy and like it,"
Zeke growled at me. I stuck my tongue out at him as they got to their feet and went back to my book.
"How much do you want to bet our bags are gone when we get back and she has no clue?"
Ethan asked as they were walking away. "I can hear you," I commented. The boys laughed as they walked away. I started reading again, but made sure to look up and check the bags every once in a while. I don't know how much time passed. I had just found the answer to our ghost problem when the boys got back. Asher handed me a plastic container with a salad with grilled chicken inside. I glared at Zeke. He smirked back. I thanked Asher. "I think I found a way to get rid of Bitch Ghost," I announced. 5 pairs of eyes looked up at me. Well, 2, actually, but one is kind of illegal.
"So?"
Zeke asked bluntly. I leaned in towards them. "So, it's salting and burning the body of the ghost," I whispered. "I'd rather not get arrested for that, especially considering my uncle."
"He'd cover for you,"
Asher reassured me.
"Let's call that Plan B for now,"
Miles suggested. I agreed with him completely.
"What's the second way?"
I sighed. "It talks about linking to the Veil and using it to force her out of this plane and into the next. Pretty much forcing her to move on." I shrugged. "It doesn't say how to link to the Veil. It's going to take time to find more." Miles held out his hand towards me.
"Can I use your phone since mine is still in the pool?"
he asked me, playing the guilt card. Joke's on him. I didn't feel guilty at all, though I did give him my phone.
"What's the Veil?"
Ethan chimed in. "It's the place between this world and the next. At least that's what I'm reading. Souls are supposed to go there to pass on," I explained, looking through the pages to check that I got it right.
"I still like the first way better. It's fast, efficient,"
Zeke commented before taking another bite of food. "We'd possibly get caught," I pointed out.
"The bitch tried to strangle Miles. Normally, I'm the last to suggest doing something risky," he argued. "But this I'm okay with."
His voice was becoming hard. "Well, I'm not," I countered. Isaac leaned over to Ethan.
"I've got 10 on Red.
he stage whispered to his brother. Ethan snickered. We ignored them.
Why?
Zeke all but barked. Because it doesn't say where she'd go, I shot back to him. He blinked at me, not understanding. One way says it will force her to move on. The other doesn't say what would happen to her. I took a deep breath as I tried to explain. She was 16 when her boyfriend killed her. Yeah, she stayed and didn't want to be dead. I can't blame her for that. Maybe in time she can come to deal with that on her own. I met Zeke's eyes from across the table. But I can't do something when I don't know where I'd be sending her. Not if she can't touch us anymore. I took a deep breath before adding, if she becomes a bigger threat, then yeah, we'll go the other route. Zeke's eyes softened a bit, and he opened his mouth. Miles cleared his throat, grabbing everyone's attention. As the one who got strangled, Miles began adjusting his glasses. I agree with Lexi. She's not really a big threat right now, as long as the charms continue to work. He turned to me. However, knowing where she's buried would allow us to move fast if she does become that threat. He held up the phone. In the meantime, I found something on linking to the Veil. He handed the phone over to me. I started reading. Apparently, linking to the Veil required a lot of meditation and exercises. It took time to develop the ability. Shit. I read the instructions over and over, committing them to memory. To do it my way, it's going to take time, I informed them. It requires a lot of practice. I don't know when we'll be able to move her on. I dropped the phone and started rubbing my temples. Are you guys willing to wait to deal with her? I asked, my eyes closed. I am, Isaac assured me. I opened my eyes to see him wink at me. I gave him a grateful smile. Me too, Asher announced. I like staying at Miles's house. He's got a hot tub. I say wait. Ethan supplied. Zeke sighed. Majority rules, Zeke said, his voice neutral. The conversation quickly moved to a lighter subject. After a few minutes, I met Zeke's eyes. He gave me a wink. He wasn't mad at me. My heart felt lighter. Ethan's phone vibrated on the table, and he picked it up. He was in the middle of a sentence talking about a girl when he stopped. He looked up at me and smiled that mischievous grin of his. Lexi, when were you going to tell us about punching Derek Geeter in the stomach this morning? Ethan asked sweetly. Asher and Zeke grinned but kept their mouths shut. Isaac and Miles were looking at me, their questions on their faces. Who? I asked innocently. The guy you hit this morning in the hall? Asher reminded me helpfully, his eyes still full of laughter. Oh, I never got his name, I admitted, finding that a bit funny myself. I looked over to Ethan. If you tell me that it's on YouTube, I might have a fit, I told him honestly. No, one of the girls I know texted me. Ethan reassured me. She knows we're friends and is asking why you slugged him. Oh, he smacked my ass. Isaac and Ethan chuckled. Miles gave me a small smile. I have a rule. If I don't know you, hands off. The boys grinned at me as if they found it cute or something. Ethan sent my answer to the girl who asked. Miles's eyes narrowed on me. You didn't slug Isaac or Ethan on your first day here, Miles pointed out. I smiled at that. They weren't slapping my ass or being jerks, I shrugged. It might be a weird rule, but it was mine. It could be weird. Miles's expression told me it made complete sense to him. Our conversation went back to normal. Soon the bell rang, and I hurried to gym. I had just pulled my gym shirt on when Jessica stepped over next to my locker. Oh, great. I'm pantless, and she wants a chat. I pulled my gym shorts out of my locker. Can I help you, or are you just checking me out? I asked, getting irritated with her watching me. I pulled on my mesh gym shorts and waited. You've been hanging out with my brother a lot, Jessica announced to me like this was news. I waited for her to continue. When she kept glaring at me, I realized she was waiting for me to say something. And? I asked, before sitting down on the bench and pulling on my sneakers. "I don't want him hanging out with a skank," she snapped at me. I shook my head and started tying one of my shoes. I ignored her. There was nothing to gain in the conversation, so I didn't even try. She had made up her mind about me. I admit it, I was probably just as big a bitch as I thought she was from her point of view. But I wasn't going to waste my time with this bullshit. I had enough to deal with right now. So I ignored her. I was tying my other shoe when I realized some of the other girls were watching us and trying to be stealthy about it. I finished tying my shoe and stood up. I turned around and shut my locker, making sure it latched. I was pulling my hair up into a messy bun when I met Jessica's eyes. I smiled sweetly. "Fuck off," I said simply, before I turned and walked away. She wasn't done yet. "You'll regret this," she shot at my back. I stopped and turned around. "Why am I going to regret this?" I asked, my temper starting to spark. "You're going to destroy my reputation? Spread lies about me?" I asked sarcastically. "I don't really care what people think about me. I know what I am and I know what I'm not." I shrugged casually. "Knock yourself out." I turned to walk out of the now silent locker room. "I'm going to make you care," Jessica shouted after me. I waved my hand goodbye without turning around. "Doubt it," I shot back over my shoulder. I was out the door before she could say anything more. The rest of gym was normal. We played basketball and sat around. Jessica didn't approach me again in the locker room. I met Asher on our way to art class as usual. "You sure those charms will work, Allie?" Asher asked, his voice uncertain. "Yep, I couldn't even feel her emotion last night, not even when I stepped out of the circle." I smiled up at him, trying to be reassuring. His face relaxed a bit. "Well, let's not stress test it today," Asher suggested. "No stopping on the path." "Oh, I'm with you on that," I nodded emphatically. He finally smiled, his face relaxing a bit. We were getting close to the path when my cell vibrated. I pulled it out and checked it. It was Isaac calling. "Hey, Cookie Monster." My phone vibrated, telling me there was another call coming in. I ignored it. "Actually, it's me." Miles's voice surprised me. "Isaac let me borrow his phone since his last classes are with Ethan." That was sweet of him. "Have you walked past her yet?" Miles asked, sounding oddly like Zeke at the moment. I smiled to myself as Asher's cell phone rang. "Not yet. We were just getting close." I watched Asher answer his phone, then immediately pulled his phone from his ear, wincing. I had a hunch that was Zeke on his phone. "Are you sure this is going to work?" Miles asked, his voice tense. I smiled to myself. They were really worried about this. "I told you guys last night, the charms work. I couldn't feel anything from her at all." I repeated what I had just told Asher. Asher was telling someone to stop yelling. "You're positive? No doubt in your mind?" His doubt made me start to think about it. The charms were to keep her from touching me. If she couldn't touch me, she couldn't hurt me. "Yeah, like 99.9% sure," I admitted. "So you're not 100% sure?" he stated, his voice getting worried. I rolled my eyes. "No one can ever be 100% positive that something isn't going to happen," I told him, wishing he'd just trust me on this. Asher frowned as he took his phone from his ear and held it out to me. "Zeke wants to talk to you," he said, then gestured that we trade phones. I nodded. "Miles, honey, I'm going to give you to Asher." "Zeke's apparently demanding my attention," I told him before handing the phone over to Asher and taking his. Asher's phone vibrated. Someone else was trying to call. "Greetings, tall and oh-so-grumpy one," I teased him, smiling, thinking myself funny. "Why didn't you answer your phone?" Zeke growled into my ear. I rolled my eyes. Miles got to me first. I snapped back at him. "Have you walked past her yet?" Now I know Asher had told him we hadn't. People keep calling and making it harder for us to walk, I pointed out, obviously talking about him.
Well, get walking. I want to listen to what's going on,
Zeke demanded. I thought about what the repercussions would be if I just hung up on him. Knowing Zeke, he'd run across campus to get over here, and it would be over before he got here. But I did almost die this week, so he wasn't being completely crazy. I sighed as I realized I was going to give in. Fine, oh so grumpy and demanding one. I couldn't help mocking him. I mean, really, I tested this last night. We were fine. I looked up at Asher. We've been told to walk. Asher nodded as we headed out to the path. So how's your day going? I asked in a cutesy voice. He huffed back at me. I spotted Bitch Ghost. She was waiting in the middle of the path. Because mine's going okay, I continued, talking to distract him from worrying, and maybe myself a little too. We started down the path, walking at our normal speed. I kept talking. A cute guy talked to me this morning. He asked me about Ethan's band. I began going over my day. We were almost to Bitch Ghost, and I still felt nothing. It was going to be fine. Then someone slapped my ass. She tried to reach out and touch me, but her fingers stopped inches away from me. Her energy was like a blanket in front of me. I felt it only because she was using a lot. The beads on my wrist grew warmer. I hit him, but you saw that anyway, I continued in my cutesy voice as we passed Bitch Ghost and kept going.
Yeah, I saw that.
Something about his voice made me think he had that half grin on his face again. At least I was amusing him. We were almost to class when I decided to have some fun with Zeke. Then I hung out with... I trailed off on purpose and continued in a deadpan voice. Oh God, the pain. There's a tunnel, a light. I changed to my childlike voice. Auntie Em? Uncle Henry? Toto? What are you doing here? Asher burst out laughing next to me while there was silence on the phone. I couldn't stop myself. I started laughing too.
That's not fucking funny, Lexi,
Zeke shouted at me. Oh, it is from my end. I was still laughing as he cursed at me again. We're fine. We're at the classroom. Asher's face was red as he doubled over, still laughing. I heard feet running up from behind us and turned. Ethan and Isaac skidded to a stop in front of us. And the others just showed up freaked out because you made me stay on the phone. Bad Zeke. The twins looked at me like I was nuts. Asher started laughing harder. Part of it might have been from relief that nothing happened, but I'd like to think it was my smart mouth that had him busting a gut.
Lexi?
Zeke growled into the phone. Zeke, I exaggerated a growl back at him. I think I heard him laughing. He was trying to keep it quiet. We're fine. Don't worry so much. I'll see you in an hour, I told him before hanging up. Asher was standing, now wiping tears from his face. Isaac had an eyebrow raised as he looked at me, tilted his head at Asher.
Is he possessed?
Isaac asked, seriously. No, I was giving Zeke a hard time. Asher finally pulled himself together enough to put his hand on Isaac's shoulder. It was awesome. I met the twins back at my blazer after school and headed back to Miles's house. They demanded that I tell them what I said to Zeke that had Asher laughing so much. When I finished, I was pulling up to the gate. The twins were laughing their asses off. It took them 2 tries to give me the combo for the gate. By the time I reached the circular driveway, the boys had control of themselves.
Oh, he's going to be pissed,
Isaac predicted as I shut off the truck. Nah, he was laughing by the end of the call. Besides, I'm too cute to be pissed at for long, I told them, sliding out of the blazer. Zeke's Jeep was coming up the drive. I wondered what happened to the motorcycle from this morning. I reached over my seat and dragged my bag out of the truck. By the time I was shutting the door, Zeke was walking towards the house. Where's the motorcycle? I asked, heading toward the front door. Zeke stopped to wait for me.
It's going to start raining here soon, so I had to put her away until spring,"
he told me when I reached him. He narrowed his eyes at me.
"That wasn't funny, by the way."
His voice lacked his usual conviction, so I smiled up at him. "Oh, yeah, it was." I shot over my shoulder as I started walking through the open front door. I looked over my shoulder to see him shaking his head and smiling. My heart lightened. I knew it. He thought it was funny in the end. I win. I felt like shouting wahoo or something, but I kept a lid on it. My boots crunched over the broken glass all over the floor. Oh yeah, we still had to clean this up. I dropped my bag onto the couch and headed into the kitchen. The twins were raiding the fridge, pulling out sandwich fixings. "We need to get the living room cleaned up, guys," I reminded them, as I started looking for a broom and dustpan. The twins groaned.
"Miles said he'd get a maid to come in,"
Isaac reminded me. I found the broom and dustpan. The twins were still making sandwiches, and Zeke had joined them. I huffed at them as I pulled out a garbage bag and left the kitchen. I quickly put my hair up in a messy bun at the back of my head. I started with the glass on the floor from the French doors. I made sure to get the area around the salt pile. I didn't want to miss any pieces that I'd find later on my foot. When that was cleaned up, I picked up broken frames and pulled the photo out. I piled them onto an end table. I pulled all the broken glass from the frames and leaned them against the wall. They were nice frames. I didn't want to throw them away. I had cut my fingers a couple times, but I just wiped the blood off on my jeans and kept going. I put the books back on the shelves and swept again. When I had all the glass off the floor I could see, I moved to the French doors. I was on my knees, sitting on my heels as I was pulling the broken shards of glass from the door frame when the front door opened. I turned to see Miles walking in with a plastic bag and his book bag. He looked at me, his brows drawn together.
"What are you doing?"
he asked, closing the door behind him. I let go of the shard of glass I was trying to pull from the door. "I've got the living room cleaned up, but I want to vacuum the floor before anyone goes in there barefoot," I informed him, reaching out and working on that piece of glass again. I took those photos out of the frames and put them on the end table. I yanked that piece of glass out of the wood, wincing as I sliced a finger again. I took the glass out of the frames and leaned them against the wall. The glass can probably be replaced. I put the shard into the garbage bag and started working on another one. The books are back in the case, and now I'm just trying to get the rest of this broken glass. This piece was being a bitch. "So you can get the doors fixed before your mom comes back." I let go of the shard, leaving a bit of blood on the glass from one of my cuts. I considered breaking the shard into smaller pieces when Miles interrupted my thinking.
"Why? I told you I'd get the maid to do it,"
he said, as he put his book bag down. "Because the maid didn't make the mess," I offered, as I decided to try yanking on the shard one more time, this time from the side. I kept talking, not really paying attention to what I was saying. "Because your maid probably has her hands full keeping the rest of this house clean, and I didn't want to make more work for her." I gave the shard a tug from the right side, and it slid out. Yay! I put that shard in the trash, already looking at the next one. Miles was quiet while I started tugging on the next shard. My fingers slipped as the blood coated the glass.
"Lexi, you're bleeding."
"Yep." I wiped the blood off my pants. I was reaching for the same shard when Miles stopped me by grabbing my wrist. I looked up at him, puzzled. "What?" He squatted down beside me, his emerald eyes running over me, his mouth pressed into a hard line.
"Didn't you get the guys to help you?"
he asked, as he was gently pulling my hand to him and turning it over. "I told them we needed to, but they wanted to let the maid do it," I admitted. His fingers were careful as he looked at the cuts on my fingers. "Don't worry about the cuts. They're small. They only need a good cleaning out." I gave my hand a little tug, wanting to get back to work. Miles didn't let go. Instead, he looked at me, his eyes running over my face. That same odd look from last night was back on his face. His eyes were soft as they ran over my face, a small half grin on his lips.
"Go clean out your cuts, Lexi," he said, turning to the door. "I'll finish this up."
He let go of my hand and knelt down, pulling the garbage bag out of my reach. "Are you sure?" I asked, uncertainly. I didn't want to stick him with the rest of the cleanup. Miles pulled a shard out and tossed it into the bag.
"Yes, I'm sure."
He was already reaching for another shard.
"There's a first aid kit in the downstairs bathroom."
He yanked out the shard and tossed it into the bag.
"Be sure to use the blue antibacterial cleanser that's in the kit before washing with soap."
"Aye, aye, Captain." I gave a small salute before getting to my feet. Miles smiled as he reached for another shard. I headed toward the long hallway. He said he was okay cleaning up. I had to take him at his word. I looked back over my shoulder to see him pulling the glass out of the door frame. Miles really was very sweet. I smiled to myself as I walked down to the bathroom. I found the first aid kit, opened it, and pulled out the blue bottle of a cleanser. I made sure I was using the right stuff, then started squirting it over my fingers on my right hand. Oh, holy shit. Ow, motherfucker. That fucking hurts, I cursed as the cleanser did its job, making the cuts on my fingers burn. I poured some more on until I was sure the cuts were clean. Shit. I kept cursing over and over. I heard a vacuum running in the house. I smiled to myself. Miles must have finished with the doors and remembered that I wanted to vacuum to be sure I got the rest of the glass. I focused back on what I was doing. I took a deep breath and squirted the cleanser over the cuts on my left hand. Shit. I kept cursing as I forced myself to clean the cuts until I was sure it was done. My hands were shaking as I washed with soap and water. I dried my hands and took a good look at the cuts on my fingers. A few were deeper than I thought. I pulled a couple bandages out of the kit to cover my deeper cuts. Ooh, they were a pretty blue color. I liked them better than the beige ones. I ended up with 3 on my right hand and 2 on my left. I put everything back in the kit and put it away. I made sure to throw the trash away before leaving the bathroom. I was almost to the kitchen when I heard the guys' voices coming through the doorway.
"Why didn't you guys help, Lexi?"
Miles's voice drifted from the kitchen. Curious, I stopped, walking to listen in.
"What are you talking about?"
Zeke asked with his gravelly voice.
"Where is she, anyway?"
Ethan's smoky voice chimed in.
"With what?"
Isaac asked. "She's been cleaning up the mess from last night," Miles announced. I bit my lip, wondering where he was going with this. Was he mad at me for cleaning?
"When I got home, she was kneeling in the foyer, pulling out the broken glass from the living room doors. She said it was so I could get them repaired before my mother got back."
There was tense silence from the kitchen. I bit the corner of my lower lip.
"Where were you guys?"
A few heartbeats of silence went by.
"I didn't hear her say anything about cleaning the mess up,"
Zeke said honestly. He was right. He hadn't been in the room when I mentioned it.
"She mentioned that we needed to clean it up when we got here,"
Ethan admitted.
"I told her to let the maid handle it,"
Isaac explained, sounding uncertain.
"She didn't mention it again."
"Because she was out there taking care of it," Miles informed them, his voice still calm. "While she was pulling the glass, she told me she was going to vacuum the living room next to make sure she got all the glass up." I smiled to myself. Miles was lecturing the guys. It sounded like he was giving them a guilt trip for not helping me clean up. But it didn't sound like he was trying to do that. More like he was letting them know what had happened, and the guilt trip wasn't intentional. It was just a side effect. I liked Miles.
"I'll go do that,"
Isaac offered. Wood scraped across the tile.
"I already did it,"
Miles said, his voice still calm and neutral.
"After I sent her to wash up, I finished the doors and vacuumed the living room." "Why did she have to wash up?"
Zeke's voice sounded like he had already guessed the reason and was just looking for confirmation. She cut her hands cleaning all the glass off the floor. Miles informed them. The other guys cursed. So, next time she mentions all of us cleaning something up, you guys might want to check to make sure she's not just doing it herself. The guys agreed, sounding apologetic. I tiptoed back down the hallway and closed the bathroom door a little harder than I needed to. Not a slam, just a hard close. Then I walked back up the hall and into the kitchen as if I hadn't heard a thing. Everyone looked at me. I smiled, went to the fridge, and pulled out a cold bottle of water. I came over to the breakfast bar and stood next to Miles across from the guys. I was opening my bottle when Miles broke the silence. "So, did you have some deep ones?" he asked, gesturing at my fingers. "Not that deep. Just bad enough to need a Band-Aid for a couple days." I held up my bandaged fingers and wiggled them. "Look, I got blue," I said, trying to show the guys I wasn't mad at them. Miles smiled down at me. "Sorry, Lexi. I didn't realize you were cleaning up the living room." Zeke's voice was sincere. I shrugged. "Sorry, Red. Next time just smack us if we aren't listening," Isaac offered, wincing. "Sorry, beautiful. I just thought you were taking some girl time away from us guys." Ethan shrugged his face, apologetic. "It's okay. You guys can do the dishes tonight." I waited a beat before adding, "And tomorrow." I waited another beat. "And the day after that." I leaned over to Miles and stage whispered, "Think I could get any more out of them than that?" Miles looked like he was actually considering it. Zeke was shaking his head, the corner of his mouth twitching. The twins looked like they were expecting bad news. "You'd be pushing your luck," Miles stage whispered back. "But if you pout, I think you can get a couple more days." Zeke's face went hard as he got to his feet. No, no, no." Zeke pointed at me as he headed out of the room. "I'm not dealing with that fucking pout again." He strode from the room, fuming. I burst out laughing. The other guys looked confused. Isaac ran to the doorway. "Is it really that bad?" Isaac shouted down the hall. "Find out for yourself," Zeke shouted back. Everyone started laughing. When I managed to get control of myself, I opened my water bottle as I looked up at Miles. "What took you so long to get home?" Miles smirked at me and pulled a new cell phone out of his pocket. "Had to pick up a new phone. My other one is still in the pool." Miles turned it on and swiped at the screen. I pulled out my phone and handed it to him. "Share contacts. It'll be faster." Miles grinned and took my phone. I leaned over the breakfast counter to grab a chip out of the bag. I had just popped it into my mouth when Zeke walked back in, his book bag over his shoulder. "I saw that." He snapped from the doorway. I narrowed my eyes at him, grabbed another chip, and popped it in my mouth while he watched. I chewed, then swallowed it. "You saw that too," I said, stating the obvious before turning to the others. "Let's get our homework out of the way." The twins shared a grin and got up. Miles agreed. Zeke came over and put the chips up high where I couldn't reach them. I like a challenge. Chapter 14. Asher came in from practice an hour later. He called from the front door that he needed a shower, and he'd be down in a bit. I finished my rough draft for my World Civ essay on my laptop and decided I wanted a snack. I got up and headed into the kitchen. As I passed the living room, I noticed that Miles had rearranged the furniture. One leather couch faced the fireplace with the coffee table in front of it, and the other was just to the left of the coffee table. It looked nice. I had just pulled down the chips from Zeke's hiding spot when Asher came in, his hair still wet from the shower. He was wearing dark gray sweatpants and a blue t-shirt. He looked up and went still. Then he smiled. "Allie girl, why are you standing on the counter?" he asked, smiling. I sat down on the counter. Because Zeke hid the chips too high for me to reach. I grinned wickedly. Or so he thought. Asher laughed as I opened the bag and ate a chip. I raised an eyebrow at him. "Are you in your jammies?" I asked, before eating another chip. Asher smiled as he dug in the pantry. "Yes, I am. No point in getting dressed again when I'm just going to bed soon anyway," he said, turning around with his hands full of ingredients. I scooted over to the breakfast bar to give him more room to work as I watched him collect some chicken and fresh veggies from the fridge. I sat cross-legged on the tiled counter and watched him working in the kitchen. "What you doing?" I asked in my cutesy voice. He smiled as he pulled out a cutting board with the word meat burned into it. "I'm cooking dinner for everyone." He went to the sink and washed his hands. "Do you want to help?" "Sure." I hopped down from the counter and then gave him an appraising eye. "Do I need to be in my jammies?" Asher chuckled. "Yes, this is wearing jammies cooking night," Asher declared, before tilting his head toward the doorway. "Hurry and change." I hurried out the door, then jogged down the hall. I went into the master bedroom and changed into my black flannel bottoms, a faded black Red Hot Chili Peppers shirt. I redid my messy bun and hurried back to the kitchen. Asher was cutting up the chicken, so I went to the kitchen and washed my hands. "Okay, what do you want me to do?" I asked, drying my hands. Asher stopped cutting chicken and gestured me over near him. He pointed at a drawer. "Open the drawer and take out the cutting board that says veggies on it," he instructed, keeping his hands away from anything. I pulled out the cutting board. He seemed to think for a second, then went to wash his hands. "We're making stir-fried chicken with a yellow curry sauce." He quickly washed his hands and then was back beside me. He pulled out a smaller knife than he'd been using on the chicken. Then he grabbed the head of the broccoli and put it on my cutting board. "Normally I make the sauce myself, but I still have homework to do, so we're going with the jar kind tonight," he grumbled as he set the knife on the cutting board. "Stir-fry is all about the prep," he began to explain. I noticed that small light was back in his eyes. "Stir-fry cooking is fast and at high heat. The pain is cutting everything up, especially for this many people." I nodded. "Do you know how to cut up raw broccoli?" I shook my head. He smiled down at me before putting the broccoli back and grabbing a bunch of carrots. "Okay, let's start with knife cuts on the carrots." That light in his eyes was getting bigger as he became more animated. "What you're going to do is julienne cuts. This is how you do it." He took an already washed carrot and cut it into large chunks about 1 inch long. He cut the sides off till it was a block of carrot. Then he made slices out of that block. He then stacked the slices and cut down the sides, creating little pieces of carrot. He did it so quickly it was obvious he'd done this a lot. "You got that, Allie?" "Yeah, let me at those carrots." He chuckled as he handed me the knife, with him holding the blade. I took it carefully, not wanting to cut him. He stepped away and continued cutting the chicken. I worked in silence while I got used to what I was doing, and then I was able to talk and not cut myself. "So, you usually make yellow curry from scratch?" "Yeah, it's just so much better when you make it yourself. The flavor isn't watered down, and you can add different things to change it as you go." I smiled to myself as Asher began talking about cooking. The recipes he loved and the ones that crashed and burned. Apparently Asher was having trouble with a bananas Foster. He said he just sucked at desserts. I asked him questions about why you do this or that when cooking, and he actually knew the answers. Over the next hour, he was animated, excited, and happy as he talked about food and cooking. It made my heart melt a little. He needed to be a chef. It's what he loved. When we finished with the prep, I sat on the breakfast bar again and watched him cook. He impressed me. He put everything in a huge serving bowl and told me to grab mine before the guys came in as he headed out to tell the guys dinner was ready. I had just finished dishing up my bowl when the others came in. I quickly got out of their way and headed back to the dining room. I sat back down in my spot and took a bite. Oh my God. That is so good. Okay, Asher was a cooking god, and I needed to make him see that. I put it on my to-do list in the back of my head. Make Asher go to culinary school. There is no way I'd forget that. Everyone else came in and sat down. Asher pulled his books out before he ate dinner. Asher, will you marry me? I asked down the table, covering my mouth since I was talking with my mouth full. Everyone chuckled. Those blue eyes flashed down the table at me. You just want me for my cooking, he accused me, smiling. I swallowed my food and scoffed in mock outrage. No, you're my wonderful friend Asher, I told him honestly. Then I mumbled, who could also cook like a god? Asher burst out laughing, his cheeks turning pink. I don't think so, Allie girl, he said, shaking my head. Can't blame a girl for trying, I grumbled, before taking another bite. The boys laughed at me. I didn't care. I was stuffing myself on Asher's cooking. Everyone was still in the dining room an hour later. Asher had just finished his homework and was putting his books away when Zeke got to his feet. I've got to go to work, Zeke grumbled as he headed out the door to the hallway. Everyone said bye. He waved bye without turning around. Then he was gone. I couldn't stall anymore. I had to go do those meditation exercises. Miles, is there anywhere in the house that is, peaceful? I asked. Miles looked down the table at me. I need to start those meditation exercises. He seemed to think about it, and he smiled. There is one place. Come on, I'll show you. He got to his feet, and I followed as he led me down the left side of the long hallway. I looked around as I followed. I'd never been past the dining room on this side of the house. He took me all the way to the end, to a glass wall and door. Through the glass, I saw a lot of green plants. He opened the door, switched on the light, and gestured for me to go first. I walked into a giant glass room filled with plants and the sound of flowing water. You have a conservatory? I couldn't believe it. Climbing plants covered some of the glass walls. Flowering vines covered every column. There was green everywhere, with flowers of every color imaginable tucked here and there. My mother is a botanist, or was before she stopped working. She still loves plants, Miles explained as I walked further into the room. I followed the path through the forest of plants. When I reached the center of the room, I found a round cement fountain in the center of the clearing, with water streaming out of 3 frogs' mouths into the blue-tiled basin. It was amazing. I was also pretty sure my mouth had dropped open, so I made a point to close it. Wow, I muttered. It was all I could manage. I looked up to see a curved glass ceiling 20 feet above. I bet if you shut off the lights, you'd be able to see the stars in here. I take it you like it? He asked, his voice quiet again. I nodded. I would rather have an observatory, Miles admitted. I pulled my eyes off the flowers to look at him. That would be pretty cool, too, I admitted, before I went back to getting a closer look at the flowers on one of the columns. But you're talking to a girl who lived in a trailer for 4 years. Not to mention I kill every plant I ever get. I decided not to touch any of the flowers just in case my luck was transferable. Good point, Miles said. Do you think this would work for trying to meditate? I nodded, my eyes still running over all the colors. If I can't do it here, I'll never be able to, I admitted. I heard him blow air through his nose. Then I'll leave you to it. I heard him walking back up the path. Thank you, Miles, I called out before he got out of earshot. You're welcome, Lexi. The door closed, and I was alone in the big, beautiful room. I looked around and found a cushioned patio couch. I sat down and pulled out my cell phone. I looked up the directions on how to begin meditating to link to the veil. I closed my eyes and focused on my breathing. I tried to clear my mind, but things kept popping up. Memories of my mother, memories of getting jumped. The boys showing up after I woke up. Everything over the last week kept popping up into my head, distracting me. I tried to do what the instructions said and let the thought go to keep my mind clear. I was having a hard time with it. I sat there cross-legged on the couch and tried to clear my head. This wasn't working. I opened my eyes and sighed. I had been at it for almost 2 hours and I still couldn't even get past step 1. I got up and walked back into the house. I was trying to figure out what I was doing wrong when raised voices caught my attention. "What the hell happened?" Asher shouted. I raised an eyebrow. "It's nothing, I'm fine." Zeke's growl rolled from the kitchen. "Let me take a look," Miles ordered Zeke. "I'm calling in Dr. Taze." "I'll take care of it," Zeke growled. Something was wrong. I walked faster. "Then you'll have no problem showing us your hand," Asher pointed out, his voice rising. I was jogging by the time I reached the kitchen. Zeke was on the kitchen side of the breakfast counter, a first aid kit open in front of him. His left hand was wrapped in bloody gauze. He was wrapping more gauze on top of the old. "What happened?" I asked, my voice hard as I strode into the kitchen. Zeke's the only one who glanced at me. Then he was back dealing with his hand again. "I had an accident at work," Zeke snapped as he pulled the gauze tight. I stood across from Zeke at the breakfast bar and watched as blood continued to soak through the bandages. That wasn't good. "Miles, call the doctor. Tell him Zeke will probably need stitches," I told him in a calm voice. I reached into the first aid kit and pulled out a pair of gloves. Miles pulled out his phone and dialed. "I don't need stitches," Zeke was shouting now, his body becoming rigid. I pulled on the gloves. "Zeke, you're bleeding through a lot of gauze. That's not fine," I snapped at him as I grabbed more gauze and grabbed his hand. The mound of gauze was on the top of his hand. I put his hand flat on the counter, covering the top with my palm, and pressed down with everything I had. Zeke grunted and clenched his teeth. "That fucking hurts," he snarled at me, hitting his other fist into the tile counter. "Too fucking bad," I snapped back. His scalding eyes rose to meet mine from across the counter. "We need to stop the bleeding, so suck it up." He bent over, his head facing down, looking at the floor in front of him, his arms braced on the counter. He was taking deep breaths and letting them out slowly, his body shaking. "Now what the fuck happened?" I shouted at him, demanding an answer. The other guys backed up a step away from us. "A fucking hood slammed down on my hand," he growled at me, his head still down. "I managed to catch it just before it hit." A weight settled in my chest. How would a hood slam down on his hand? Zeke worked on cars a lot. It didn't sound like a mistake he would make. "What are you leaving out, Zeke?" I growled, hoping my instinct was wrong. Zeke hit the counter again. "Zeke?" I barked at him again. He looked up at me, his jaw clenched, his eyes blazing. "I fucking smelled patchouli right before it slammed down," he snarled. The guys cursed. I felt myself go quiet inside. My head was clear and my body was still. I had only felt this one other time in my life, and I ended up beating the shit out of someone with a short crowbar. "Okay. Did you see any broken bones?" I asked, my voice calm now. Zeke dropped his head again, his body still shaking. He hit the counter again. "No broken bone. I can move everything," he growled. "It just won't stop bleeding." I kept the pressure on his hand. Zeke slammed his other fist into the counter again and again. "Yeah, break your other hand, that'll help," Isaac snapped from somewhere behind me. There was a buzzing sound in the kitchen. Miles went to the monitor on the wall and pressed the button to open the front gate. "Doctor's here." It turned out Zeke needed a dozen stitches. I watched silently as the doctor Miles had called worked to close the big gash across the top of his hand. When I thought no one would notice, I slipped out of the dining room and headed down the hall. I went into the kitchen and grabbed a tub of salt. I ignored the pounding in my ears as I headed outside and tossed that into the back of the blazer. I walked around the outside of the house and found where the gardeners kept their tools. I picked up a shovel and a full gas can. I walked back to the blazer. I put those down and pulled down the tailgate. The doctor's car was gone. He must have been done with Zeke's hand. My pulse was racing when I realized I didn't have a lighter. I remembered seeing matches in the kitchen. Still, in that numb calm, I walked inside and went to the kitchen. I was at the drawer I remembered seeing the matches in. I opened the drawer.
"You okay, beautiful?"
Ethan asked. I didn't even see him in the room. That didn't really bother me right now. I had something I needed to do. I nodded and pulled the matches out.
"What are you doing with the matches, Red?"
I hadn't seen Isaac either. That's okay. I was going to make sure they were out of this from now on. I closed the drawer and headed out of the kitchen.
"Lexi!"
Isaac shouted after me.
"What are you doing?"
I didn't answer. I was trying to remember what else I needed. I was driving to the cemetery. Keys. I need the keys. Without keys, the truck wouldn't start.
"Guys, Lexi has matches and has gotten real fucking quiet,"
Ethan shouted down the hall as I walked into the living room. I picked up my jacket and checked the pockets. Vaguely, I heard feet running down the hall. I found my keys.
"What's going on?"
Miles's voice was quiet behind me. I ignored them. I was almost out the door anyway.
"She came in, she got matches, and hasn't said—"
Isaac's voice went out of earshot as I stepped outside. I reached the truck and picked up the shovel. I needed to get going. I had a lot of digging to do before dawn.
"Lexi, what do you think you're doing?"
Zeke's voice came from behind me. I didn't even hear him come out. "Taking care of a problem," I said, as I put the shovel inside the back of the truck with shaking hands. Why was I shaking? Huh? I'll figure it out later. I have to get going.
"You said you didn't want to go that route, remember?"
Miles's voice was gentle. When did he get here? I focused on picking up the gas can and putting that in the back, too. Things change. I slammed the gate shut. The pounding in my ears was getting louder. I headed around the truck. Asher was standing in front of the driver's side door. Where did he come from? Please move, Asher. That numbness was starting to fade, and I wanted to get this done before that. I needed to get this done before that happened.
"Can't do that, Allie."
I needed to get in the blazer, and Asher was blocking me. My skin was hot, edgy. The cool fall air was feeling really good right now. The other side. I can use the other door. I went to walk around Asher, but he stepped in front of me.
"We can't let you do something when you're angry that you'll regret later."
I shook my head. I didn't understand what he was saying. I wasn't angry. I just needed to get this done now. I'm not angry. Things are just very clear right now, I said, my voice calm and flat. There was a curse, but Asher's mouth didn't move.
"Lexi, you're severely pissed off and aren't thinking straight."
Ethan's voice was calm next to me. I turned my head to see him standing there. I was confused. When did he get here? The numbness was starting to pull back. My skin was feeling tight. No, I couldn't just stand around. I needed to keep going, keep moving, before I began to feel again. "Doesn't matter," I said, as my shoulders grew tense. She hurt my friends, I hurt her. It's very simple. I reached for the driver door. There was another curse. Maybe Ethan? Was Ethan still out here? Asher moved back to block me.
"You said you didn't want to go this route because you didn't know what would happen to her. Do you remember that?"
Isaac's voice surprised me. I didn't know he was here too. I turned my head to see him stepping around Ethan. Ethan was still out here after all. When I couldn't move forward, that numbness began pulling back. Fire licked in my gut as I pictured the marks on Miles' neck, the blood on Zeke's hand. It needed to stop. I needed to make that bitch stop. I felt my body really starting to shake. I needed to move. Screw her, I managed through clenched teeth. I still needed in the truck. I turned to walk around the back of the truck, only to find myself blocked. The others had spread out behind me, boxing me in. Didn't they get it? Didn't they understand that until I did this shit would just keep happening? That numbness pulled back further. My body became rigid as the fire in my gut built to a blaze. Feeling was coming back hard and fast. The numbness disappeared completely. The blaze rushed over me, showing me Zeke's hand, Miles's neck, over and over.
You are not in the right place to make this decision tonight,
Zeke said, his voice calm. How the fuck was he so calm? He should be helping me take care of that bitch, not blocking me. My blood was boiling. My hands were twitching to get moving, get digging. I took deep breaths through my nose. I wanted to hurt someone. I wanted to hit, beat, and tear into someone until the rage was gone. I kept a tight hold on my body. I didn't want to hit them. I didn't want to hurt them. But they wouldn't fucking move. I couldn't get to that bitch. I locked my body down, not daring to move an inch. Ethan saw the change in me. I saw it in his eyes.
Maybe we should do this like Zeke and just hold her till she calms down,
Isaac suggested. I looked from Ethan and glared at Isaac. Not if you want to live, asshole. I held back a fresh wave of heat that tinged my vision red. I closed my eyes. Something was wrong. That wasn't right. That was Isaac. I'd never want to hurt Isaac. What was wrong with me? I focused on breathing and keeping myself still. Something was very wrong.
That would be a very bad idea,
Ethan advised.
She's one wrong move from swinging at us.
I really was. I was holding on by a thread. I could barely think, but I was trying to. I opened my eyes and looked at the gravel of the driveway, still taking deep breaths.
She needs an outlet, and we're cutting her off from the only one she knows right now.
A hand was held out to me, palm up.
Lexi, you need to let all that out. Come with me and I'll show you what works for me.
I stared at Ethan's hand for a couple minutes, only noticing the calluses on his fingers from guitar strings. I kept taking deep breaths, trying to swim up through the rage. It had taken a while before I had control enough to trust myself to move. I lifted my eyes from the gravel to Ethan's. His amber eyes met mine and waited. He waited patiently for me to be ready to move. I reached out and put my shaking hand in his. His hand closed around mine.
Brother, get my iPod from my room.
Ethan kept eye contact with me as he started walking backward, pulling me out from between the others. After a few steps, he must have realized I wasn't going to fight him. He turned and led me back into the house, at a slow walk. My blood was still boiling, my stomach a hard knot. I felt my jaw still clenched. I focused on moving, on not hitting anyone, on keeping myself under control. I had all this rage inside me, and I didn't know how to get rid of it. He led me through the foyer and into the living room. He walked me carefully around the couch and had me sit, looking towards the fireplace. I sat down, crossing my legs under me in the middle of the couch. I tucked my hands under my butt, hoping for a little more control. The pounding in my ears was still there, so when Isaac was suddenly there, handing Ethan his iPod and headphones, I didn't really notice. I was looking at the fireplace when Ethan sat down on the coffee table directly in front of me. His warm eyes met mine.
I noticed something about you over the last week, beautiful. You're a bit of an audiophile.
He turned on his iPod and connected his headphones. He looked back at me, meeting my eyes again, keeping that connection with me.
You love music and sound. It puts you out of your head and changes how you're feeling.
He reached out towards me. I went rigid, keeping my body still as he put his big headphones around my neck.
Right now, you want to rip someone apart, and we need to get that out of you.
He reached out again, my body still as stiff as a board. He put his headphones on my ears.
I want you to close your eyes, listen to the music, and let yourself feel what you're feeling. And go where the music goes.
I must have looked at him as if he was crazy because he kept talking.
We're not letting you leave the couch, but you need to get this out. Got it, beautiful?
I nodded slowly. He gave me a small smile and messed with the iPod. He went to a specific playlist that was labeled Pissed Off. He hit play and handed the iPod out to me. I pulled my right hand out from under me and took it gently. I closed my eyes as Drowning Pool's Bodies began to play in my ears. I turned it up so I couldn't hear anything else, and I did what Ethan told me to. I listened to the music and felt the rage I was holding inside. I didn't fight it. I didn't do anything about it. I just gave myself permission to feel how I was feeling. Then Disturbed's Down with the Sickness came on. Then Korn, then Metallica, then Linkin Park. That's when I felt like I needed to move, to do something else to get this out. I felt a touch on my hand. When did my hands move to my lap? I opened my eyes to find Ethan still sitting on the coffee table, pushing a large sketch pad and soft pastels into my lap. I took them gratefully, rocking with the beat of the music I was listening to. I didn't ask where the art supplies came from. I just took them and started to use them. I drew dark scenes that poured from me in my anger. I drew, blended, and smudged. I wiped my fingers on my pants and kept going, ignoring everything and everyone else. I poured everything out of me onto the pages. Then the music changed. It was subtle at first. Less driving beats and shouting to less harsh songs. Seether, Hailstorm, Within Temptation, and then more rock music blended with violins and then pianos. The tempo changed again. The songs became slower. Vocals, piano, and violin. It ended with Disturbed's The Sound of Silence. When the music stopped, I blinked hard. I felt weak, my arms heavy. My heart was no longer racing. My breathing was smooth and even. I was drained, empty, and no longer needing to tear someone apart. I looked up to find Ethan still sitting on the coffee table, still watching me. I took off his headphones and looked at him with fresh eyes. I'd never seen Ethan angry except that business with my back, but he knew exactly how I had felt out there. That raging calm that took over, he understood it. He'd felt it himself, so often that he had a playlist specifically for it. He sat, waiting. His body was tense. His fingers were spinning one of his rings constantly. His knee started to bounce. I didn't know how to tell him I understood how hard that was, letting me see that much of him. So I untucked my feet, scooted to the edge of the sofa with my knees going between his legs. I reached out, pulling him into a hug. After a heartbeat, he wrapped his arms around me and squeezed me back. His body relaxed, his face resting against my hair, his spicy cologne filling my lungs. "Thank you," I whispered into his shoulder. One of his hands moved to cup the back of my head.
"Always,"
he whispered back, his smoky voice low. "I might need a copy of that playlist before this is over," I admitted, as I started to shake. I wasn't ready to let go of him yet. He nodded against my hair. He let me hold on to him as long as I needed. He didn't get impatient. He didn't even shift his weight. He just held me as long as I needed. Warmth flooded through me again. There was no wall there anymore. Not against him. Not against any of them. When I finally stopped shaking, I let go. He let me pull away. He brushed the hair from my face. His eyes were still watching me.
"Do you know why you decided to go to the cemetery?"
he whispered, his face only inches from mine. I dropped my gaze down to my knees. His black jean-clad legs were on the outside of mine, his hands cupping the sides of my legs, one of his thumbs rubbing back and forth. My throat was tight as I nodded.
"Can you tell me?"
His voice was gentle again, soft and soothing. "Meditating didn't go well tonight," I whispered back, my cheeks burning. I scoffed at myself. I couldn't even get past the first step. It was pathetic. I managed to fail immediately. Zeke got hurt. He needed stitches. I took a deep, calming breath. She's escalating and getting stronger. I looked at my black and red pastel-covered fingers twisting in my lap. The longer it takes to link with the Veil, the bigger the chances that you guys will get hurt.
"That's the risk we all agreed to take."
His voice rolled through my ears, making it hard not to listen. I shook my head. Zeke didn't. Majority rules, I reminded him as I looked back up into his dark eyes. Ethan gave me a gentle smile, his eyes running over my face again.
"He could have appealed, Lexi," he said. "If Zeke felt that strongly about it, he would have appealed. We would have discussed it again."
He reached out and wiped his thumb across my cheek. It came back with black pastel on the tip.
"He changed his mind when you told him why you didn't want us to use the cemetery route."
I looked at him as if he was nuts. "Zeke changed his mind?" I asked, slowly, just to be sure I heard correctly. Ethan chuckled softly, his teeth flashing in a smile.
"It does happen on occasion, beautiful."
I didn't know if I really believed him. I didn't know what else to say, so I looked around the living room. It was empty. It was just us. My gaze went back to my lap.
"I have an idea to help you meditate. That we can try tomorrow."
"I'll try anything," I admitted, my cheeks still warm. I needed to get this right, and soon. I pulled my gaze from my lap to his handsome face. I gestured behind me. "Everyone go to bed?" He snorted quietly. He gave my legs one last squeeze before letting go and scooting further back on the coffee table.
"The guys forced Zeke to take a couple pain pills, so he's sleeping up in his room," he began. "When the others saw that you were calming down, they went to bed. Miles put me in charge of making sure you go to bed."
I felt lighter, knowing I wouldn't have to see anyone else tonight. Ethan gestured at the drawings in my lap.
"What do you want to do with these?"
I looked down in my lap. I picked them up, frowning. I couldn't understand what I was seeing until I laid the 4 pictures out in my lap. I'd created several dark pictures, all interconnecting in a mosaic. My chest went tight as I realized what I was seeing. I scooped them up quickly, not wanting Ethan to see what I had drawn tonight. He didn't need to know. The guys didn't need to know. "Burn them," I whispered quietly, my voice small. One of his eyebrows arched as he met my eyes, asking me silently if I was serious. "Please." His eyes turned into warm chocolate before he nodded and held his hand out for them. I didn't even hesitate before handing them over. I couldn't get rid of them fast enough. Ethan got to his feet and walked around the coffee table. My body was twitchy, on edge. I needed to do something tonight to protect the guys. I couldn't just wait till tomorrow. The knot in my stomach wouldn't let me. I went into the kitchen and pulled down another tub of salt. When I stepped back into the living room, the drawings were burning in the fireplace. When they were ashes, I felt better, less naked. Ethan turned, his worried eyes meeting mine. He had looked at them. He knew what I drew. I could see it in his eyes. The naked feeling came back as I looked away from him and at the tub in my hands. I swallowed hard before I could say anything. "I just want to throw some salt on your guys' bedroom floors." I peeked back up at him, knowing my cheeks were a little pink. His eyes were understanding as he nodded. Ethan took me upstairs and opened each of the guys' bedroom doors. I tiptoed into every room and scattered salt by hand onto every floor. When we reached Zeke's, Ethan grabbed my arm, stopping me from going inside. He took the salt from me and salted Zeke's room himself. When he came back out, he handed it back to me. Ethan even watched me quietly as I did the same in his room. When we were done, those rooms were just as safe as being in a salt circle. When I was done, he walked me back downstairs. I was going to put the tub back in the kitchen, but he took it from me and went down the hall. I didn't understand until he stepped into my room. By the time I got there, he had most of the room salted. I didn't even think of salting my room. It didn't even occur to me. But it had occurred to Ethan, and he did it himself. When he was done, he gave me a stormy look.
You don't get to make yourself a target.
His smooth voice was firm, his lips pressed together as his eyes held mine. I didn't. He gave me a gentle smile.
Think past protecting us.
He finished for me. I nodded, massaging my arm with my other hand.
Get some sleep, beautiful.
He walked past me. I heard the door close behind me. I had a sudden urge to call him back. I didn't want to be alone. I kept my mouth closed as I went into the bathroom and washed the pastel chalk from my hands. When I was done, I looked in the mirror. My face was pale, my eyes wider than usual. There was black chalk on my face still. I washed my face as I remembered my drawings. I used a towel to dry, wishing I could wash the image of those 5 headstones out of my mind, and their lone guardian standing barefoot in the dead grass. I didn't sleep well that night. Chapter 15. I didn't sleep. I stayed up late into the night, my eyes on the ceiling. I thought about ways that Ghost Bitch could hurt the others. It made my chest tight most of the night. At least until I started coming up with ways to prevent it. The more ideas I had about preventing the boys getting hurt, the better I felt. I was still awake when the sun came up, but I felt like myself again this morning. I got up and got ready for school. When I pulled on my black bra, I winced. My girls were hurting. I hissed. Just the bra was going to ache today. The joys of being a girl. I wore dark blue jeans, a black cami, and a faded purple, green, and white plaid, which I tucked into my jeans and buttoned up until I was comfortable. The cami was in case a button popped open. I headed into the kitchen as I pulled my hair back into a ponytail. I was the first one up again, which meant there was a full carafe of coffee. I grabbed a cup of coffee, not feeling real hungry. I just made some buttered toast. I was actually starting to be a bit optimistic about my chances of protecting the guys. As long as they paid attention around them, it should be all right. I had just started on my second cup of coffee when the others started coming downstairs. Miles eyed the carafe and eyed me. I wasn't really paying attention. I was staring at the corner of the kitchen, still lost in my head, going over the ideas I had last night again, trying to punch holes in them.
Lexi, are you all right?
I jerked my eyes away from the corner and brought myself back to the present. Miles was standing across the breakfast bar from me, wearing a dark green hoodie, a Mario Brothers shirt, and jeans. His eyebrows drew together as his eyes ran over me. I didn't get any sleep, I admitted, taking a drink of coffee. His ears were pink as he looked uncomfortable, gesturing towards my shirt.
I can tell. Your shirt buttons are all crooked, he said politely.
I looked down at my shirt to see he was right. I snorted at myself and jerked at my shirt, popping the metal snap buttons open. Miles spun around fast, almost spilling his coffee. Whoa, okay, Lexi. I laughed. He thought I just whipped out the girls. I'm wearing a cami underneath. Relax, Miles. I was still laughing as I started buttoning my shirt up properly. Miles looked at me out of the corner of his eye. When he saw I was telling the truth, he turned back around, his face pink. I just shook my head at him, smiling. His blushing totally made my morning. He went about getting himself breakfast while ignoring me. Isaac came into the kitchen and froze watching me. I had just unbuttoned my jeans to tuck in my shirt.
"Are you getting naked in the kitchen?"
His voice didn't sound like he was that much against it if I was. I laughed at the excitement on his face. "I'm tucking my shirt in," I informed him, smiling as I started doing just that. Miles thought I was for a minute, though. Miles's ears turned red as he poured himself cereal.
"Well, I didn't expect you to just rip your shirt open to fix your buttons,"
Miles told me pointedly.
"What happened?"
Asher walked in, an eyebrow already raised. I started laughing as Miles turned a little redder. "Miles thought I was stripping," I told him, teasing Miles. Miles put the cereal box down a little harder than necessary, his eyes narrowing me.
"I told the girl that her buttons were crooked on her shirt. She just reaches up and rips her shirt open without a word,"
Miles said, defending himself.
"How was I supposed to know she's wearing something underneath?"
Miles's voice was asking me to drop it. My smile faded. He was really uncomfortable with this topic. The guys burst out laughing, making his face turn redder. His eyes were on his cereal, focusing more than anyone ever needed to. He was really embarrassed. Shit. I felt awful. I had only meant to tease him. I had to fix this. Being the gentleman that he is, he turned his back as fast as possible, I admitted. I buttoned my pants and started pulling the shirt out a little until it was comfortable. I walked around the counter with my empty mug. I stopped next to Miles, leaned into him, and nudged his shoulder gently with mine. "Thank you for being such a gentleman, Miles. Most guys would have just watched with their mouths hanging open." I shot a look specifically at Isaac before looking back at Miles's profile.
"Just warn me next time,"
Miles mumbled before drinking out of his mug. "Promise," I whispered back. He nodded, letting me know that he heard me. I smiled to myself as I went over to refill my mug.
"I wasn't even in here and I get the stink eye?"
Isaac groaned as he went to get breakfast. I just chuckled at him as I was putting the carafe back.
"Why did Isaac get the stink eye?"
Zeke asked as he strode into the kitchen. I could practically hear Miles turning redder. "For being a guy, it's that kind of morning," I answered, before anyone could embarrass Miles further. I put cream and sugar in my coffee and headed back to sit on the counter by the sink, since all the bar stools were taken now. Zeke poured himself some coffee. Miles looked at the mug in my hands.
"How much coffee have you had this morning?"
he asked, his face now back to his normal color. "This is my third cup and I'm finally waking up," I admitted. "I didn't sleep last night. Zeke's accident got me thinking about some things." The room was filled with tense silence as Ethan walked in, wearing his usual black clothes and silver jewelry. He looked at everyone's serious expression and stopped cold.
"We only just got up," he moaned. "Did something already happen?"
I chuckled at the almost whine in his voice. Poor Ethan. "No, I think I just made all the guys nervous at the same time," I observed, looking over each of the guys' faces as I took a drink of coffee. "Unclench your butt cheeks, boys. I'm not heading out to the cemetery." Ethan and Isaac snickered as everyone relaxed. Everyone went about eating and getting breakfast as I started talking again. "I was thinking of ways that Bitch Ghost could hurt you guys with what's around you." I gestured toward Zeke, like with the hood on Zeke's hand. "How are you feeling anyway?" Zeke shrugged, his mouth full. When he swallowed, he answered,
"I'll live."
That's all he said. A small knot formed in my stomach again. It made me glad I only had toast for breakfast. Okay, Zeke wasn't going to tell me how he is feeling.
"What stuff do you think she could do to hurt us?"
Ethan asked before pouring his coffee. "If she can slam a car hood down like that, then she can probably mess with your brake lines, knock stuff over onto you, anything that doesn't actually involve touching you." The room went quiet. Yeah, that's how I felt all night. Luckily, I had already come up with an answer to at least one issue. If we throw salt over and in the cars, then at the engine...
Wait, you didn't say in the engine, did you?
Zeke interrupted, his brow drawing down. No, at the engine, I assured him. Then she couldn't touch the car or anything attached to it. I shrugged and continued. And we only have to check the brake lines this morning before leaving, and we won't have to worry about it again. Just throw some salt around every day until we deal with her. Some of the guys were nodding. Zeke got to his feet, picking up his bowl and coffee mug.
Let's take one car today. We don't have the time for me to check everything for more than one right now,
Zeke suggested as he put his bowl and mug in the sink. He turned and leaned against it while looking at the guys.
Okay, whose car seat's 6 without too much squishing?
Isaac asked. Zeke raised his hand.
Mine. We can pull it off if someone short rides in the middle in front.
He looked pointedly at me. Do I have to ride, bitch? I asked, really wanting a seat and my own seatbelt. Zeke gave me a half grin.
No, the console lifts up and there's a seat,
he explained, pushing away from the sink. No problem.
I'll get on it.
He nodded once before he headed out of the kitchen. It wasn't until Zeke was outside that I remembered Asher had football practice after school. You have practice, don't you? I asked, uncertainly. Asher nodded, but finished chewing and swallowing his food before answering.
Zeke can bring you guys back, and he'll just have to come get me later.
Asher shrugged. Isaac snickered.
Zeke, the taxi service,
Isaac announced. Everyone chuckled. It wasn't long before Zeke came back into the kitchen. He came over to the sink and washed the grease off his right hand.
Brake lines are fine. So are the fuel lines.
He reached over and tore off a paper towel to dry his hands. He looked over at me.
Go do your thing.
I smirked at him and hopped down off the counter. I went to the pantry and grabbed a salt tub. As I was heading out, I passed my book bag and remembered the rosemary oil. Hey, Zeke, do you care if your Jeep smells like rosemary? I called towards the kitchen.
No, go ahead,
Zeke answered from the kitchen. I pulled the oil out of my bag and tucked it into my pocket. I went outside and shivered. Shit, it was cold. I went over to Zeke's Jeep and opened the driver's side door. I opened the tub and poured salt into my hand. Then I flicked the salt around the front seat. I even tucked some into the pockets on the door. I went to the back seat and did the same thing. I did the same for the passenger side, both front and back. I walked around to the front of the truck. Zeke had left the hood up for me. I took another handful of salt and threw it around the engine. When I was done with the salt, I closed the lid and tossed it into the back seat. Might as well keep some with us, just in case. I pulled the oil out and used it on myself first. Then I climbed into the front seat and sat on my knees. I ran the oil along the interior, all along the Jeep near the ceiling. The smell was so strong when I was done that I rolled the windows down to air it out a bit. I hopped out and headed back inside to the kitchen. We should be good. I looked to Zeke and gave him a tense smile. Your Jeep really smells like rosemary, though. I picked up my coffee mug and leaned against the counter. I rolled the windows down to help clear it out a bit.
I'm not worried about it, Lexi.
He shrugged. Isaac eyed me from his spot at the counter.
I went to bed last night, and when I got up, there was salt all over my bedroom floor,
Isaac announced, eyeing me across the counter.
Mine too.
Zeke's voice was its usual grumpy self. Same here. Asher's eyes narrowed on me. Lexi, did you salt everyone's room last night? Miles asked politely. Maybe, I hedged in my sweet, girly voice. Zeke's jaw clenched.
You came in my room when I was asleep? Lexi, I could have been...
Zeke began gathering steam.
That was me,
Ethan interrupted, cutting him off before Zeke could get going. Zeke looked so relieved that I had to poke at him. Yeah, you probably sleep naked and I don't need to see your bare ass, I shot back at him. Everyone laughed. Even Zeke chuckled. Why'd you salt our rooms? Did something happen? Miles asked before taking a bite of cereal. My eyes met Ethan's for a second before looking at the counter. I figured if Bitch Ghost can't get into the room, she can't throw stuff at you guys or knock stuff over on you. I hedged, my mind going back to the drawings from last night. Miles's eyes narrowed on me while he chewed. Did you salt your room last night? Miles asked, being entirely too observant.
I made sure of it,
Ethan answered for me. The conversation went back to normal around me, but I wasn't really paying attention. I still had that image in my head. The 5 headstones. Their headstones. I really needed to link to the Veil, and fast. Soon enough, it was time to go. We got our jackets and backpacks. When we got to the door, I stopped everyone. Charm check, I announced, feeling my own body to make sure I had everything I needed. When everyone said they were good, we headed out the door to the Jeep. Everyone put their bags in the back cargo area, then began to climb in. Ethan, Asher, and Miles climbed into the back. I climbed in through the driver's side. I flipped up the console and sat in the seat there. Isaac hopped in on my right and Zeke on my left. I had to scoot a little more to the right due to Zeke's shoulder size. He ended up having to keep his shoulder in front of mine for us to be comfortable, though his shoulder reached the middle of my chest. Zeke started the Jeep. I was just thinking about my World Civ essay that was due tomorrow when Zeke went to shift into drive. He cursed.
I need to fix this transmission. It's still sticking,
he grumbled. He jiggled the shifter on the steering column a bit before he used his strength to shift it down into drive. His elbow shot back, hitting my breast hard. Fuck, I cursed, then clenched my teeth, sucking in air. Pain shot through my left breast as I crumbled to the right against Isaac's shoulder. My whole breast throbbed as my right hand cupped the poor girl and the other crossed over my chest, just to make sure nothing hit it again.
Shit,
Zeke cursed, yanking his elbow up and away from me.
Oh, fuck, Lexi, I'm so sorry.
I just whimpered as I tried to relearn to breathe through the pain. Right on the nipple, too. And since my luck was legendary, I was a week away from the end of my cycle. My breasts were hurting already.
Shit, Zeke,
Isaac cursed at him. He lifted his arm to wrap around my shoulders, giving me more room to move over. My eyes started watering.
Lexi, are you okay?
Zeke asked. His gravelly voice had a strange note to it. If I weren't in so much pain, I would try to figure it out. As it was, I was trying not to whimper anymore. It sounded pathetic.
I heard that from back here. What happened?
Ethan asked.
Zeke just elbowed her in the chest.
Isaac called over his shoulder. Right on the fucking nipple, too, I groaned, pulling away from Isaac and folding in half, my chin over my knees, just waiting for the pain to stop. A big hand went to my back, rubbing up and down my spine gently.
I'm so fucking sorry, Lexi.
Zeke apologized again.
I didn't mean to do that, I swear.
We are so fucking even for the car hood, I groaned out as I was getting my breath back. The guys in back laughed.
Yeah, it's real fucking funny, assholes,
Zeke snapped at them. I used my left hand to wipe the tears from my face, since I was still folded in half. I didn't want to sit up just yet.
Shit, Asher, do you have any tissues?
Zeke snapped over his shoulder. The laughing stopped. There was movement in the back.
Is she really crying?
Ethan asked. Zeke handed tissues to me, and I used them on my face.
No, I'm fucking asking for me.
Zeke barked at the guys in the back. Zeke was getting more and more upset. He needed to calm down, and that wasn't going to happen with me bent over like this. My breast was still throbbing, but it wasn't taking my breath away anymore. I didn't want to sit up. If I sat up, my boob was going to shift, and it was going to hurt. But Zeke was still rubbing my back, and I could tell he was getting pissed. Not at anyone else, just at himself. I sat up, still cupping my breast. I really didn't want it to get hit again. I could already tell it was going to be hurting all day. I took a couple deep breaths and wiped my eyes again. I crossed my other arm over my chest, my hand on my shoulder. I wasn't guarding my breast. I was positive Zeke would never do that again. It was just instinctive. "Just start driving or we'll be late," I told him, pointing toward the driveway, my voice strained.
"I'm so sorry, Lexi. I swear I didn't mean to get you like that."
Zeke's normally deep voice was even deeper than usual. I looked up at him. His face was hard as he watched me, his eyes burning with anger at himself. "It's okay," I offered. My breast was finally just throbbing, down to an annoying level. Zeke clearly didn't believe me. If it was any other time in my cycle, it wouldn't have been so bad. He stared at me, not understanding. Oh yeah, he was a guy. I'm going to have to spell it out for him. My boobs were hurting already from hormones. You just happened to get me when they're super sensitive.
"I'm so fucking sorry, Lexi."
He began earnestly again, reaching for the wheel. "I know. I'll be fine," I reassured him. "I'll be extra sore the rest of the day, but I'll live." Zeke stared down the driveway. "Though if someone else hits my girl, you beat them up. I'll be in the fetal position." Zeke's mouth twitched.
"Just tell me who."
He agreed with enthusiasm.
My girl?"
Isaac asked, his eyebrow raised. "Oh, like you don't have names you call your body parts," I shot at him, letting go of my breast now that she wasn't hurting so much. The guys burst out laughing. I leaned my head back and closed my eyes, hating being a girl at the moment.
"You really okay, Allie girl?"
Asher asked, his fingers brushing hair from my face. I nodded. We were pulling into a parking space when something occurred to me and my twisted sense of humor. "You know, Zeke just got to second base and I didn't even get dinner first. I'm feeling gypped," I announced to the guys. Everyone burst out laughing. I lifted my head to see Zeke shaking his head and smirking again. "Ha," cheered him up. I smiled to myself. He shut off the Jeep and got out. Instead of sliding out, I got on my knees and moved the rearview mirror so I could check my eyeliner. My eyeliner was a little smudged. I licked a corner of my tissue and used it to fix my makeup. When I was done, I scooted over to the driver's side door. I slid to the cement to find Zeke still holding open the door. He crooked a finger at me to come closer. I took a few steps closer until I was looking up at him.
"Are you sure you're all right?"
he asked, his voice quieter than usual. His broad fingers reached out and tucked a hair behind my ear. I smirked up at him and nodded. "Zeke, I'm okay," his frown still there. Like I said before, the only reason it hurt so much was unlucky timing. He sighed, finally accepting what I was telling him. He nodded, letting me know he believed me this time. I went to the back of the truck to get my book bag, followed closely by Zeke. We had just closed the back when the bell rang. We scattered, everyone running to their own class. World Civ was boring as usual. I was heading to English when my cell phone vibrated. I pulled it out and checked my messages as I headed down the hall. Ethan.
"A girl just told me you had it out with Jessica yesterday in the locker room. Why didn't I hear about this?"
I sighed. Ethan knew too many girls to keep anything a secret. Alexis. She got all pissy because I was hanging out with Asher. She told me to stop. I told her to fuck off. That's about it. Ethan.
LOL. I love the way you handle that girl.
I smiled to myself and sent him a winking emoticon. I put my phone away as I headed into English class. I was pulling out my book when Eric sat next to me again. "Hey, Alexis, how's it going?" His voice seemed distracted this morning. "Looking forward to Friday as usual. How about you?" I asked, watching him pull his book out of his bag. "The same." He seemed to come to a decision. He leaned into the aisle towards me, his face weirdly serious. "You're not friends with Zeke Blackthorne, are you?" Okay, that's weird. Not the question, but the way he'd said it, as if he couldn't believe I could be friends with him. It irked me a bit. Yeah, he's one of my friends, I admitted. I ran my eyes over him, wondering where he was going with this. Why do you ask? He was staring at me with his eyes unfocused. I wanted to ask you about some rumors I heard, but I don't know how, he admitted, his eyes focusing on me again. I sighed. Rumors. Great. Just ask. I shrugged as if it was no big deal to me. A small smile crossed his face, showing off that dimple. Okay. He waited a beat and continued. Are you dating him? I rolled my eyes. I couldn't stop myself. No, we're just friends, I told him simply. A friend that moves your hair out of your face? He asked, his eyebrows up. I burst out laughing. His eyebrows dropped as his eyes ran over me. Have you seen my hair? It's everywhere all the time, I pointed out, trying not to laugh at him again. I need all the help I can get to keep it off my face. He grinned at that. Were you the girl he beat that guy up over? He asked, as his knee started to bounce. Why does everyone keep thinking Zeke was a bad guy? If someone had one conversation, no, two, okay, I can see how they might think he's an asshole, but I was going to put this rumor down now. That guy shoved me into the bar and I hit the floor, and he did it because I didn't want to fool around with him. I told him, making eye contact. Zeke doesn't like guys hitting girls. Even if that hadn't been me, but some other girl he didn't even know, Zeke would have beaten the shit out of him. He could believe me or not. If he liked to listen to rumors and not think for himself, that was on him. He was looking at the wall, clearly thinking it through. I get that, Eric admitted. His gaze was on my face again. Are all your friends guys? He asked wearily. I fought the urge to clench my teeth. I was starting to get tired of his questions. Yep, all guys. I kept my voice light and friendly. I don't know how I managed it, but I did. Why? I frowned at him, starting to get irritated. Why not? They make me laugh. They teach me stuff. They're fun and they have my back, I explained, my voice showing my irritation. I've never had a lot of girls as friends. I've seen a lot of backstabbing and drama. Guys will just tell you if they are pissed at you. You talk about it or duke it out on a video game and it's over. No grudges, no drama. It's done. I smiled as I thought about how easy it was with the guys. I can understand that, he admitted. I looked over to see him smirking down at his book. I don't understand some boys. Mrs. Hayes called for our attention. English dragged on as usual. I hate this play. It felt like forever before I was pulling my jacket back on and picking up my bag. Eric flashed that dimple at me as he said goodbye before he headed off. I headed down the hall, thinking about the way Eric seemed to get weirded out by my guy friends. It didn't seem weird to me, it just seemed normal. I decided not to bother thinking about it. I spotted Asher and Zeke in the hallway. Asher was chatting up a blonde. He was smiling down at her as he was listening. Oh, she was cute. Zeke spotted me and left Asher to the blonde. He met in the middle of the hall.
Shit, I thought my head was going to explode.
Zeke cursed, his fingers pinching the bridge between his eyes. What? She looks sweet, I said, taking a peek around Zeke to take another look. She was wearing designer jeans and a pink sweater. Her jacket also looked expensive.
She's very sweet and polite. Very girl next door.
Zeke sighed.
Very much what Asher goes for, but that doesn't mean I have to stand there and listen to her.
I chuckled at him. You could have left earlier, I pointed out. Zeke shrugged.
I didn't realize it was going to be a long conversation,
he admitted. My twisted sense of humor came out to play. Oh, poor tortured Zeke, I cooed at him. His eyes narrowed at me.
Stop it,
he warned. I smiled wickedly. Are you scared of the small, sweet girl? I continued in that I'm talking to a little kid voice. Did she say hi to you? Did she try to hug you? He glared down at me, but I saw the corners of his mouth twitch. You want to hide behind me? I'll protect you from the nice girl. That did it. He started chuckling. I smiled up at him, feeling lighter. I really liked that I could make him laugh.
I'll see you later, Lexi.
See ya. We went our separate ways. I waved to Asher when he spotted me. He waved back before he continued his conversation with the cute girl, though she did send me a strange look when Asher's back was turned. Dating was going to be complicated. The rest of my day went on as usual. By the time I was walking to art class with Asher, I was exhausted. It was getting hard to just keep my eyes open. I really needed coffee. When my cell phone vibrated, I pulled the phone out of my jacket and answered it. Hello?
Have you walked down the path yet?
Zeke's voice was demanding, and right now, it irked me. Zeke, everything is fine. Stop worrying, I assured him, hoping he'd back off. I was tired, and that always made me irritable. That wasn't his fault.
Start walking. I want to make sure those charms are still working,
Zeke ordered. I sighed, my shoulders getting tense. This is getting ridiculous. They are working. They are fine. Will you please stop worrying? I snapped at him as we stepped onto the path. Bitch Ghost was standing in the middle of the path again with that creepy smile on her face. You can't do this every day, Zeke.
Wanna bet?
He countered. I growled. I was tired. I wanted a nap, and Zeke was being an overprotective shit. So I did what I wanted to do yesterday. I hung up the phone and kept walking.
Did you just hang up on Zeke?
He asked. I nodded. He winced.
He's not going to take that well.
I'm sure we'll see him any minute now, I said grumpily as we got closer to Ghost Bitch. Asher chuckled. The bracelets on my left wrist started to heat up.
Oh, we will, Asher assured me. I wouldn't want to be you when that happens, though. He's going to be mad.
I wasn't really listening. The heat on my wrist was starting to burn. I gritted my teeth and walked faster down the path. Asher, I didn't sleep last night. I'm tired. And when I'm tired, I get cranky, I explained to him as my beads got hotter. So if he comes looking for a fight, he'll get one. We passed Bitch Ghost, the pain increasing. I knew my skin was getting burnt, but I couldn't say anything. If I said something, everyone would get worried, and I just really didn't want to deal with it right now. I was tired. I was real close to just saying fuck it and sleeping in Zeke's Jeep until school was over. So I kept my mouth shut as my beads burned into my skin. I walked faster. The farther from Bitch Ghost, the less my wrist burned. We were almost to class, and the beads were still warm on my arm when I heard Zeke.
Lexi!
I groaned and turned around. Zeke was striding through the avenue of trailer classrooms, and judging by his face, he was severely pissed off. I really didn't want to deal with this. What? I asked, as he strode up to me and stopped. He towered over me.
Why the fuck did you hang up?
He snapped, his eyes running over my face, looking for something. Because you were being ridiculous, I snapped back. His brow drew down, his mouth becoming a hard line.
Walking on that path every day and demanding that you listen is ridiculous.
Zeke looked around us. He noted the other people around and stepped closer. He leaned down so only I could hear him.
You almost died in front of us 2 days ago,
he whispered in my ear, his voice hard.
You kept a secret that almost got you killed.
I swallowed as I heard the anger in his voice.
That is ridiculous.
I jerked my head back, ready to defend myself, but I didn't get the chance. His hands went around my arms, holding me in place. His grip was firm but gentle, not hurting me, just holding. He moved his head so that he was whispering in my ear again.
Talking to me on the phone for 3 fucking minutes so I know you're okay. That isn't much to fucking ask, considering the situation we're in.
He pulled back from my ear and looked at me, his furious gaze meeting mine. That's when I saw it. It was small, nothing more than a brief flicker, but it was there. Fear. I had scared him by hanging up the phone, by not letting him hear that I was fine. The whole situation scared him, and he was trying to handle it the only way he could, by worrying and trying to keep me safe the best way he knew how. The feeling of being cared for washed over me. Was I ever going to get used to feeling this? Would I have hung up the phone on him if I had known this was how he was feeling? Shit. I knew the answer. I would have talked to him all he needed if I had known. I was wrong. But I wasn't the only one in the wrong here. I crooked my finger at him. He bent down so I could whisper in his ear. If you need me to help you deal with something, tell me, I whispered, my voice firm. If you need to hear me while I walk past Bitch Ghost so you don't freak out, fine. But you need to tell me why, otherwise you come off like an overprotective asshole. I leaned back and met his eyes as he straightened to his full height. You hear me? I used his words to make him understand I was serious. He took a deep breath and let it out slowly. I hear you. His gravelly voice filled my ears. He gave my arms a small squeeze before letting me go. I'll see you after class. Asher, I'll pick you up after practice. Zeke headed back in the direction he came from. I turned to see Asher looking from me to Zeke's retreating back. His eyebrows went up. I expected a much bigger fight than that, he admitted. It was apparently a miscommunication, I hedged. Asher didn't need to know that Zeke had freaked out. Asher shrugged, and we headed into class. During our drawing time, I went to the sink and pulled the beads off my arm. All along my arm in the shape of my beads were red burns, but luckily no blistering. I turned the water on and ran it over my skin. It felt really good. How good it felt told me it would be a couple days before the burns disappeared. Where the hell is Bitch Ghost getting her energy? How long did I have until she shatters my beads with heat? I didn't have any answers. I needed to get that link to the veil working soon. I didn't know how much time I had left. I put my bracelets back on and went back to the table. I said nothing about it to Asher. After class, I met everyone at Zeke's Jeep. The boys gave me the front seat. We were headed back to Miles's house when I decided to close my eyes for a bit. Chapter 16. I woke up in a dark bedroom. It took me a few seconds to recognize the master bedroom at Miles's house. I rubbed the grit out of my eyes and tried to remember how I got here. I remember buckling up, listening to the boys talk about the weekend, and pulling out of the student parking lot. Then nothing. Someone must have carried me into the house and put me in the bedroom. I smiled at that feeling, that warm feeling in my chest again. It wasn't so odd this time. I sat up and checked the clock. It was 6 o'clock and I still had homework. I groaned as I got out of bed. When I felt the wood floor under my feet, I jerked. Apparently someone had taken my shoes off, too. I pulled my jacket off and tucked my cell phone into my back pocket. I opened the door and headed down the hall, still wiping the sleep from my face. I heard voices coming from the kitchen, so I went in. Asher was putting fried rice into a big serving bowl. Isaac was standing at the breakfast bar with Miles next to him. There she is. Miles greeted me. I smiled and ran my hand back through my hair. What happened? I asked, still a bit drowsy. Miles and Isaac smiled. We got 1 block from school and you were out like a light, Miles explained, coming around the counter. He headed for the dishes cupboard and opened it. Huh. I walked around the counter and sat down at the breakfast bar. Who carried me into the house? What makes you think you were carried? Isaac asked, chuckling. You were out, gone. We could have dragged you into the house and you still wouldn't have woken up. Miles brought a stack of plates over the counter and set them down. Isaac did. Miles answered over his shoulder as he headed for the silverware drawer. I looked over to Isaac. He was eyeing the big bowl of fried rice. "Thanks for bringing me in, Cookie Monster." Isaac glanced back at me and winked before grabbing a plate. "No problem, Red. You're light." "He didn't bang my head on anything on the way in, did he?" Asher laughed. Miles looked concerned. "Not that I know of. Do you have a headache?" Miles asked, adjusting his glasses. I smiled and shook my head no. "Good, 'cause dinner's ready," Asher announced. All of us dished up and headed for the dining room. When I walked in, I saw everyone's books out on the table. Shit, I still had that essay due tomorrow. "Food's ready," I told Zeke and Ethan. They both popped up and headed down the hall. I saw my book bag and brought it to the table. I was still pulling out my books when the guys came back in with their dinner. "Don't bother, Red. We did your homework for you," Isaac announced. My eyebrows went up. "Seriously?" They all nodded. "You guys are awesome. Thank you so much." I was about to get up to get my laptop when I noticed it over by Miles. "Miles, did you finish my essay?" His ears tinged pink. "Yes." "You're an angel," I told him sweetly. He sent a smile down the table. "So, all I have left tonight is to try and fail at meditating," I grumbled, taking a bite of chicken. "Actually, I think I've got something that will help," Ethan said. "I'll show you after dinner." "Anything is worth a shot right now," I mumbled, my mind on the burns on my arm. I was going over possibilities when my phone vibrated in my back pocket. I pulled it out and saw I got a text. Unknown. "Hey, it's Dylan from last Saturday. What have you been up to?" I bit my lip, trying not to smile. Almost a week, and he finally texts me? I decided to make him wait a little. I looked down the table to see Asher had finished eating. "Looks like I can't guilt you anymore, Asher," I said. Asher looked across the table at me. "Dylan just texted me." Asher scowled. "Oh, come on, man," Asher muttered. He tilted his chin at my phone. "Have you texted him back yet?" I shook my head, smiling. "I'm making him sweat for a couple minutes," I admitted. The other guys groaned. I looked around the table at them with an eyebrow raised. "I hate that," Isaac complained. "That's cruel, beautiful," Ethan chimed in. "You do know that guy is just sitting there waiting for you to text back, right?" Miles said, pointing at my phone. I smiled at Miles. "He got my number Sunday morning and he waited until Thursday night to text me," I said, being very clear. "Ooh, yeah, let him sweat a couple minutes," Zeke agreed, before going back to his physics homework. "When you do text him back, tell him I said, weak game." Asher grinned mischievously. I sent him one back. After a couple minutes had passed, I picked up my phone. Alexis. The usual stuff. School, sleep. I'm having dinner with the guys right now. Asher says, weak game. I giggled as I hit send. "She's giggling. That can't be good," Isaac commented. "No, I'm giggling at the weak game thing," I admitted. I put down my phone to take a bite of food. My phone vibrated on the table. "Yeah, he better text you back," Asher mumbled. I snickered as I picked up my phone. "What, Asher? Not liking the way your friend is texting me?" I taunted him a bit. Asher gave me a half grin. "When I gave him your number, I told him no stupid dating games." Asher shrugged as he went back to his work. I snickered and checked the text. "Dylan." "LOL. I deserve that. I would have texted earlier this week, but my dad got sick and I had to take more shifts at the store." By the time I read that, he had sent another text. "Dylan. With homework and everything, by the time I'd think of texting you, it was always near midnight. Seemed kind of creepy to text someone for the first time that late." I smiled at my phone. That I could understand. Alexis. "Yeah, that would have been really creepy. I guess I can't give you a hard time over it." Dylan. "Thank you, merciful one. So tell me, how's your week been?" Oh, almost died, found out I was a necromancer. The usual stuff. I lost my smile. How could I tell him the truth? Simple, I couldn't. So I hedged. Alexis. A bit hectic, but nothing I can't handle. Sounds like you had the same. Dylan. Pretty much, but since I worked all week, I get the next 3 weekends off. Totally worth it. Alexis. 48-hour rule? Dylan. So not worth it. I snickered as I texted back. Alexis. LOL. Sorry, couldn't resist that one. I picked up my fork and took a bite of food. You're killing us, Red, Isaac groaned. I looked up and found Isaac and Ethan watching me. Asher kept taking quick looks once in a while. What excuse did he have for not texting? I shook my head, smiling at Isaac's suffering voice. He said his dad got sick, and he had to pick up more shifts at a store. He admitted he didn't want to text me in the middle of the night. He thought it would be creepy. My phone vibrated. Yeah, that sounds more like Dylan than just not calling, Asher admitted, going back to his work as the others started to pick up their dishes. I went back to texting Dylan. Dylan. No, that was a good one. You make me laugh. Alexis. I try. You should hear the bad ones. The guys all groan and roll their eyes. Dylan. LOL. Dylan. Asher told me you had all guy friends. You don't see that very often. I groaned and put my head back on my chair. What? Asher asked. I looked back to realize that the others were gone. He's subtly asking why I only have guy friends. Do you know how often I get that question? This is the second time today, I complained. Asher grinned. Tell him that. Really? Asher nodded. Yeah, he doesn't want to irritate you. Asher started packing up his bags. Where is everyone? I asked, getting up and picking up my dish. Family room. Are you coming? Asher stretched. I nodded. Just got to put away my dish. Dinner was delicious, by the way, I called over my shoulder as I headed down the long hallway. Thank you, Allie. I went into the kitchen and put my dish in the sink and texted Dylan back. Alexis, you are the second guy to ask me that today. I didn't think it was that strange. I headed down the hallway and walked into the family room. Zeke and Isaac had the couch to the left. Ethan and Miles were with their backs to the door. My phone vibrated as I climbed over the back and plopped between the boys. Asher laid out on his back on the floor, groaning. I was looking down at my cell phone when Ethan nudged my shoulder. I smiled and nudged back. The guys talked about the movie while I read Dylan's text. Dylan. It's not strange, just different. Don't you like hanging out with other girls? I rolled my eyes and turned the tables on him. Alexis, do you like hanging out with a bunch of girls? Nice one, beautiful. Ethan grabbed my attention. I looked up to see him reading over my shoulder. Really? I asked, a bit irked. I elbowed him in the side for spying on me. My phone vibrated. Yeah, you don't want your phone to end up in the pool, Miles warned him. I smirked as the guys chuckled. I read Dylan's text. Dylan. Well, no, but I'm a guy. I snorted. Alexis. I don't have a lot of great girls as friends experiences. Guys are easy. If they're mad, you know. Dylan. But don't you miss having girls as friends sometimes? I thought about that for a second before I was texting him back. Alexis. When I'm not sure if an outfit works or if a color is right for me. Otherwise, no. I smirked and added, besides, guys gossip just as much as girls do. Ethan's sitting here trying to read over my shoulder. Thanks for that, beautiful, Ethan grumbled. You deserved it. If he wanted to talk to you this long, he should have just called, Ethan pointed out, still looking over my shoulder. Texts are for short talks or flirts. He's being a chicken shit, Zeke announced, still watching the movie. He waited too long to call, so he's feeling her out. Miles chimed in. The guys agreed. I looked around at them. Okay, I know you guys don't sit around talking about who Ethan is texting, I pointed out to them. They all grinned.
If we did, we'd be stuck talking all day,
Isaac countered. We burst out laughing. Ethan just grinned. My phone rang.
That's a boy, have a pair,
Asher said proudly. I was laughing as I answered. Hello?
Thought calling might make it harder for Ethan to snoop.
Dylan's husky voice filled my ear. Damn it, I had forgotten about his voice. I don't know. He's practically in my lap now trying to listen. I elbowed Ethan in the gut hard. He grunted.
There we go. Nothing an elbow to the gut doesn't fix.
Dylan chuckled. I looked around. The movie was paused. The boys were all watching me. I dropped the phone from my mouth but kept it to my ear. You guys actually paused the movie to listen in? Dylan was laughing now. I put the phone back to my cheek. I told you, they're just as bad as girls. The guys laughed at me as I got up and headed around the couch. I'm just going to go somewhere with less ears. I walked into the long hall and down to the living room. I took the couch facing the doorway so the guys couldn't sneak up on me. Okay, it's clear. Hi.
Hi. Do they do that a lot?
What, be nosy? I couldn't seem to stop grinning. His voice just rolled through my ears. It was a damn good voice.
Yeah. Do they do that when all the guys call?
I snorted. I've been here just over a week. You're the only guy to call. Well, that wasn't one of them, I admitted.
Really?
Yep.
When did the guys at school get so stupid? I met you once and asked for your number.
His voice was warm, sending butterflies through my stomach. Oh, and you go in for the hard flirt. Interesting choice, I teased, totally loving it. Dylan chuckled in my ear.
Yeah, I kinda have to make up for lost time here, he admitted. I only got one dance with you before all that went down.
Yeah, but it was a damn good dance, I flirted back. I felt a little rusty.
Well, it was a memorable night after all.
I chuckled quietly. And then Zeke beat that guy into the ground. I shifted, crossing my legs under me. Yeah, but I can't really blame him. And I kind of didn't want Dylan blaming him either.
Asher told me the guy had it coming, but didn't go into detail. Will you tell me?
I sighed and explained all at once. I didn't want to keep talking about it. Basically, a guy groped me and tried to pin my back against the bar, so I pushed him off me. He got pissed and pushed me back. My back hit the bar, I hit the floor. Then Zeke hit him a lot. I waited, heart pounding, wondering if he was going to get scared off by Zeke. He was quiet for a couple beats.
He hurt you?
Dylan's voice changed, turning harder. It sent the butterflies fluttering again. It only hurt for a few minutes. The air was knocked out of me, and since my spine hit the bar, my hands shook for a while. I gave him a half-lie. There was no way I was telling him about my bruises.
Are you okay?
Yeah, I'm fine. I felt like I needed to explain Zeke's reaction. Zeke just really hates guys who hurt girls.
Remind me to thank him next time I see you.
His voice was back to his normal husky. I smiled, a big girly smile. You're going to see me again, huh? I heard him let out a breath before answering.
Well, it's going to be hard dating you if I don't get to see you again.
His voice was full of confidence that I'm pretty sure was fake. You don't know me well enough to want to date me. I could be some crazy girl, I pointed out, still smiling. He chuckled.
Well, I'm trying to get to know you, but I'm running behind here, especially if I want to see you this weekend.
My stomach did that hard flip. I winced. This weekend? I asked, my voice pained. I rested my head back on the sofa.
I take it you can't this weekend.
His voice was full of disappointment. He wasn't the only one. If I really make some progress on this project and work it all day Saturday, then I should be able to swing Saturday night for a few hours. If I can connect to the Veil by then, I could take care of Bitch Ghost on Sunday or later Saturday night, if I could figure it out. Then I got an idea. Wait, I am going to Asher's football game with everyone tomorrow night. Can you come to that? He sighed deeply.
I'm playing out at Northridge tomorrow night.
Okay, schedules suck, I declared. He chuckled.
Yeah, they do, especially with you almost an hour away.
He laughed. Only from your point of view. To me, you're the one an hour away, I told him.
Wait, what's in the middle?
I heard him moving around.
Come on, wake up, computer.
I smiled. It's only 45 minutes, I pointed out. I heard typing.
Yeah, but if there's something in the middle, that's less time driving and more time I get to see you,
he said distractedly. I couldn't seem to stop smiling. And less gas used. I like it, I admitted. He chuckled.
A girl who knows the value of gas. Be still my heart.
His voice was adoring. I chuckled.
Okay, something in between. I've found a park.
I started laughing. If I told the guys I was meeting you in a park at night, they would all come and glare at you the whole time, I told him. He chuckled.
I was thinking more during the day next weekend or something.
He said,
There's a really small town. I'll look up what's there later. I'd rather talk to you right now.
You are really working the hard flirt, I said, fighting the urge to giggle. What was wrong with me? I have never giggled because of a guy.
Yeah, I am. Is it working?
He asked. His voice had an edge of uncertainty. He was so cute. Oh, yeah, it's working, I admitted happily. I heard a deep exhale of relief.
Good.
I snickered.
Think you can make it out to Vagabond Saturday night?
I bit my lip. If I make progress on that project, then it's a definite yes. I hedged. I didn't want to say yes and have to back out.
But if you don't?
I'll be busting my ass every night to make sure that doesn't happen, I admitted. I decided then and there that I was going to reach my center on Saturday no matter how long it took.
All right.
His voice got softer in my ear.
So what did you draw today?
I was practicing roses today. Before I could say more, Ethan walked into the living room carrying his iPod and headphones.
Hey, beautiful. You've got that thing you're working on,
he called from across the room.
Did he just call you beautiful?
I winced. Yeah, it's his nickname for me. So far I haven't picked his, but Nosy Brat is starting to sound good. Dylan and Ethan laughed at me. I do have to get working if you want to see me Saturday night and all.
Get moving. I want another dance,
Dylan ordered, making me chuckle.
I'll try to call tomorrow, but you'll definitely get texts.
Uh-huh. Now, tomorrow, or a week from tomorrow? I teased. He groaned. I snickered.
I'll make it up to you, I promise.
All right. Night, I said, still smiling.
Night.
I hung up the phone and glared playfully at Ethan, who had a big shit-eating grin on his face.
Lexi's got a boyfriend,
he sang. Lexi's got a date Saturday night, I sing-songed right back.
Oh, nice. Where?
Vagabond. He tilted his head, his eyes unfocused.
Now I need a date.
He shook his head and focused back on me.
Come on, beautiful. Let's go.
I followed Ethan down the long hallway and into the conservatory. He led me to the center of the glass room and gestured for me to pick a seat. I sat down in one of the chairs. Ethan brought the other chair closer, the metal feet scraping along the stone tile. He sat in front of me like last night.
So what is involved in linking with the Veil?
He asked, playing with the cord on his headphones. Well, first you have to meditate, get a clear head, free of emotion and conscious thought. Then you have to find your center, I explained, still trying to understand it myself. Your center is supposed to be this place inside you that is at the very core of who you are. The good, the bad, it's all there.
You have to face that to reach out and link with the veil. Ethan licked his lips.
Well, let's start with part 1,
he offered. I smiled gratefully. He handed me his iPod and headphones.
I've downloaded a pretty good guided meditation for you. It should be able to help you get there.
I nodded and put the headphones on. Are you staying? I asked, settling into the chair. He nodded. I hit play on the file marked Lexi's. I placed my hands on my lap and closed my eyes. The music was soft, a flute and tranquil. Then the guide started to speak. I winced. His voice was hard on my ears. It was a higher-pitched man's voice, and it had a slight accent I ended up trying to place rather than listening to the actual guide. I brought my attention back to what I was supposed to be doing. 10 minutes later, I couldn't take it anymore. I pulled the headphones off. Nope, nada, no way, I said in a strained, frustrated voice. Ethan frowned at me.
What happened?
The guy has a slight accent I've been trying to place for a good 5 minutes, and his voice is higher pitched. It's like a knife in my ear, I told him honestly. I hated how picky I was about sound, but this wasn't working. What the hell was I going to do? Ethan's face became thoughtful. He was silent for a couple minutes before he grinned at me. He reached over and took the headphones from me.
All right, I have an idea.
He put the headphones on but left one off his ear. He queued up the iPod. Then he met my eyes.
Close your eyes.
I raised an eyebrow at him and sighed. I was willing to try anything right now. I closed my eyes.
Take deep, slow breaths.
Ethan's voice went low and smoother than usual. It wasn't his toe-curling voice or his normal one. It was somewhere in between. His voice filled my ears slowly, softly, till his voice was all I could hear.
Focus on feeling your body breathing, the air coming in through your nose, your lungs filling with air. Feel yourself exhale.
I did as he said. I couldn't resist that voice of his. It went on like that for half an hour, Ethan saying the instructions and me listening. The world disappeared. There was only the sound of water and Ethan's voice. When my mind was completely blank, free of emotion and thought, I gave him a thumbs up, letting him know I was where I needed to be. Then Ethan began again, this time giving me instructions on how to reach my center. I don't know where he found them, and I didn't care. I just listened.
Feel yourself relaxing, sinking deeper into your mind.
I relaxed my hold on everything, my body, my stress, all the pressure I felt to get this right. I just let it go and sank down inside myself.
Where does your instinct come from, beautiful? That place in your mind, that is all instinct. The instinct that you used with Zeke today. The instinct you had when you calmed me down the day before my gig. I knew the vague area in my mind where that came from. It was lower, deeper, so I sank further. That's where your center is. That is what you need to find.
I was closer. I could feel it. I felt stronger, more me. Images flashed through my mind. Not all of them good, not all of them bad. The big moments in my life, seeing my first ghost, Claire saving me, Claire protecting me. Dad, I saw Dad reading to me The Hobbit before bedtime. Then I saw his casket. My heart ached as I fell deeper. I knew what was coming. I saw myself being alone at night, trying to understand why Mom wanted me to go out instead of staying with me. I saw how I tried every day to make things better for my mother, how every day she blew me off. I watched the color of my world leach away until there was barely any color at all. I felt my breathing speed up and let it. I knew what was coming. I watched as Jacob Noon tried to pin me down in the park, his hand going up my skirt as I said no. He'd asked me to go stargazing, and I thought it would be fun. I watched as I fought him off, driving my knee into his groin, then pushing him off me.
I watched the white-hot rage in my eyes as I walked to the blazer. I watched myself pick up the short crowbar. I didn't hesitate. I didn't think. Then I watched myself smash that crowbar across his face over and over. When he was unconscious, I watched myself pull my cell phone out and call the police and an ambulance. My chest felt tight. It was horrifying to see myself that way, to see what I was capable of doing. I didn't want to see my dark side. I knew it was there, but I didn't want to see it. I didn't want to see anymore. I didn't want to see myself. I didn't want to know what kind of monster I really was. I began to swim up and up, desperate to get away from the knowledge that lay below. I was coming up when a loud bang yanked me out of my head. I opened my eyes, disoriented, not quite knowing where I was. It took me a couple minutes of blinking and looking around for me to remember I was at Miles's house. Asher was walking towards us, grimacing. When he realized we were both watching him, he smiled tensely. "Sorry, I didn't know the door opened that easily," Asher admitted. I waved a hand dismissively. "No, it's fine. I was trying to come out of it anyway." Ethan looked at me curiously. "Ethan, your mom's on the house phone. She's pissed you're not answering your cell," Asher said, handing Ethan the cordless phone. Ethan winced as he took it. I got to my feet and walked out of the conservatory with Asher. "So how did it go?" Asher asked as he closed the conservatory door behind us. "We managed to get through the first step," I began as we walked down the long hall. My stomach knotted. I was almost at the second when I hit a snag. "What's the second step?" "Finding my center. It's the root of who you are and everything you will become." My voice got quiet as I remembered seeing myself in the park. You see everything you are. Those big moments in your life that shaped you. You see it in a way that you didn't then. I swallowed hard, my eyes on the carpet runner in the hallway. "Is that so bad?" he asked gently. I licked my lips before answering. "What if who you are is something far worse than you ever thought you could be?" I bit the corner of my bottom lip, looking down the hallway. "What if you were something awful?" I never got to finish my sentence. A woman burst through the wall in front of us. I jerked back, falling on my butt, then scooted back a few feet, all the while yelling, "Ghost! Ghost! Fuck! A ghost!" I tried to calm down as she turned and noticed me seeing her. She stepped closer, her color fading in and out, like a bad signal on an old TV. "Please, you have to help me! My son!" she begged, her voice frantic. "My son is still in the car!" I watched, not feeling anything from her. I got to my feet, slowly looking closely at her. "What do you mean?" I asked, watching her fade in and out again, the color leaching from her, then bouncing back. Asher grabbed my arm and tried to pull me back down the hall. "No dead, Allie, not for another couple days," he reminded me as he tried to pull me away. I tugged my arm away from him and looked into that woman's eyes. I felt nothing. She kept fading in and out. That wasn't normal. I had a horrible thought. I reached for my bracelets and began pulling them off one by one. Asher grabbed my hands, stopping me. "Allie, don't." "I just need a peek. Something's not right," I mumbled, before pulling off another bracelet. "She's fading in and out like a radio signal." I continued taking off the bracelets and handing them to Asher. When I finally felt her, it was light, a pressure in my side, panic in her chest. That wasn't right. I'd never felt panic from the dead. I pulled another bracelet off. Pain stabbed through my side. My heart stuttered. No, not my heart. Hers. Holy shit. The woman nodded, tears pouring down her face. My mind went blank, my mouth hanging open like a barn door. "My car crashed down on the highway. I went off the road. My son is in the car," she yelled at me, pointing out towards the road. "Show me." I was running down the hall, the woman's spirit following right on my heels. "Allie." Asher was to my right as I turned into the living room. I grabbed my jacket and yanked out my keys and cell phone. "Car wreck," I shouted, running for the front door. I heard other feet behind me. "She's not fucking dead yet," I shouted behind me as I yanked the door open and ran for my blazer. I jumped into the driver's seat. The woman jumped through the wall of the truck and knelt between the front seats. I had just started the truck when the passenger side opened and Asher jumped in. My heart raced as he slammed the door shut and I gunned it. I tossed my phone to Asher. He held on for dear life as I raced down the driveway. "Call Rory." The front gate opened, and I was through, almost scraping paint as we went by. "Where did you wreck?" "About a mile east, just past the freeway sign. We're off the road." Her voice was shaking. She was still fading in and out, so I was guessing her body was still alive. I repeated to Asher the location as I turned left onto the freeway. Tires squealed as I pushed down the accelerator. Come on, don't let me be too late. Please, God, for once in my life, don't let me be too late. It felt like it was taking forever, but I later learned it had only taken us 5 minutes from the front door to the crash site. I saw burned tire marks in the road leading off into the trees. "Here!" I hit the brakes. I threw on my hazards and jumped out of the truck. The woman ran in front of me, down the side of the road. Heart in my throat, I followed, ignoring the underbrush. The car wasn't far, just far enough to not be seen from the road at night. The blue sedan was bashed around as if it was made out of Play-Doh. Adrenaline pumping, I ran to the driver's side and yanked the door open. She was sitting there, seatbelt strapped across her chest, a head wound, and blood pouring out of her side. A sharp piece of blood-soaked metal lay in her open hand. I heard crying. "Mommy!" A little boy's voice was crying, big sobbing tears. Asher reached us. "You take care of him, I've got her," I told him calmly as I ripped my shirt open, tore it off, and started pushing against her side, trying to stop the bleeding.
"Hey, buddy. My name is Asher, and that's Lexi. We're here to help,"
Asher told the kid in the back seat. I heard him open the door. "I want Mommy." I looked across the car at the woman's soul and met her eyes. "Your mommy's hurt right now, honey. I'm taking care of her," I told him in my most soothing voice. I pressed everything I had against the wound. I wasn't going to let her go anywhere. "Is the ambulance on the way?" I asked, grunting with effort, hot blood covering my hands. Asher stopped consoling the little boy long enough to answer me.
"Yeah, a couple minutes out."
He went back to talking to the kid. His name was Joshua, but his mom called him Joshy. He liked dinosaurs and the color green. He had a friend named Marty who had a big pool at his house, and he wanted to be a dinosaur finder when he grew up. Asher kept asking him questions, getting him to calm down enough that he wasn't sobbing hysterically. I noticed the woman's spirit's color getting stronger. A weight settled in my chest, my stomach knotting. "Asher, get him out of here." I kept my eyes on her soul.
"I don't know if I should move him."
"Can he move his arms and legs?" I asked, getting desperate. I had to talk to the woman, and I couldn't do it in front of the kid.
"I'm not risking it, Allie."
He shot over his shoulder. Fair enough. I looked the woman's soul in the eyes. "Don't you fucking dare," I growled low. "Your son is sitting right behind you. You fucking fight until you have nothing left to get back to him." The woman's gaze went to the back seat. "Yeah, it sucks, it hurts, and you're tired. But your son will remember this day for the rest of his life." I pushed all my weight against the woman's wound. I felt her blood run down my forearms. "It's up to you whether or not it has a good ending or a bad one." I heard sirens coming down the freeway. I refused to look away from her face. "Make the decision now. Is this the day he's going to hear his mother die in front of him, or is this the day that his mother fought to stay?" I heard tires screeching on the road. "Come on, woman. Make the right fucking choice. Don't leave your kid here." The woman's soul met my eyes again, hard determination glowing in her eyes. She looked down at her body and slipped back inside. Relief left me shaking.
I focused on keeping the pressure on.
"Down here!"
Asher was shouting. I kept talking to the little boy's mother. "You got this, honey. It's going to suck, but it'll be worth it when you see him grow up and find dinosaur bones." I heard feet crashing through the brush. I saw lights shooting through the night, running over the car and us. The first paramedic came to me first. He took a quick look and knelt on the ground next to me.
"Keep the pressure on,"
he said in a calm voice as he opened his kit. "No shit," I growled, pushing even more of my weight onto the wound. He pulled out a lot of large gauze pads and began covering my shirt with it. I shifted a hand here and there, pushing the pad against the wound as we tried to stop the bleeding. I don't remember how long it was till the second paramedic came to take my spot. I made him repeat 3 times that he was pushing on the wound before I let go. I slipped out from under his arms and stepped away. Now that I didn't have a job to do, I was shaking. I became sharply aware that I was cold and barefoot. I shivered and looked around me. Another ambulance had arrived. The other paramedics were bringing down a backboard from the road. I spotted Rory coming down the embankment in gray sweatpants and a university shirt. The paramedics were talking into the radios on their shoulders as they put a neck brace on the woman. The bleeding stopped soaking through the bandages. That's when I knew she was going to be okay. I knew it was okay to let her go now. She wasn't going anywhere. I moved towards Rory, trying to get out of the way of the other paramedics coming in. I winced as rocks bit into my feet. Rory met me halfway to the road. His eyes ran over me, his face white.
"What happened?"
I looked up at the road and saw 5 familiar silhouettes. One was holding a kid on his hip. I wasn't too surprised to see them. I was oddly calm, my mind quiet. I gestured toward the road. "How's the kid?" I asked, my voice rough.
"He's okay. Some bumps and bruises, but he'll be fine,"
Rory answered, stepping to the side and wrapping his hand around my arm. I looked down and saw blood covering my hands up to the middle of my forearms. Oh, I wouldn't want to touch me either. I started walking toward the road, Rory helping me around the sharper rocks. Rory ended up climbing up to the road and reaching down to grab my upper arm. He gave me a tug as I pushed to climb up the steep embankment. I stood up straight and walked over to the little boy. He couldn't have been more than 4 years old. He had chubby cheeks and pretty blue eyes. He clung to Asher as if he was his new favorite toy. I looked up to him and gave him a sweet smile. "Josh, your mom asked me to tell you something," I said gently, keeping my voice soft. He looked down at me, his eyes big and scared. "Your mommy loves you very much. She's going to be okay."
"Lexi, you can't,"
Rory bit out. "This time I can." I looked over at him. "This time I know she's not leaving him." I suddenly felt disgusting. I looked over at the guys. They were all watching me with different levels of curiosity and concern. "Is there any way to get this blood off of me?" I asked, my voice rough again. Rory nodded and brought me to the back of the second ambulance. It was empty. They were bringing the woman up the embankment. It took everyone, even the guys pitched in. Asher kept holding Josh. Rory handed me big antiseptic wipes. I took them and began scrubbing the blood off of me.
"How did you learn about the crash?"
Rory asked, his voice quiet. I tossed a now useless wipe into the trash and opened another one. "Her soul came to me at Miles's house," I told him honestly, just starting to really think about it. She kept fading in and out like a radio signal. I took off enough protection to get a bit of what she was feeling. I shrugged, a bit bewildered myself. I felt her heartbeat and I knew she was alive. I kept wiping my arms, trying to get them clean. I don't know how the fuck it happened, but she found me, ran right through the wall in front of me. I threw away another wipe and opened another one. I almost had one clean arm. Though I was seriously thinking of wiping down with bleach when we got back to Miles's house. Rory's brow drew down.
"Has this ever happened before?"
I scoffed, fighting back tears. I swallowed hard and looked around at anything but him. I kept cleaning my arms. I see the dead, Rory. By the time they get to me, there is nothing left to save, I admitted to him and to myself. I was death's cleanup crew. I swept up the souls that got left behind or refused to leave. It wasn't fun. It didn't feel good, and it wasn't even something I wanted to do. But it was my reality, my life.
Not anymore, apparently,
Rory pointed out. He had a small smile on his face. Yeah, it was nice to help someone before they died for once, I admitted. This one felt good, and I really needed that today. I kept cleaning my arms. When I finally had all the blood off my arms and out from under my nails, thank you, paramedics that stayed behind. Asher gave Josh to Rory. He looked at me, then at Rory, and back again. Apparently, we looked enough alike that he didn't mind being held by him. Asher drove back to the house, the others following behind us. I was still thinking about the woman in the car when Asher got my attention.
Allie, that was pretty amazing,
he said, his voice sounding impressed. I looked out the side window, feeling my face grow warm. That's never happened before. My voice rough. I didn't know why it kept sounding like that. I've never seen anyone who was alive before. Their soul, I mean.
Not that, Allie.
Asher's baritone was earnest as we pulled up to the gate. He leaned out and punched in the combo. The gate started moving.
That woman was slipping away and you made her stay.
I kept my gaze out the window. Her son kept her here, not me.
Allie, I heard you, he told me simply. She was slipping away and you reminded her of what she had to live for.
I swallowed hard around the knot in my throat. I didn't understand where he was going with this. It put me on edge. He pulled the Blazer into the driveway and parked.
Remember what we were talking about before the ghost came in?
Yeah, I remember, I mumbled, hoping he'd drop the subject. I didn't really want to think about my issues with centering. I just wanted to go inside and pass out.
I don't think you have to worry about finding out you're anything bad, Allie,
he said, his voice gentle.
You have too big a heart for that.
That feeling of being cared for washed over me again, bringing tears to my eyes. Oh, I really needed to get used to this. I couldn't keep tearing up every time someone showed that they cared. My voice was thick when I finally answered him. Thanks, Ash. Chapter 17. The guys let me go to bed without too many questions, though I did take a shower and scrub my arms for a good half hour before I was done. The next morning I woke up earlier than usual. I took a shower and did my usual morning routine. Today I wore my usual boot-cut dark blue jeans and a black boyfriend shirt. I made sure to put all my cleaned bracelets back on. I pulled my hair back into a ponytail and headed into the kitchen. I woke up early enough that we could have a real breakfast today, so I pulled out eggs and a big slab of bacon. By the time the guys started coming downstairs, I had a huge plate of eggs and a huge plate of bacon waiting. I was sitting on a stool at the breakfast bar, finishing my last piece of bacon, when Miles came into the kitchen. He wore dark blue jeans, black Converse, and a white shirt with a large picture that looked like it was taken from the Hubble telescope. That I now kind of wanted to steal. I liked the colors. He looked around, then over at me. You are my favorite person today, he declared as he headed to get himself a cup of coffee. Did I make enough? I asked, worrying. The guys ate so much I didn't know how much to make. Miles looked over the counter.
Yes, that should fill up everyone, even Isaac and Zeke.
I got up and washed my plate, then sat back down. It wasn't long before the others walked in. Asher looked around and grabbed a plate. Today he was wearing a pair of dark jeans and a green and gold football jersey with the number 6 on his chest. It didn't do much for his eyes.
Who cooked?
He dumped a big spoonful of eggs on his plate. Miles pointed at me while he took a drink from his mug. Asher's eyebrows rose.
When did you get up?
I've been up an hour, I shrugged, then gestured at his shirt. What's with the jersey? It looked odd on him, not his usual style. He came down and sat down on the other side of me.
All the football players wear their jersey on game days. Well, when we have home games,
he explained before he began eating. Huh, I'd never heard of that. Then again, I'd never paid much attention to what was going on around the other schools I attended. Zeke came in next, his hair wet but combed. He had actually shaved this morning. It made him look more the scary guy next door rather than his usual menace to society look. For the first time since I met him, he wore dark blue jeans and a scoop neck, long-sleeved black t-shirt. The neckline showed the dip between his collarbone at the base of his throat. I wondered if it was laundry day and he was out of black jeans. He raised an eyebrow at the food.
Did Asher cook?
He was looking wearily at Miles.
Allie did,
Asher answered, before biting into a piece of bacon. Zeke raised an eyebrow at me and then eyed the food wearily. It's not as good as Asher's cooking, but it's food, I told him honestly. Zeke grabbed a plate and dished up his breakfast. Ethan came in next. His midnight black hair was wet and tucked behind his ears, the ends resting on his jawline. The silver earrings against the black of his hair, as always, they caught my eye. Today he wore a faded black Metallica shirt and his usual black jeans. When his chocolate eyes saw the eggs, they lit up.
Food.
He hurried over, avoiding Zeke, who ate with his back leaning against the sink. He was dishing some up when he paused.
Did Miles cook?
Ethan's voice was filled with dread.
Lexi did,
Zeke supplied. Ethan looked at me and blew me a kiss.
Thanks, beautiful.
He dished himself up some food and stood at the end of the breakfast bar, his plate on the counter. I heard stomping down the stairs.
Very fucking funny, guys,
Isaac shouted. He turned from the stairs and stormed into the kitchen, still wet from the shower, wearing only a towel around his waist. The guys burst out laughing while I took the time to ogle him a little. The muscles in his broad shoulders caught my eye, which then ran down to his defined chest. He didn't have Zeke's mass, but he did have more muscle than most guys did. Then there were his abs. He had the definition everyone wished they had. His Adonis belt was defined, making the V that disappeared into the white towel. The guy had definition all over. I forced my eyes back up at his face, which was scowling at the other guys.
Where are my clothes?
The guys burst out laughing. Isaac just shook his head and waited it out.
Upstairs linen closet,
Ethan and Asher told him, still laughing. Isaac turned and headed off to get dressed. Why did you guys do that? I asked, making a mental note to lock the door next time I take a shower.
Isaac pranks us so much that when an opportunity to mess with him comes up, we take it,
Asher explained as he took his plate to the sink. It wasn't long before Isaac came back downstairs, fully clothed, wearing his usual jeans and sneakers. Today he wore a green long-sleeve shirt and his blue hoodie.
Who made food?
He asked, already grabbing a plate and dishing himself up some.
Lexi, Miles and Zeke answered at the same time. Isaac looked over at me and then gave me puppy eyes.
Marry me.
I rolled my eyes as the other guys threw wadded-up napkins at him. Isaac smiled at me before biting into a piece of bacon. I ignored the proposal and finished off my coffee.
So is everyone coming back here after school?
Zeke asked, putting his plate into the sink and leaning against the counter near it.
I won't. I have to stay after to get ready for the game,
Asher announced, taking his coffee mug to the sink. Wait, are we still only taking one car? I asked, looking around the group. The guys shook their heads.
Last night I checked everyone's car out, and then Ethan salted everything, so we should be good,
Zeke said, rolling his neck. I heard it crack from here.
I'll probably stop by my house to pick up a change of clothes. I'm meeting Christina at the game,
Ethan announced.
then hopefully to the party. Have you asked? Isaac asked. Not yet, but I'm sure she'll say yes,
Ethan boasted. I rolled my eyes. Ethan did have charm, I couldn't deny that.
I should pick up some clothes then, too. We can get ready for the party here,
Isaac thought out loud. It made me think about the party tonight. What did I have in my closet that would look good? I got to my feet and headed toward the sink with my empty mug. Well, hell, if everyone else is getting pretty, I muttered as I stepped past Zeke and put my mug in the sink. I might as well, too.
You don't have to,
Zeke pointed out, shrugging.
I'm not changing.
Guys don't have to look pretty, Zeke, but girls, it's kind of our thing. So I'm going to do the girly thing tonight. I kept my voice matter of fact before turning and leaning against the sink.
Are we going to see Red in a skirt?
Isaac exclaimed, his face lighting up as if it was Christmas. I laughed sarcastically. No, I told him flatly. His face fell. I looked over to Miles. Miles, do you mind if I use that big tub in the master bath tonight? 'Cause it's kind of calling my name, I asked sweetly. He smiled at me.
Of course.
I smiled cutely at him. Thank you.
You might want to add a layer today, Allie. It's going to be cold,
Asher advised, taking his mug to the sink. I looked around at the guys. Okay, but who has an extra hoodie I can steal? I asked them. I could probably get away without one, but I really didn't want to be cold. Cold was really cold up here in the mountains. The guys looked at each other expectantly.
I don't have one,
Zeke announced.
Even if I did, it would be huge on her. I've got a red one, but it smells from band practice,
Ethan admitted apologetically.
Same here from football,
Asher added.
I'll get her one,
Miles announced, narrowing his eyes at the guys.
The girl needs a hoodie, not an appendage.
I raised my eyebrows at that as he left the kitchen to go upstairs. The guys laughed when he was out of earshot. What did you guys do? I asked suspiciously.
We just annoyed Miles,
Isaac explained.
He's a big believer in chivalry. You know, treating girls like ladies and all that.
I smiled. That did sound like Miles.
Besides, he's the one closest in size, and his hoodie will still be big on you.
Made sense to me. Miles came back downstairs and handed me his gray hoodie. I leaned over and kissed him on the cheek. Thank you, Miles. His ears turned pink as I pulled away.
Wait, he lends you a hoodie and he gets a kiss on the cheek?
Isaac scoffed, his voice full of disbelief. I saw the mischievous gleam in his eye. He was messing with Miles or me. Damn straight. Isaac chuckled.
So classy, Red,
he teased. I stuck my tongue out at him. Everyone laughed. I put on the hoodie. It reached my mid-thigh. I held my arms out and laughed. If I had leggings, I could wear it as a short dress. I giggled at myself. The boys chuckled at how small I was. When it was time to go, we all made sure everyone had their charms on. I made sure to use my rosemary oil again. We decided to split into 2 cars. I was planning on riding with Miles, Isaac, and Ethan. I pulled on my leather jacket over Miles's hoodie and stepped outside, then immediately wanted to step back inside. There was actual frost on the windshields, and my nose felt frozen already. Holy freaking mother, it's cold, I complained, pulling the sleeves of Miles' hoodie over my hands. The guys laughed at me as I hopped into the back of Miles's car.
You still need a scarf and gloves, beautiful,
Ethan informed me as he got in the front seat. I haven't exactly had time to go shopping, I reminded him.
Excuses, excuses,
he muttered. I narrowed my eyes at him, then scooted up behind his seat. I took my freezing hands and shoved them down his back under his shirt and jacket. He shouted, wiggled, and cursed. Oh, look, I found a heater, I taunted, as he continued to complain. Miles and Isaac laughed so hard that we were almost late to school. The morning went on as usual. In World Civ, the girls to my left talked to me again, this time about the coming weekend. It was nice to talk to other girls for once. I was on my way to English when I got a text from Rory. Looks like the woman, Emily Hans, was going to live and make a full recovery. It made my morning. I was sitting in English waiting for class to start when Eric sat to my left again. "Hey, Alexis, what are your plans for the weekend?" he asked, flashing me that dimple. Oh, the usual, use my freaky abilities to beat a bitch ghost into staying away from my friends. I was even a smartass in my head. Instead, I shook my head. I have a project I need to finish and probably a lot of sleeping in. I shrugged. "What is there to do in town?" I asked, curiously. He gave me a friendly half grin. "Not much in the fall, really. Mostly the movies, hiking trails, or parties." He snapped his fingers and pointed at me. "There's a party after the game tonight, out at the Dotsons. Their parents are out of town, if you want to go." Was he asking me out, or was he just letting me know? "Yeah, I heard about that one. My friends were going to take me tonight." I hedged as the teacher walked to the front of the classroom. Class started, and I was miserable. I hated Romeo and Juliet, the story, how other girls fawned over the tragic love story. I couldn't see the appeal. A little communication and honesty on their part, and the whole death thing could have been avoided. But judging by the way that the girls were gushing as they answered questions, I was in the minority. When class was over, Eric walked out with me. "Which way are you headed?" Eric stopped and turned around. I pointed toward the East Hall. He smiled. "I'll walk you," he offered, already walking alongside me. Okay, this was a first. The only people who ever walked the halls with me were the guys. This town doesn't really have a lot to do in the fall, but after the first good snow, there's a lot more going on. He told me about parts of the lake freezing over, the pickup hockey games that happened every Saturday. I couldn't tell if he was trying to be nice or if he was working his way up to asking me out. He was talking about going to the game with a group of his friends when Zeke and Asher found us in the hallway. They were walking along when Asher spotted me, saw Eric, grinned, and said something to Zeke. Zeke smirked. Oh, no. They made a beeline towards us. "So if you want to go to the game..." Eric stopped talking and stopped walking when Zeke and Asher reached us. "Hey, Allie," Asher greeted me before his eyes went to Eric. "Who's this?" Zeke stopped in front of Eric and eyed him up and down, being obvious about it. His frown was very much in place. "Great." "Eric, this is Asher and Zeke, a couple of my friends." I gestured from the boys to Eric. "Eric's in my English class." Asher smiled, his face open and friendly. Zeke was his usual frowning self. "We were just talking about the football game tonight." "It should be a good game," Eric offered, his gaze still on Zeke, who had crossed his arms over his chest. That shit. Eric looked uneasy as he looked back at me. "I'll see you later, Alexis." Then he disappeared into the crowd. I looked up to see Zeke's smirk back in place. "What was that about?" I asked, trying not to laugh. "We wanted to meet the guy who was asking you out on a date," Asher explained. "He didn't ask me out," I argued. "He was trying to." Zeke chuckled. I shook my head at them. I don't know if I should be mad, annoyed, or just laugh. "And you stopped him," I pointed out. "Is this going to become a thing?" "Isn't it better if you know right off if he has a problem with your 5 guy friends?" Asher asked. I rolled my eyes. He had a point. That didn't mean I liked it, but he was right. "Good point," I shrugged dismissively. "Besides, I got a date with Dylan tomorrow night." Asher's eyebrows went up. His eyes widened. He wrapped his arm around me and pulled me to his side, smiling. "And when did this happen?" I snickered as I wrapped my arm around his waist. "On the phone last night." "Where is he taking you?" Zeke asked, adjusting his bag, looking a bit tense. "Meeting him at Vagabond." I looked up at Zeke. "By the way, he wants to thank you for kicking that guy's ass last Saturday." Zeke made a puzzled face.
It had nothing to do with him,
he pointed out, looking uncomfortable. That's what he told me, I offered. I gave Asher a squeeze and looked up at him. Hey, I got a text from Rory. That woman, Emily Hans, going to live. He gave me a big smile. That totally makes my morning. I nodded and let go of Asher before heading down the hall. See you guys at lunch. When we got to our table at lunch, Zeke and Asher were already there. Zeke offered to watch our bags as long as someone grabbed him something. I volunteered immediately. He handed me his money and we headed to the cafeteria. As we went through the line, I picked the most healthy, tasteless food I could find. Revenge is sweet. I was headed back when my conscience twinged at me. I stopped and picked him up a candy bar I'd seen him eat earlier this week. That I stuck in my pocket. The look on his face when I handed him his steamed rice, chicken, and veggies was priceless.
Lexi, what the fuck?
He asked, stunned at what I picked up. The other guys burst out laughing. Revenge is sweet, Zeke. I smiled at him across the table. His eyes met mine as he glared.
I made a point to pick up healthy food that tasted good,
he pointed out. I did feel a little guilty. I was still smiling when I pulled out the teriyaki sauce packets and put them in front of him. He was still glaring at me as he picked them up. I started laughing again as he looked pained, looking at his food. Okay, yeah, I was starting to feel bad. A little. I pulled out the candy bar and tossed it to him. You think I would do that to you? I asked in my sweet voice. Zeke smirked at me and started eating his lunch. So have you asked Christina to the game yet? I asked Ethan as I started eating my tuna salad sandwich. He nodded, his mouth full. When he finished chewing, he answered,
Yep, I'll be meeting her there tonight. Don't really want it to be too date-like. Girls get weird after that.
Speaking of dating, some guy was hitting on Allie in the hallway today, Asher announced, his eyes sparkling. I rolled my eyes and continued eating.
Oh, who?
Isaac asked excitedly.
What's his name?
Ethan chimed in, resting his chin on his hand, giving me his full attention. How did you meet? Isaac continued in a girly voice.
Was he cute?
Ethan said in the exact same tone. The other guys burst out laughing. Oh my God, stop, please, I exclaimed as they continued to make doe eyes at me. His name's Eric and he's in my English class.
Oh, never date someone you have a class with. It gets weird when you break up,
Ethan cautioned as he went back to eating.
Yeah, there's that we've done stuff but now we don't talk awkwardness when you're near each other.
Isaac nodded. Don't worry about that. Zeke scared him off, I told them dismissively. Heads turned to Zeke, who shrugged, unrepentant. What did you do, Zeke? Miles asked, his voice growing colder. He smirked.
Mild glaring,
he admitted to them before turning to me.
If that scared him away, you're better off, because any guy that comes around, we're going to be asking him questions.
What are your intentions? Asher offered.
Where are you going?
Ethan added.
When will you be back?
Isaac supplied. I looked around the table at them to see if they were serious. They were all nodding, including Miles. And does this rule apply to Dylan? I asked, hoping to hear a no. They all smirked. We all just happened to be going to Vagabond Saturday night, so we might as well carpool, Asher said nonchalantly. I sighed and rested my forehead on my hand. I'm never going to date again, I groaned. The guys thought it was hilarious. I looked up and pointed at them. I am warning all of you, if you scare off every guy that wants to ask me out, one of you are going to have to go to homecoming with me, and winter formal, and prom, and anything else I want to go to. They didn't stop laughing until after the bell for 6th period rang. The rest of the day went on as usual. Jem was dull. But when I was on the phone talking to Zeke as we walked the path, I couldn't see Bitch Ghost. It sent a chill down my spine. She could be somewhere else on campus. Then I put it out of my mind. During art class, Asher drew stick figures jumping to their deaths, this time out of an airplane. At least there was a variation. After class, I headed out to the parking lot only to see Miles's car gone. I went and waited next to Zeke's Jeep. Isaac soon joined me.
Where did Miles and Ethan take off to?
I shrugged. I hadn't texted them to find out. Isaac pulled his phone out and started texting. He had a small smile on his face when they answered.
They said they're running errands,
Isaac told me. As we waited for Zeke, we talked about the party. Isaac told me about the girl he had his eye on for a while now. I asked him all the questions they had asked me earlier. He promised never to do that again. Revenge is sweet. After a great deal of bitching, Zeke drove us by Isaac's house and mine to pick up clothes. We pulled into the circular drive in front of the house. We walked into the living room to hear shouting from deeper into the house. I dropped my bags on one of the couches and followed Zeke and Isaac into the family room. Ethan and Miles were on the big couch, their backs towards me. I watched as one character on the screen continued to beat the other into submission. Zeke sat next to Miles, and Isaac took the other couch to the left. I took off my shoes and walked over behind Isaac's couch. I climbed over the back and plopped down next to him. He bumped his shoulder into me. I bumped mine back. "Who's winning?" I asked, crossing my legs under me.
"Miles," Isaac and Zeke said at the same time. I looked over at the other boys. Ethan was cursing under his breath as he hit buttons. He didn't look happy. I watched the screen as his character was knocked out. Ethan cursed and tossed the controller to Zeke.
"I give up. He wins every time,"
Ethan grumbled. Miles smiled before leaning forward and tossing me the controller. I caught it. "Before we start, what are we doing for dinner since Asher isn't here?" I asked, eyeing the boys. They all looked at each other, seeing if anyone had an idea. I rolled my eyes. "Is there food in the kitchen, like ingredients?"
"Usually,"
Miles replied. "I'll go see what I can make." I got to my feet and headed for the door. "Since none of you are getting off your asses..."
"Oh, wait, we'll help,"
Isaac called in a very uninterested voice. I left the family room, walked into the kitchen, and opened the fridge. I pulled out 2 pounds of hamburger and put it on the counter. If we had breadcrumbs, we were having meatloaf. I checked the pantry and found breadcrumbs. Yay, I can make something I know how to cook. I preheated the oven and began looking for the rest of what I needed. I was trying to reach a big metal mixing bowl when a hand with silver rings reached up and snagged it. I jumped and turned my head. Ethan was bringing down the bowl from the cabinet. He held it out to me.
"Thought you might like help."
His smoky voice was back. I had to remind myself not to curl my toes. That voice should really be illegal. "I'll take it. Can you get the eggs out of the fridge?" I asked, as I started looking for the spices. He went off to do that.
"So, what are we making?"
he asked, closing the fridge door. I was pulling down the spices I wanted when I answered. "Meatloaf. It'll take an hour to cook." I washed my hands, opened the meat, and dumped it in the bowl. "Take off your rings, hon. You're getting your hands messy." He groaned as he went to the sink and washed his hands.
"How did you learn to cook?"
he asked, with his back to me. I chewed on the corner of my lip as I picked up the breadcrumbs. "My mom taught me before Dad died," I shrugged, pushing away memories. After that, if I wanted something not cooked in a microwave, I had to make it myself.
"That sucks, Lexi."
Ethan came back over to stand in front of the bowl, his hands clear of his rings.
"You can always come over to our house. Mom makes badass enchiladas."
He pointed to the mixing bowl.
"I take it I've got to mix?"
I nodded and reached for the pepper. The idea of a home-cooked meal made by a real mom sounded much better than it probably should have. I pushed that thought away before adding pepper to the mix. "I might just take you up on that. I like enchiladas," I said.
reaching for the salt. We talked about the party tonight while we finished making the meatloaf. I put it in the pan and waited for the oven to heat up. I hopped up on the counter and watched as Ethan did the same on the other side. "So, tell me about Christina," I asked, genuinely curious.
"She's a nice, sweet girl that doesn't even curse. She's also kind of shy."
He kicked his foot against the cabinet.
"She's the opposite of what I usually go for,"
he admitted. I raised an eyebrow at him. "What are you talking about?" I asked, trying to understand. "I don't know the history here. Catch me up."
"I've dated all kinds of girls."
He began fiddling with one of his rings.
"Goth, punk, emo, geek, band geek. Now I'm up to the prim and proper, and I always have the same problem."
"Which is?" He started to shake his head. "Nuh-uh, no. You don't get to squirm out of this topic. You guys know almost all my shit. Now spill." He chuckled softly.
"Fair enough."
He looked toward the door as if to see if the guys were around. Then he looked back at me.
"Physically we click, it's great, and it's hot. But eventually she realizes I'm not who she thought I was, and she's not who I thought she was, so we split."
His eyes darted to the doorway and back to me.
"So I'm trying to date girls that I normally wouldn't go for, like Christina."
"Sounds like a good idea," I said, trying to figure out how to say the next part. "You really do need something more in common with someone besides you both thinking the other one is hot," I offered, trying not to overstep. Ethan snorted.
"Yeah, Miles said that too."
I bounced my foot against the counter under me.
"Miles usually gives pretty good advice."
"Yeah, why is that?" I asked, dying to know the answer. He knew I was freaking out Tuesday, and I thought I hid it pretty well. Ethan looked at me, his eyebrows raised.
"You were freaking out?"
he asked, eyebrows raised, his eyes wide. Apparently, I hid it good enough to fool the others. "He didn't tell you?" "Oops." Ethan shook his head.
"Guy code beautiful,"
he reminded me. Shit, I just ratted myself out. I was going to have to get the hang of this. "That's not the point," I reminded him, really not wanting to talk about it. The point was he noticed. Ethan took the hint.
"Well, it has to do with Zeke, really,"
Ethan explained.
"A lot of messed up shit went down with his family, and his Aunt Sylvia wanted him to deal with it in a healthy way. So Zeke went to a lot of therapy. Miles wanted to help him heal, so he learned everything he could about psychology."
I looked up to see Ethan watching me, his face serious.
"I'm not telling you about Zeke shit. That's not my story to tell."
"I can respect that."
"Just know that even when Zeke is barking at you and bossing you around, he genuinely wants the best for you."
Ethan eyed the doorway again. "That's why you guys put up with it?" I asked, getting up to put the meatloaf in the oven.
"Yeah, it's how he deals."
Ethan shrugged. A tense silence filled the kitchen. I eyed him suspiciously. "Your cell phone isn't on, right?" Ethan burst out laughing. Dinner was ready an hour later. I microwaved some bags of green beans and put them into a serving bowl. It wasn't Asher's cooking, but it was food. The guys were coming down the hall as I was pulling the meatloaf from the oven. Everyone dished themselves up some food and thanked me for cooking. After we had eaten, Isaac and Ethan agreed to clean up. The rest of us went back to the family room. I was in the middle of trying to kick Zeke's butt at the fighting game when they came back.
"It's a party. I need to blow off some steam."
Isaac snapped at his brother as they walked in.
"Blowing off some steam is fine, but you have training tomorrow." "And I'll deal with it," Isaac interrupted, his tone making it clear the subject was closed. I have never heard Isaac serious about something. It was weird. It distracted me enough that Zeke got the upper hand and knocked out my character.
I checked the clock and saw the time. It was 5:45 p.m. Well, I'm going to go soak in the tub, then get ready. I got to my feet and handed the controller to Miles. Miles, avenge my honor. Zeke cursed.
As my lady wills it,
Miles said, in a gallant, puffed-up voice. I walked into the bedroom and dropped my bags on the bed. I pulled out everything I'd need for my soak, including my MP3 player. I left my clothes and makeup to grab later, though I did take my cell phone with me. I went into the bathroom and started the tub. Soon I was soaking away all my worries with the jets on. I dunked my head once to get my hair wet, then I put my earbuds in and started my music. Everything drifted away. All the stress of the last week disappeared. It always amazes me the way a good tub soak can make you feel like new. I was playing Angry Birds when I remembered that Dylan had a game today, so I sent him a message. Alexis, good luck at your game tonight. I was just about to go back to the game when my phone vibrated. Wow, that was quick. Dylan.
Thanks. It should be a good game. How was your day?
I smiled as I texted back, feeling girly. Alexis. Not bad. Miles had to lend me a hoodie to go under my jacket today. Why is it so freaking cold here? Dylan.
LOL. We're in the mountains, sweetie. It even snows here.
I tried to ignore the warm feeling in my stomach I had when he called me sweetie. Alexis. I'm going to freeze. How was your day? Dylan.
LOL.
The usual. Just killing time until we need to get in our gear. Alexis. What position do you play? You never told me. Dylan.
I'm a running back.
I smiled. That meant he was quick, light on his feet, and ran the ball a lot. Alexis. What are your yards per carry? There were a couple heartbeats of silence before he answered. Dylan.
You know what stats are?
Alexis. Yeah, watched football with my dad a lot. He always answered any questions I had, and I wanted to understand what was going on. Dylan.
Let me get somewhere quieter and I'll call you. I need to hear you talking about stats.
Panic clutched my chest tight. Alexis. No. I winced as I sent that, then quickly tried to explain. Alexis. I can't talk on the phone right now. I just remembered you had a game today and I figured you'd be too busy to talk to me. I felt my face turn pink as I hit send. Dylan.
Where are you that you can't talk?
I groaned. He probably thought I was on the toilet or something. That was worse than the truth. Sighing, I texted him back. Alexis. I'm kind of soaking in the tub. I just wanted to wish you luck tonight. Didn't think you could talk. It was a couple minutes before he replied. Dylan.
Damn, Lexi.
I snickered to myself. Alexis. I tried not telling you. Dylan.
I'm calling.
Alexis. I won't answer. Dylan.
I'm so going to talk to you when you're naked.
Alexis. Not today, you're not. Dylan.
Tell me there are bubbles.
I started laughing so hard I almost dropped my phone into the water. Alexis. LMAO. Dylan.
Fine. Don't tell me if there are bubbles or if your hair is down or up.
Alexis. Okay. I'm hanging up now. Dylan.
Okay, I'll behave. What are you doing tonight after the game?
Alexis. The guys are taking me to a party somewhere. Dylan.
Zeke going?
I looked at my phone suspiciously. Why did he want to know about Zeke? Alexis. Yeah? Why? Dylan.
Just suddenly very grateful you have guy friends.
My heart melted as I texted him back, but I was also a little irked he thought I needed protecting. It was a weird feeling. Alexis. You're sweet, but I can handle a party. Dylan.
I bet you can, but you're small, honey. There's only so much you can do against a guy bigger than you.
I hated to admit it, but he was right. Hell, Zeke had proved that on Tuesday. I sighed, resigned. Alexis, you want me to stick near the guys, don't you?
Dylan, it would help me not worry about you.
I groaned. I could just tell him that I was going to stick near the guys. Hell, I probably was anyway. They were the only ones at school I really knew. But he didn't need to know that. Alexis, all right, I'll stick with the guys. Dylan,
thank you.
Alexis, what are you doing after the game? Dylan,
heading home. We'll get back around 11:30 tonight. Then I was going to take a shower and text you to see if you were awake to talk.
Alexis, sounds good to me.
Dylan, it's a date. Now, seriously, Bubbles?
I burst out laughing and shaking my head. Alexis, LOL. I'll talk to you later tonight. Good luck at the game.
Dylan, TTYL.
I put my phone down and laid my head back, smiling. I started getting into the music. I began to sing along. After I was done, I turned off the jets and unplugged the tub. I was still singing along to Hailstorm's Amen when I tied a towel around me and was dabbing my wet hair with another, when I opened the door, still singing, and froze. All 4 boys were sitting there looking at me, red-faced and laughing. Miles was the only one looking apologetic, standing by the bed, his hands in his pockets. Oh, God. They heard me singing. My face went red instantly as I yanked the buds out. Their laughter filled my ears. I grabbed both ends of the towel in my hands, flipping it into a rat tail. "You assholes!" I shouted at them, and started whipping one end of the towel at the boys on the bed. They kept laughing as they scattered out of range. I chased them out of the bedroom, nailing a few on their butts.
"Worth it!"
Isaac shouted on his way out the door. In the hall, Ethan turned around out of range of the towel.
"Your voice is actually pretty good."
I threw the towel at his face and slammed the door, this time locking it. I'll never forget to lock the bedroom door again. I finished getting ready. I did my normal hair stuff, combing anti-frizz, but this time I added leave-in conditioner, and I dried my hair with a hairdryer while I waited for my face to turn back to normal. Then I did my usual sunscreen moisturizer. I know it's nighttime, but damn it, I'm very white. I did my usual makeup, only tonight I made the shadow a few shades darker and the black liner thicker, bringing my eyes out more. I looked at my face and thought about using a deep red lipstick. Nah, I'm wearing red already. I put on a rosy pink lipstick that was a couple shades darker than my natural lips. I stepped back and looked in the mirror. The makeup wasn't as subtle as normal, but it still looked good. I put on my black bra and underwear. I pulled on black skinny jeans, a dark red Henley long-sleeve shirt. I made sure to unbutton a couple buttons to show a little cleavage. I didn't want to fall out of my shirt tonight. I pulled on my tall black boots with black leather straps on the outside, making sure to tuck my pants into the boots. I left the bathroom and looked in the full-length mirror in the bedroom. My hair was in sleek curls for once, no frizz or flyaways. The skinny jeans showed the shape of my hips and thighs even more than my usual boot-cut jeans. And with the still somewhat modest shirt, I didn't look real sexy until you were standing near me. That's what I liked. Subtle but sexy. I used a quick layer of nice-smelling hairspray to keep my hair from frizzing. I made sure to put my 2 necklaces on, tucking them into my shirt, and my onyx beads, which I pulled my shirt sleeve over. I even made a point to put on the rosemary oil again. I was going to have fun tonight. No ghost drama, just normal teenage fun, whatever the hell that means. I grabbed my keys, cell, and wallet before leaving the bedroom. I found the guys waiting in the living room. When they spotted me, eyebrows went up and talking stopped. I took a look at them. Zeke and Miles were still in their clothes from this morning. Ethan was wearing black jeans, a black collared shirt unbuttoned, showing a black t-shirt underneath, along with his usual rings on his fingers and in his ear, but he was freshly shaved. Isaac was still wearing his dark blue jeans, only his orange t-shirt had a vintage look. He also wore an olive green short-sleeved collared shirt, unbuttoned. Isaac's hair was actually combed. "You guys clean up pretty good," I told them. "Well," I held my hands out and did a turn. I heard Zeke curse. When I was facing them again, I looked at them questioningly. Isaac had a confused look on his face. "What?" I looked down, thinking I got makeup on my clothes or something. When I saw nothing, I looked back at him with an eyebrow raised.
"How do you do that?"
Isaac asked. "Do what?" I looked down at my outfit again, not understanding what he was asking.
"You were completely dressed, showing almost no skin, and still..."
Isaac trailed off.
"We're going to spend all night making sure she's not in trouble,"
Zeke groused, looking at the others. Miles's ears had turned a soft pink. Isaac's eyebrows were up, and Ethan was grinning ear to ear. I took it all as a compliment. "Relax, Zeke, I'm not planning on drinking." His shoulders relaxed.
"Good."
His eyes ran over me again, the worry back on his face. I wrinkled my nose at him.
"Oh, I almost forgot."
Ethan went over to the couch and grabbed a shopping bag. He handed it to me.
"Miles and I went shopping for you."
I raised an eyebrow and opened the bag. There was a great soft black scarf with white skulls of different sizes all over it. I loved it instantly. "This is awesome. Where did you get it? I think I need this in every color," I asked, having a big girly moment. The guys laughed as I pulled out soft black knit gloves and a black beanie with a skull and crossbones on the front. I loved them. I dropped the bag and hugged Ethan tight. "Thank you, guys. I love them." I let go of Ethan and hugged Miles, who went tense, but then relaxed after a couple heartbeats.
"No problem, Lexi,"
Miles told me, patting my back.
"Yeah, I was only thinking about my poor neck,"
Ethan teased. I threw my scarf on and tucked the gloves and beanie into my jean pockets. "Come on, I'll drive," I told them as I picked up my jacket. Everyone grabbed their coats, checked their charms, and we headed out. When we pulled up to the student lot, it was packed. I hadn't realized how popular a football game was in this town. I finally found a spot and parked. We paid and went through the gate. Ethan stayed behind, wanting to wait for Christina. The crowd was thick enough that we had to go single file. I grabbed Miles's and Isaac's hands to stop us from getting separated. Zeke was in front, making a path. When we made it to a less crowded area, I let go of the boys and looked around. We were on the far right side of the bleachers. We followed Zeke down the cement steps till we were around the middle.
"This good?"
Zeke asked, pointing to the benches. We all said yes. I ended up on the left with Isaac and Miles to the right. Zeke sat behind me. The guys started talking about the game and injuries some of the players had. I asked about Asher's stats and got a couple surprised looks. Then Miles was telling me Asher's numbers. The bleachers were really filling up when Ethan found us, Christina in tow. She had a cute face with a button nose, long straight brown hair, and pretty brown eyes. She was wearing an oversized lavender sweater, white jeans, and a khaki jacket. She was cute. There was no other way to describe her.
"Everyone, this is Christina,"
Ethan announced before he pointed at each of us.
"That's Zeke, Miles, Isaac, and Lexi."
Isaac said hi. Miles smiled and turned around quickly, his fingers tapping that staccato rhythm again. Christina looked really tense, her fingers nodding in on themselves over and over again. I got an idea. "Thank God, another girl," I all but shouted dramatically. I stood up and hurried across the bench in front of us to get past the boys. I was soon sitting next to Christina, her face lit up, her eyes wide. I gave her my pleading face. "Please talk to me about girl stuff. I'm begging you." The guys burst out laughing. Even Christina chuckled.
"No one wants to hear that stuff, Red."
Isaac shot over his shoulder, a mischievous half grin on his face. He knew what I was doing. I leaned over and popped him lightly on the shoulder. "Shut up. We already talked about football stats. It's my turn." I shot back, before turning back to Ethan's date. I kept asking her questions to get her to start talking. She was in the school band, played the flute and piano. She was hoping to go on to college with a great music program. The more I got her to talk, the more she relaxed and talked to the others. She asked me what it was like to have so many guy friends. I told her it was a hoot, in a deadpan voice. I told her about this afternoon and the whole boys listening to me sing incident. I left out that I was in a towel part. The guys snickered. I shot each of them a glare. Christina giggled. Christina also showed me several ways to fold and use my new scarf. I didn't know there was more than one way to use a scarf. Learned something new every day. When the game started, I got up to go back to my spot. Ethan caught my eye and mouthed, "Thank you." I gave him a wink and went back to my spot. As the game went on, we cheered and booed the bad calls. It wasn't until it was well into the second quarter that I realized the temperature had dropped. I could see my breath. It was cold. I had mostly lived in Southern California, Arizona, and New Mexico. It did not get this cold there. The metal bench under my butt seemed to steal any warmth I had. I pulled on my gloves and my beanie. I was a bit warmer, but still freezing. "Shit, it's cold," I finally muttered.
"What's wrong, Lexi? Didn't it get cold in California?"
Isaac taunted. I blew into my gloved hands. Not this freaking cold. I was starting to seriously consider sitting in one of the guys' laps. I was even trying to decide whose lap I was jumping into when Zeke caught my attention.
"There's hot chocolate at the snack bar if you want something warm."
I was up and down the aisle in a blink. I only stopped long enough to ask if someone else wanted something. They all said no, laughing as I ran up the steps. I didn't care. I was not used to this weather. I was on my way back from the snack bar with my large hot chocolate warming my hands when I heard my name. I stopped and looked around. Eric waved to me as he hurried over through the crowd.
"So you made it," Eric observed. "Where are you sitting?"
I gestured over my shoulder towards the other end of the bleachers. "With the guys on the end over there. It's less crowded." I took a sip of my cocoa.
"Do you think your friends will mind if I join you?"
he asked, his voice uncertain. Surprised, I didn't know really how to answer. I had a date with Dylan tomorrow and a phone date tonight. Did that make it weird if Eric came to sit with us during the game? I was really rusty at this. I don't think so," I stammered, still not knowing how to answer. Eric seemed to relax and walked with me. I had just finished telling him that Zeke wasn't as protective as he seemed today when we reached the guys. "Hey guys, this is Eric," I announced, narrowing my eyes at Zeke, warning him not to start glaring. He gave me a smirk and went back to watching the game. I pointed out everyone as I introduced them. "This is Christina, Ethan, you know, Zeke, Isaac, and Miles." Everyone said hi except Zeke. I decided to sit down next to Miles. Keeping Zeke away from Eric seemed a good idea. I might not want to date the guy, but I didn't want to have him shit himself if Zeke sneezed. The game went on, and the conversation flowed. Halftime came, and my phone vibrated. I checked it. Ethan.
"Who's this guy?"
I made sure Eric couldn't see my phone and answered. "Alexis." "Guy from English," Zeke scared off. He wanted to sit with me, and I didn't know how to answer. I'm actually not dating anyone, but at the same time, I have a phone date with Dylan tonight and a regular one tomorrow. It wasn't long before he wrote back. "Ethan."
"A double pull. Nice, beautiful."
I snickered and put my phone away. No judgment from Ethan. I liked that about him. I went back to watching the halftime show. We were in the third quarter when it happened. Hoots and whistles went up through the crowd. I didn't understand until Miles touched my shoulder gently.
"Lexi,"
Miles said, his voice serious.
"The big screen."
I looked up and my heart dropped. There was a photo of me in my underwear. It was obvious I was changing in the locker room and that I had no idea the photo was being taken. Words flashed across the bottom of the screen. Call for a good time, followed by a phone number. My mouth dropped. More cheers and laughter rang out through the crowd. "Oh my goodness!" Christina's voice was shocked.
"What the fuck?"
Ethan cursed, his voice low with controlled anger.
"Who the hell did that?"
Isaac growled.
"Why is it still up there?"
Even Miles's voice was cold. I didn't hear anything from Zeke, and I knew that wasn't good.
"Is that your phone number?"
Eric asked, stunned. I read the number again. "No," I said, as I took a really good look at the picture. At first, it looked bad, I admit. I was in my underwear on a big screen. My underwear wasn't skimpy. In fact, it covered more than some swimsuits. Once I thought of that, I felt better, and it didn't bother me so much. It looked like I was wearing a two-piece swimsuit. The only reason anyone knew it was underwear was because of the locker next to me and the jeans in my hand. I decided to look on the bright side and laugh this off. At least I don't look half bad. I heard Christina make a surprised laugh behind me. The twins immediately agreed with me, if only to make me feel better. That's when I heard Zeke get to his feet and step into the spot where I was sitting earlier. Then everything happened fast.
"Zeke!"
Isaac called a warning. Zeke stepped down onto the next bench and started walking up that bench toward the center aisle.
"Oh no,"
Miles muttered.
"Lexi, stop him!"
Ethan shouted. I got to my feet as he began to pass me and jumped onto his back like a spider monkey. "Zeke, stop. Calm down," I told him, my voice hard as I was clinging to his back, with my knees around his ribs and my arms around his neck. I had managed to get high enough on his back that my face was near his ear. Zeke barely noticed my weight. He kept going. He stepped out into the center aisle. "It was a girl. I was in the locker room. You can't kill a girl, and you can't do it with me on your back. You'll make me an accessory to murder," I pointed out, hoping that would stop him. He stopped walking.
"Get off me, baby,"
he growled. His whole body was tense under me. His hands went to my arms as if to pry me off. I grabbed his wrists and squeezed tighter with my legs. "It was probably Jessica. We have gym the same period. You can't beat up a girl," I explained, desperately. He was so pissed he was actually shaking to hit someone under my weight. He twisted his wrists from my grasp and started to back up the steps. Oh, shit. Miles, Isaac, and Ethan had run up the steps and were trying to stop him.
"But the guy running the damn screen isn't, and he hasn't taken the fucking thing down,"
Zeke snarled, still climbing. "Miles will get him to take it down," I assured him, as I looked up desperately at Miles. "Miles, go get them to take it down." Miles instantly turned and ran up the steps 2 at a time. Isaac took Miles' spot, blocking Zeke, but it wasn't working. They were just slowing him down, so I kept talking. "Yeah, I'm in my underwear, but that covers more than most swimsuits do. It's not even my real phone number." I kept going as he kept climbing. "I'm not that embarrassed. I don't look too bad. Sure, I need some muscle tone, so I'll probably start working out with you guys, but otherwise—"
"It's down,"
Ethan announced, not relaxing from his defensive position. Zeke stopped a step down from them. I felt his back rising and falling as he took deep breaths. I kept talking. "Zeke, I don't care about it. It's okay," I whispered to him. He shook his head.
"It's not okay, Lexi. Some assholes putting a picture of you up like that is not okay."
He snapped over his shoulder at me. He kept taking deep breaths as he was fighting to keep control. Miles came back down the stairs, his face pink, his eyes running over us.
"Are we good?"
he asked, watching Zeke like you would a wolf. I shook my head. We weren't good. We were out of emergency, but we weren't good. An idea sparked in my mind. "Zeke, if you calm down, we can call Rory," I offered calmly. Zeke looked at me over his shoulder. I just turned 17 in August, and someone just put a photo of me in my underwear on display.
Technically, that is child pornography. It's a felony.
Miles chimed in, seeing where I was going with this. And I am the niece of a very overprotective cop, I reminded him. Personally, it only irritated me, but if I had to call Rory to get Zeke to calm down, I'd call Rory. Zeke's body relaxed a little under me. Rory will scare the shit out of her and whoever helped her, I offered, in a sing-song voice. He ran a hand through his hair and gave a big, hard sigh.
Fine. Call Rory.
Zeke's voice was still not back to normal. I gave him a nudge in the ribs with my right knee. Take me back to my seat first. Mush, I teased, hoping to get a mouth twitch. I got a snort. Even better. Zeke turned around and walked down the steps carefully. We were almost back to our seats when Eric met us. His eyes went from Zeke to me on Zeke's back.
Not that protective, huh?
Zeke didn't stop so I could talk to him. He kept moving. Can you blame him? I asked sarcastically. If he didn't understand why one of my friends would be pissed over this, then he could fuck off.
See you in English, Alexis,
he said before heading back up the stairs. Zeke's hands came back and wrapped around my knees, giving me more support as he continued down the stairs. He gave me a gentle squeeze, probably apologizing. You know, it's like I'm riding a dinosaur up here, I told him, so he knew I wasn't upset. The other boys laughing behind me, I sat up a bit and started looking around. So this is what you see if you're tall. I felt him chuckle. I smiled, pleased with myself. When we reached where Christina was sitting, Zeke went down another step before he let go of my legs and squatted down enough for me to touch the ground. I let go and waited for him to get back to his feet. He looked at me expectantly.
Call Rory,
he demanded. I pulled out my phone and dialed as everyone else sat back down. I started back to my seat only to see that I had knocked my hot chocolate to the ground. I picked up the now empty cup and set it aside to throw it away. Rory answered as I was scooting in to sit next to Miles. Zeke sat next to me. I explained to him the situation and how I wanted to scare the shit out of the ones responsible. Rory agreed completely. He was going to send a couple guys on duty over to the game and take care of it. I don't want to charge them, I repeated for the 5th time to Rory. My uncle sounded so pissed that I felt I had to keep reminding him.
I got it, Lexi, trust me. We'll have them in cuffs by the end of the game, and it'll be very public.
Rory reassured me before hanging up. I tucked my cell phone away. Then I looked up at Zeke. He says they'll have them in cuffs before the end of the game, and it'll be public, I announced.
Good,
Zeke said in a satisfied voice. Everyone agreed. Then I remembered Asher. If Jessica were responsible, it would be his sister that was put in cuffs. I cursed. Asher's going to be mad, isn't he? I asked no one in particular, biting the corner of my lip.
Nah,
Isaac reassured me.
He probably saw the photo too.
Zeke shook his head, the worry back on his face.
You know what's going to happen now, right?
He asked, getting all of our attention.
Guys are going to start catcalling you, harassing you. The creeps are going to start coming around.
Zeke trailed off. He was clearly dreading the fallout of the photo. Then I'll deal, and if anyone gets handsy, I'll punch them. I bumped my shoulder into his, getting his attention. It'll be okay, Zeke. I'm a big girl. I can sock a guy in the jaw just as easily as you can. That made the corner of his mouth twitch. He looked away from me, his eyes finding my empty paper cup.
I owe you a hot chocolate.
He heaved himself to his feet and headed toward the center aisle. No killing, Zeke, I called after him.
No killing,
he grumbled back. Or maiming. He turned to me with that smirk finally on his face.
No maiming,
he assured me before heading up the stairs. It was only a few moments later when Ethan started laughing. Then Isaac started up, then Miles, then even I was laughing. The relief actually left me lightheaded, but for the others it was something else.
When I said to stop him, I didn't mean for you to jump on him, Lexi.
Ethan managed through his laughing. It just kind of happened, I explained. Besides, Zeke wouldn't go into a fight with me on his back, and I was clinging like a monkey. That brought another round of laughing.
Oh, I wish I had that on camera,
Isaac admitted. Soon we all settled down and watched the game. It wasn't long till Zeke was back, and I had my hot chocolate warming my hands again. It was near the end of the fourth quarter when Zeke looked to our left. I turned, and sure enough, 2 uniformed police officers were going down the stairs toward the front of the bleachers. I couldn't help but smile as they approached the cheerleaders.
Oh, here it comes,
Isaac said excitedly. He even had his phone out, recording as Jessica was handcuffed and taken back up the stairs in front of everyone. When they were out of sight, Isaac stopped recording. I leaned over to him. "Send me that video," I whispered to him.
Are you kidding? I'm putting it on YouTube.
I watched as he did just that. I looked to my right at Zeke. "Feel better now?" He nodded, his head grinning.
"Yeah, I do,"
Zeke admitted. I nodded myself. "I kind of do too." The game was over soon after that, and we all headed out to wait by Asher's car. Christina had left after the game, saying she had a curfew. We all turned our backs and walked a ways away to try to give them some privacy. We made small talk loudly, so we couldn't hear them till they walked off into the parking lot. Ethan came back after walking her to her car, frowning. "Didn't go well?" I asked, wincing. Ethan shook his head.
"That's all right. We managed to stop Zeke from killing someone, so it wasn't so bad,"
Ethan offered as he leaned against the car next to me. I leaned over and rested my head against his shoulder. "Sorry." Ethan's arm moved. He wrapped it around my shoulders and gave me a squeeze. I put my head back on his shoulder.
"Not your fault."
"We are going to a party," I reminded him, hoping to cheer him up. "Lots of girls to use that smoky, toe-curling voice on." Ethan smiled down at me, his chocolate eyes warm.
"Yeah, you're right,"
he nodded. "Besides, it looks like one of you guys is going to have to take me to homecoming and winter formal," I informed them, sulking a little.
"Yeah, what was up with that Eric guy?"
Isaac asked, moving to stand across from us.
"Your photo gets put on the big screen and one of your friends goes berserk?"
Isaac spread his arms, palms up.
"You help calm him down and he bails?"
"I think it was because that friend was a guy," I suggested, and then added, "that Zeke is protective of me just tipped the scale."
"That's ridiculous,"
Miles chimed in.
"Zeke's protective of all of us." "I can hear you, you know,"
Zeke called over to us from a few steps away. We giggled. "It doesn't matter. Anyone I date has to hold their own around you guys, otherwise they can go," I told them honestly. Ethan pulled me close and kissed the top of my head. It made me feel warm. That cared-for feeling washed over me again. I think I was starting to get used to it.
"You mean like Dylan?"
Ethan teased. I snorted. "We'll find out tomorrow night."
"I'm just speculating here, but Eric could have not liked what he saw on the big screen,"
Miles suggested. My mouth dropped as I looked at him. The other boys groaned. I heard Zeke curse. "Miles, I know I need some muscle tone, but did I look that bad?" I asked, using the question to point out what he had said wrong. His eyes went wide when he realized his mistake.
No.
He waved his hand in front of himself, as if he could erase what he said and start over.
"I mean the attention. He might be a more low-key person."
I looked over to Isaac. "Can I start working out with you guys? I want that muscle tone."
"We start tomorrow at 7 a.m.,
Isaac said, grinning at me. "Sadists." "Who's a sadist?" Asher asked, coming up to the group. His blonde hair was wet but combed. He was back in blue jeans, a white long-sleeve shirt, and dark blue hoodie. His eyes went to my face, assessing.
And what the hell happened on the big screen?
Your sister snapped a picture of me in the locker room, I explained. She got some guy to put it up on the screen with a fake cell phone number.
Zeke was dead set to go on a rampage, but Beautiful here jumped onto his back. She latched onto him like a monkey.
Ethan chimed in.
Red managed to stall him long enough for Miles to run up and get the picture off the screen before Zeke killed the guy.
Isaac continued for Ethan.
And once the screen was off, Lexi calmed Zeke down by offering to call Rory, since she is only 17, and that was her, not Drust.
Miles continued for Isaac.
That made it child porn, which is a felony. The guy controlling the big screen and your sister were cuffed and taken to the police station.
Zeke finished for all of us. Asher's face was stunned. I'm not pressing charges. My uncle's cop buddies are just scaring the shit out of them, I assured him before he started worrying. It took a minute to process everything before he responded.
Okay, she deserved it. Let's hit the party.
Chapter 18. We ended up taking 2 cars. Zeke and Miles went with Asher. The twins came with me. I followed Asher to a house outside of town. The house looked like it had been a barn at one time, but had been renovated and had new additions. The party was in full swing when we arrived. I parked far enough back from the house that even if more people showed up, the blazer wouldn't be buried. Isaac was out the door as soon as I stopped. I shut off the truck, climbed out, and met Ethan on the other side. We both watched as Isaac ran through the cars and into the house. Ethan sighed sadly.
That's not a good sign,
Ethan announced. We started walking toward the house. Why's that? Isaac's always excited. Ethan shook his head.
My brother is different when he drinks,
he explained.
We all end up keeping an eye on him to make sure he doesn't do anything stupid.
Like what? I asked, as Zeke, Asher, and Miles spotted us and began making their way over. We stopped to wait.
One time he got on the roof of the house and wanted to jump into the pool. That was over 10 feet from the house.
I winced, thinking about how much that would hurt, hitting cement like that.
Asher had to tackle him. We got real lucky neither of them went off the roof.
Wow. The others joined us. Asher raised an eyebrow at me.
I'm just telling Beautiful about Isaac when he drinks,
Ethan explained. Asher nodded.
Did you tell her about the time he was punching a tree for almost an hour before we found him?
Asher asked Ethan. Seriously? It was hard to imagine sweet, funny, energetic Isaac like that.
Yeah. Then there was that girlfriend he had,
Zeke answered, shaking his head as we all headed for the house.
Yeah, she treated him like shit and he just took it.
Ethan stepped behind me as we slipped through the cars.
I mean bad. She called him names, put him down all the time. It was insane.
He'd probably still be dating her if her family hadn't moved away, Asher added.
You remember him climbing without gear on our hike?
Ethan asked me. I nodded.
That sort of shit.
He also likes to pick fights with groups of guys at these things. Miles chimed in. Does he ever say why he does this stuff? I was genuinely worried about him. I was half tempted to go in that house, yank him out, and take him back to Miles's house. They all shook their heads.
When he gets like that, he doesn't talk to us. Not until after he's sober, and never about what happened,
Ethan admitted. We were getting close to the house now. I could hear the music thumping. So what do you do when he starts a fight? I asked, just in case. The guys shrugged. Get a grip on him and get him outside, Miles said simply. Well, shit.
All right, guys. One of us in the room with Isaac at all times,
Zeke said, as if this was routine.
Lexi and Miles are the sober drivers. If you see Brandon Zimmer, watch him carefully.
I raised an eyebrow at that. Zeke didn't notice.
If he tries to drop something in a girl's drink, kick his ass out and don't be gentle about it.
Zeke's gaze zeroed in on me.
And you, don't accept a drink from anyone that isn't one of us. Don't put your drink down and drink from it. Get a new one, and if Brandon Zimmer comes to talk to you, kick him in the balls for me.
I smiled sweetly at that. I had no problem with that.
Try to stay in the same room as one of us.
I frowned at him.
Please,
he added quickly.
If you get into trouble you can't handle, just shout for Asher and your location. Guy's got the hearing of a blind man.
Asher smiled. It's true. If you give even a half shout in there, I'll be able to hear you from the second floor, Asher admitted nonchalantly. Even over the music? They all nodded. Damn, that was impressive. Remind me never to use the bathroom with you in the next room. We were on the porch of the house when Asher waved his hand dismissively.
Just turn on the faucet, that's what my sister does,
Asher called over his shoulder. We walked into the house. It was huge. The old barn's main room went all the way to the roof. Railings showed it was open on the second floor. We made our way into the house and almost immediately got separated. A hand grabbed mine. I turned to see Miles tugging me through the dance floor. A hand went around my waist as someone started to grind on my hip. My elbow shot out, knocking the air from the guy's lungs. He let go, gasping, as I followed Miles. We came out of the dense crowd. Zeke took a beer bottle from Asher as he was searching the room. I imagine he was looking for Isaac. Miles pulled me to the drink table and grabbed a red plastic cup.
Have you ever had orange juice with 7-Up?
He asked, pouring the drink. Nope. Miles grinned as he handed me the cup.
Try it.
He went about making himself one. I took a sip and liked it. It was sweet, light, and made my tongue tingle from the carbonation. Okay, that's good, I told him. Miles smiled, putting down the 7-Up.
And no one will hassle you about not drinking.
He lifted his cup up. I hit his with mine. We both drank. I liked Miles's way of thinking. Ethan came out of the crowd, a red cup in his hand.
Isaac's found the ping pong table,
he announced. Beer pong? I asked. He shook his head.
Shot pong.
I groaned. That was awful. The guys cursed. I tapped Miles's shoulder and pointed at the table. Get me a can of soda, please. Miles turned and did as I asked, as the others were debating who was going to watch Isaac first. Miles handed me the can. I nudged Ethan's arm. Show me where Isaac is. I'll take the first watch and try to slow him down. Maybe I'll get him to do something else for a while. The guys all thought about that for a moment.
That might just work,
Asher announced.
Hell, she can get Zeke to calm down. She might be able to keep Isaac from doing something stupid.
Ethan agreed.
We'll rotate out every 30 minutes. Sound good?
Zeke asked, looking at everyone. Everyone agreed. We split up. Ethan took my elbow and led me to the far side of the house. It looked like a recreation room. There was an air hockey table, darts, and video game, in addition to the ping pong table. Ethan stopped before Isaac could see him. He pointed me in the right direction. I nodded when I saw Isaac's blue hair. Ethan melted back into the crowd near the door. I moved around the group that was watching other people play video games.
Hey, you're the girl from the big screen,
I heard someone say as I kept walking. The voice followed.
Hey, I'm looking for a good time, honey.
Find it somewhere else, I shot over my shoulder. His friends laughed. It sounded like he took it well since he backed off. I just hoped anyone else who tries does too. I stepped into Isaac's line of sight. The boys had taken the net down and had 6 cups in front of each of them. Isaac had just landed a ball into the other guy's cup, making him drink, when I sidled up next to him, touching his arm with my hip. Hey, Cookie Monster, I greeted him, smiling. Isaac looked up and smiled.
Red, there you are. Where is everyone?
He greeted me. They ditched me for some girls, I sighed, with fake disappointment. I held out the soda to him. And I heard you might need a chaser. Isaac took the soda from me.
Yeah, I did. Thanks, Red.
He gestured to one of the other chairs.
Have a seat. Stay a while.
I sat down and watched as the other guy missed on Isaac's end. They went back and forth for a while, both missing. The other guy made it into Isaac's cup. I watched as he drank the shot and refilled it with tequila and put it back in line. I started thinking about how I could get Isaac away from the pong table. I came up with an idea when a guy approached me.
You're the new girl, right?
He asked, already slurring his words. I'm Alexis, I offered, trying to be polite.
That's a cool name,
he said, before tapping his chest.
I'm Anthony. Everyone calls me Tony.
I noticed out of the corner of my eye that Isaac had sunk another ball. It's nice to meet you, Tony. I turned back to watch the game.
Hey, what was with the big screen at the game? Who would do that to you?
He asked, leaning closer. I shrugged. I pissed someone off and they tried to get back at me, I explained, watching Isaac drink another shot. Okay, 2 shots down that I've seen. I needed to get Isaac away from the table. I was about to get up when Tony put his hand on my knee.
That's a shame. You're a pretty girl. They shouldn't have put your photo up like that.
I turned my head and looked him in the eye. Move your hand or I will break it, I said in a dead calm voice. He lifted his hand away and backed up.
Can't blame a guy for trying,
he said, before disappearing into the crowd. I turned to see Isaac down another shot. Shit. I got up and went over to him. Cookie Monster? I asked in a sweet voice. He looked up at me, smiling. He wasn't drunk yet.
Yeah, Red?
I used my best pout on him. Will you come dance with me? I asked, almost pleading. His eyebrows rose in surprise. You're one of the few guys around here I trust not to get handsy. His eyebrows dropped as he understood. No one wanted a repeat of the bar.
You got it, Red,
he told me. He looked down the table at the other guy.
Sorry, man, but a lady calls.
Isaac took my hand and led me through the house back into the front room. I spotted Zeke leaning against the wall talking to a girl with purple hair. When he spotted us, I winked at him as Isaac pulled me onto the dance floor. We danced. I moved to the music next to Isaac, ignoring everyone else in the room. When a guy crowded close, I'd throw an elbow just before Isaac pulled me closer, his arm going around my waist as he glared over my shoulder. The music changed to a loud thumping rhythm. We put our arms in the air, jumping along with everyone else. When the music changed to a slow song, he pulled me in close with one arm around my waist. I leaned in and proceeded to tell him the worst jokes I had ever heard. He shot some back. Soon we were going back and forth. We kept getting weird looks on the dance floor. I don't know how long we danced. I'm sure it was over my 30 minutes, but it kept Isaac away from the shot pong table. Eventually, I needed a break. I waved a hand at my face and pointed off the dance floor. He nodded and took my hand, leading me off the floor and towards the drink station. Shit. He handed me a bottle of water before pouring himself a rum and coke. I had tried. I checked the seal on the bottle, making sure it hadn't been opened, and then opened it myself. I took a long drink. I was sweating a lot. I reached back and pulled the mass of hair off my neck. I wish I hadn't worn a long-sleeved shirt. I wished I knew where to put my jacket without it getting stolen. Isaac leaned into me so I could hear him over the music.
I'm going to go check out some games,
he told me. My eyes darted around the room. I spotted Ethan sitting on a couch and talking with a group of people. I nodded to Isaac.
I'll see you later. Thanks for the dance, Red.
He disappeared back toward the game room. I made my way over to Ethan and tapped him on the shoulder. He looked up at me, smiling, his cheeks a little pink, though his eyes were clear as glass. I leaned down and whispered into his ear, "Your turn." His head jerked back from me. I stood up, not wanting him to get that good of a look at the girls. He got to his feet, checked his watch, and looked at me puzzled. He leaned in, talking into my ear.
"You've had him all this time?"
I pressed my cheek against his so we could talk. Yeah, he had 3 shots when I found him. We've been dancing since then, but he just made himself a drink. Ethan suddenly seemed to tackle me. His body slammed into mine, his arms wrapping around me, squeezing tight. We stumbled, but he managed to keep us upright.
"Beautiful. You are amazing. It's been an hour and a half. Normally, we'd be pulling him out of a fight by now."
Don't thank me yet. He just went to check out the games. I hugged him back. The twins really were affectionate. I was getting used to it. Hell, I was really starting to like it. I felt Ethan nod against my head.
"I'm going to buy you some jewelry, woman,"
Ethan declared, before surprising me by kissing my forehead before heading in the direction Isaac had taken. I took a drink and looked around. It was really hot in here. I headed for the front door. I wanted some air. The outside air was cold and made the sweat on my skin chilled instantly, but I didn't want to go back in yet. I leaned out over the railing of the porch, looking at a cat that seemed to be sleeping through the party.
"Lexi!"
I knew that bark. I looked up to see Zeke across the lawn standing with a group of guys around a black muscle car. Zeke waved me over before taking a drink from his beer. I went down the stairs around a couple making out and crossed the lawn. I stepped up to the group of guys. Zeke wrapped his arm around my shoulders, bringing my side against his. I took a peek up at him. He seemed completely sober.
"Guys, this is Lexi."
Zeke gestured with the hand that held his beer bottle. I waved at the guys. They all seemed big and scary. A lot like Zeke, actually.
"If you see someone messing with her, you kick their ass."
I elbowed him in the side and glared up at him. He grunted, then looked down at me, then back to the group.
"Okay, fine. If you see someone messing with her, watch for a minute to see if she kicks his ass. If she's trying and can't, then you kick their ass."
Everyone burst out laughing. Zeke looked down at me, his brow drawn together.
"Where have you been all night?"
"I had Isaac," I explained, gesturing toward the house. "I kept him dancing as long as I could, but it's freaking hot in there." I wrapped my hair in my hands and lifted the mass off my neck.
"Wait, you had Isaac this whole time?"
Zeke asked, eyes wide. "Yep, he was mostly sober when I last saw him." I waved a hand at my neck.
"Isn't that your friend that always gets in fights at these parties?"
The guy with a shaved head asked. Zeke nodded. The guy looked surprised.
"I thought he just wasn't here tonight."
I was keeping him busy. I switched my hair to my other hand. "Seriously, does anyone have a rubber band or something?" One of the guys dug into their pockets.
"My girl always forgets her hair ties."
He pulled out a tie and reached across the group to hand it to me.
"I'm always carrying extras for her."
He shrugged. The other guys laughed at him. His cheeks turned pink. "You, sir, are the world's best boyfriend," I exclaimed, putting my hair into a ponytail. I looked at the other guys. "That man," I pointed to the guy with the pink face, "knows how to keep a woman happy," I declared, finishing with my hair. And probably in more ways than one. They all burst out laughing. I tilted my chin toward the car engine. "What are you guys doing?"
"I'm just ogling my dream car,"
Zeke admitted. "A 67 Chevy Impala?" I asked, feeling everyone's eyes on me. Zeke raised an eyebrow at me. "If you're not dating her, can I?" one of the guys asked. Everyone burst out laughing, including me. Zeke didn't find it funny. He glared at the guy.
"Don't even think about it, Ian."
Zeke shot at his friend.
"I know you too well, man."
The guy, Ian, chuckled, admitting that Zeke was right. I rolled my eyes at them. Zeke gave me a squeeze to get my attention.
"I didn't know you liked cars,"
Zeke said. I shrugged. "I don't know a lot. I know I like the sound of the old muscle cars." I leaned into him as I stage whispered, I only knew the car because it's the same one on that show Supernatural. Zeke burst out laughing. The other guys groaned. You gave us hope, Lexi, one of them accused me. Sorry. I smiled at them, but they didn't seem to care.
So, you managed to keep Isaac sober?
Zeke asked. I nodded.
I really appreciate that, Lexi. We haven't been able to enjoy a party for a couple years now.
I snorted at him. It really wasn't that hard. Ethan said he's buying me jewelry, I informed him. Zeke smirked.
I'll buy you shoes,
he offered. I looked at him as if he was insane. How about you find out why my blazer shakes when I grow over 70, I countered. Zeke gave me a big smile, with teeth and everything. I'd never seen his teeth before.
Deal.
Wait, you'd rather have your car fixed than shoes? The guy Ian asked, not quite believing it. I nodded. He looked at Zeke as if he was in pain. What the fuck, man? Where have you been hiding her all my life?
As far from you as possible.
Zeke shot back, completely serious. Everyone laughed. I just rolled my eyes again. Zeke's friends started asking questions about the blazer. When did it shake? What kind of shaking it did? I described it as best I could. They debated the problem, then started talking about other cars. I was starting to get cold, so I poked Zeke in the side to get his attention. He bent down, bringing his ear to me. I'm getting cold, so I'm going back inside. Do you know where the others are? I asked, tucking my hands in my pockets.
Last I saw, Miles was on the second floor in a sitting area with a bunch of his gaming friends.
I nodded that I heard him. I said bye to Zeke's friends and headed back into the house. The party was still in full swing. I managed to get past the dance floor without anyone trying to grope me. Yay! I found the stairs and slipped past a flirting couple. I found Miles in the second-story sitting room with a group of people. I stepped into the room and paused. They all seemed to be in the middle of a card game. Miles looked up and saw me standing in the doorway. Come on in, Lexi. He gave me a big smile. I walked in and took the only empty chair. Everyone, this is Lexi. I waved at everyone and watched Miles as the group continued playing. I'm kicking down the door, he announced, picking up a card that said door. He tossed down a card with a funny-looking monster on it. He pointed out several of his cards to the others. I have enough. I defeat the monster. Earning another point, this brings me to 10. I win. The others groaned and began picking up their cards. What are you guys playing? I asked, watching as they began setting up another game. It's called Munchkin, Miles explained. Basically, you're in a dungeon full of doors and monsters. You collect armor and weapons as you go. He held out a character card for me. His character happened to be a girl. You can either knock down a door and take on a monster, or loot the room you're in and get an item. He held up a monster card and pointed at the number in the corner. This is the number of attack points you need to kill the monster. You get those from items you've gotten. Or you can team up with other people. Or they can sabotage you, offered the only other girl in the group. You're trying to get 10 victory points. The first person to 10 wins. Okay, that sounds fun. Can I play? Everyone nodded. They finished setting up the game. Then it was all-out war. I kept picking at Miles, throwing curses and poisons at him. I wasn't even trying to win. I just went after Miles. Lexi, you're killing me here, Miles groaned as I stripped him of his armor for the third time. Whenever I got a good card, I made a little giggle. Miles started to hate that sound. It went on for an hour, till finally I formed an alliance with the only other girl and took down a monster. She won. Miles threw his cards down and glared at me, but the effect was ruined by his smile. That is just cruel, Lexi. I snickered at him. Everyone began to clean up for another game. Where have you been, anyway? I managed to keep Isaac mostly sober for a while, and I handed him off to Ethan. Went outside to cool off and ran into Zeke. I shrugged. Zeke told me you were up here, so here I am. I put my cards back in the right pile and looked up. Miles was looking at me strangely. You managed to keep Isaac sober? I nodded. Mostly for about 90 minutes, yeah. He blinked at me. You're a miracle worker. You have no idea how much that means to us, he told me plainly. I rolled my eyes. Ethan said he's buying me jewelry. Zeke is fixing my truck. I think I'm getting the idea. Miles smiled at me. I'll be your IT guy any time, he told me simply. I smiled big at him. Sounds good to me, I told him honestly. I had a new computer I really didn't want to fuck up. I got to my feet, wanting to move. Do you know where any of the others are? Miles shook his head apologetically. I pulled out my phone and texted Asher. Alexis, where are you? Asher, Isaac duty in the kitchen. I'm bored out of my mind. Alexis, want some company? Asher, of course. I smiled to myself and said goodbye to everyone still at the coffee table. I headed downstairs. I was making my way across the crowded room when an arm snagged me around the waist. Hold on, sugar. Where you running off to? Some guy I'd never met stepped around me, pulling me close. I leaned back away from his tequila breath. Let go of me, I told him clearly, in case he was drunk. Don't be like that. My name is Brandon. What's yours? I looked around and saw Ethan heading my way through the crowd, his face dark. I looked back to the guy touching me. Brandon Zimmer? I asked, wanting to be sure. The guy smiled at me, showing all teeth. That's right. Do you want a drink? I smiled sweetly up at him, my hands going to his shoulders. I slammed my knee right up into his balls. He sucked in air and dropped like a stone. People spread out, most of them laughing at the guy on the floor. Ethan reached me, laughing so hard he doubled over. He pulled out his cell phone and took a photo of the now fetal Brandon Zimmer. The guy was starting to cry. Ethan's eyes watered as he did something with his phone. Oh, Zeke is going to love this. It wasn't a minute later that I felt the floor shaking as Zeke came running inside, several of his friends following. The crowd parted for them like water, and suddenly he was standing next to me, his hand on the back of my neck. I felt his eyes running over me, but I just watched, smiling, as Brandon was moaning on the floor. What did he do? Zeke asked. Ethan was wiping tears away as he tried to get control of himself. I smiled sweetly up at Zeke. He grabbed my waist, wouldn't let go, and offered me a drink. I explained simply. You said Brandon Zimmer, right? Zeke smiled down at me, big with teeth again. I said Brandon Zimmer, he confirmed, before squatting down near the guy's head. He slapped the guy on the cheek, getting his attention. Hey, Brandon, didn't we tell you to stop coming to these parties? Zeke growled at him. He began patting the guy down and pulled out a small bottle of pills. Zeke looked like he was going to kill someone. He straightened again before gently nudging me over to make room. Get him out of here, guys. I'll go flush these. The guys I had met earlier with Zeke reached down, lifted the still whimpering guy up, and headed out the door. A couple guys stayed behind. Let's do a quick look around, make sure there aren't any unconscious girls. The guys agreed and headed out in different directions. Zeke looked back down to me. You good? I'm good. I was headed over to see Asher, I explained, looking over at Ethan, whose face was dark red from laughing. He was finally getting control of himself. Zeke gave my neck a squeeze before heading off down a hallway towards what I assumed was the bathroom. I'm sending that photo to Asher. He's going to love this, Ethan told me, his voice cracking. I shook my head as he disappeared back into the crowd. Moving through the crowd was much easier now.
No one tried to grope or stop me. I found Asher leaning against the counter, his cell phone in his hand. I hopped up on the counter next to him and nudged his arm. His face was a little flushed, his smile a little too big. Asher was buzzed, at the very least. I found Isaac at the kitchen table playing quarters. His face was bright red, his eyes glossy. I could tell he was wasted from here. That was before he yelled and threw his arms in the air as if he'd just won the lotto. Yeah, he had to have been buzzed on the dance floor. That settled, I decided to forget about it. "Allie girl, did you do this?" Asher asked, holding up the photo of Brandon Zimmer curled in the fetal position. "He grabbed me and wouldn't let go," I explained, and it was Brandon Zimmer. Asher hopped up on the counter beside me and bumped his shoulder against mine. "Allie girl, you always surprise me." He smiled down at me. He was handsome with that smile. "Are you drunk, Asher?" He smiled as he did something with his phone. "Not really, just a buzz and I'm tired," he explained, kicking his foot against the bottom cabinet. "We never usually stay this long. We usually have to take Isaac out by now." "Maybe this time he won't start a fight," I offered, hopefully. Asher shook his head. "He will. It's getting close." He gestured toward Isaac, who was resting his temple against his hand with his elbow on the table. "When he gets quiet, it's usually the first sign." "Why come to the parties at all?" I asked. If it was really that bad, then they needed to keep Isaac away from these situations. "He'd come down on his own even if we weren't here," Asher explained to me. "He needs to slow down, though, or he's going to be too sick tomorrow for training." Isaac was just playing now, not really talking. I hopped down, went and grabbed another unopened water bottle and came back into the kitchen. I walked around the table into Isaac's eyesight. He gave me a lopsided grin. "Hey, Red, how are you doing?" he asked, his words slurring. I smiled and handed him the bottle of water. I leaned in and whispered, "Cookie Monster, can you drink some water for me?" I asked sweetly. He leaned back and eyed me suspiciously. "You don't have to stop drinking. I just want you to drink this too." I kept my voice sweet. He pursed his lips together and opened the bottle. "Thank you, sweetie." I pushed some of his hair back from his face before I walked around the table. I hopped back on the counter next to Asher. "How did you do that?" Asher asked. "Do what?" I asked, keeping my eyes on Isaac. "How do you get him to listen to you?" He was genuinely curious. "Boobs," I told him plainly. I took my eyes off Isaac and looked at Asher. "And big eyes, soft voice, and a good pout if he resists." Asher chuckled. "So basically being a girl?" I nodded, smiling. "Yep." We were quiet for a while as we watched Isaac. Asher nudged my shoulder again. I looked up to see he'd moved closer. "I'm sorry about what my sister did to you," he whispered, his eyes running over my face. I shrugged. "It's not your fault," I countered. "You're not angry?" He looked at me, surprised. I smiled. "I didn't look too bad, right?" I asked, only half joking. He snorted. "No, Allie, you didn't look bad at all," he reassured me as he shook his head. I smirked up at him. "Now, if I did look bad, then I'd be pissed." He burst out laughing. "It was still messed up." I looked up at him and dove in. "What is her deal?" Asher sighed, looking back at Isaac. "I don't really know." He tilted his head, thinking. "I can tell you what I think." "Spill. Any insight would help," I admitted. I wanted to understand why his sister came at me, and then maybe I could get her to stop. "Well, our dad didn't pay her much attention. He was always just about me and my shit." Asher shrugged. "I never understood that, but that's the way he's always been." Asher licked his lips and looked down at my knee next to his. "Our mom always split her attention between us. Then Mom got sick. She died, and Dad is gone all the time." "So you think she's angry?" I asked, needing more information. Asher shrugged, looking me in the eye.
I know she's angry. Hell, I am too, but she's taking everything out on other people, and that I don't get.
He sighed.
She's my twin, and I don't even recognize her anymore.
Wait, you're twins? I asked, surprised. How many twins were in this town? Asher smiled down at me.
Fraternal, yeah.
He went back to watching Isaac. I leaned my head against his shoulder. I'm sorry about your mom. He sighed wearily.
Sorry about your dad.
What was she like? I was genuinely curious. I barely had any good memories left of my mother, at least any I could remember right now. He was quiet for a while. I shifted my head so I could look at his face. He swallowed hard and clenched his jaw before answering me.
Ask me again when I haven't been drinking, Allie girl.
He looked down at me, smiling sadly.
I'll tell you then.
I nodded and wrapped my arms around his and gave a squeeze. Sorry.
Don't be.
His ocean blue eyes were full of shadows my questions had brought on. I needed to fix that. I smiled up at him wickedly. Do you want to mess with Isaac when he passes out tonight? I asked, hopefully. I'm thinking something involving a stun gun and an alarm clock for the morning, and a hand in warm water tonight, at the very least. Asher burst out laughing, the shadows leaving his eyes.
You and that damn smile of yours. It's going to get me into trouble,
he mumbled under his breath. Maybe, but it'll be fun trouble, I offered, still smiling. He chuckled again. Asher had a nice laugh. He looked over at Isaac and frowned.
I need to go to the bathroom. Can you watch him for a minute?
Yep. Asher hopped down off the counter and smirked at me.
By the way, I sent that photo to Dylan.
My mouth dropped. The big screen one? His eyes went wide.
No, the Brandon Zimmer one.
He reassured me. You didn't. Asher snickered.
With the tag, what happens when someone touches Lexi without permission?
He smiled big as I groaned. We're not even dating, Ash, I pointed out as he headed out of the kitchen. I took a drink from my water and put the lid back on. I watched the game and bunched the heel of my boot against the cabinet. My phone vibrated. I winced before answering. Hello.
What happened?
Dylan's husky voice was hard in my ear. He didn't sound too happy. I don't know what you're talking about. I tried for innocence, but it came out more smartass.
The photo Asher sent me, this guy grabbed you?
I sighed. Mental note. Right on Ash's face after he passes out tonight. Oh, he put his arm around my waist and wouldn't let go. So I need him in the balls, I said casually. It really wasn't that big of a deal.
Good.
His voice was back to his usual husky.
Who was he, anyway?
Brandon Zimmer. Dylan burst out laughing. I smiled as I waited till he was done. It was about a full minute. Zeke filled me in on his party habits.
Oh, Lexi, that is awesome.
His voice was still a little breathless from laughing. So I've been told. I smiled to myself. I took a look at Isaac and noticed he had started talking to a girl. Maybe we'd get a reprieve. How was the game?
It sucked. We lost. A couple of our guys decided to wing it during some important plays.
He grumbled. I'm sorry.
It's over.
How'd Asher do? He did pretty well from what I saw. Only a couple sacks in the whole game. Any fumbles weren't due to a bad throw. No interceptions. I debated telling him about the billboard stunt for a second and decided against it. He didn't need to know about it. We did win, though.
That win puts them in the playoffs this year.
He grunted. I raised an eyebrow.
I might get to see a game with you after all.
Why are you grunting? I asked suspiciously. Please tell me you were lifting something.
I was stretching, honey,
he said, his voice growing warm.
I had a couple bad hits tonight, so I'm not moving so great right now.
Take some aspirin and suck it up.
He burst out laughing. You know, most girls would be all, "Aw, poor baby," but not you. It sounded like he was smiling. Yeah, well, I'm not like most girls. Isaac took a shot. I decided to keep my eyes on him. No, you aren't. His voice sounded like it wasn't a bad thing. I smiled, but I wanted to know. I didn't like not knowing where I stood. Is that good or bad? I bit my lip, waiting. Oh, it's good. I smiled and tried not to get too excited about it. Isaac drank another shot. You never did tell me about your yards per carry. He chuckled in my ear. 7. Wow, that was a damn good number. And you guys lost? Does the rest of the team suck? I asked, still watching Isaac. He laughed. No, everyone just had a bad night. He took a deep breath. It just means football will be over soon and I'll have more time to see you. I smiled. Isaac was quiet again. Where the hell was Asher? We haven't even gone on a date yet, I pointed out, as butterflies fluttered in my stomach. I was watching as the guy to the left of Isaac saw me, leaned over and said something to Isaac. Isaac went still. Oh, come on. What did you say? Isaac asked, clearly, his face growing dark. Oh, shit. You don't fucking say that shit about her. He growled at the other guy. I have liked everything I've heard so far, Dylan said in my ear. Shit. Hang on, I need to go stop a fight before it happens. Isaac bolted out of his chair, leaped over the table, and slammed down on the guy. The table knocked over. The chair broke under their combined weight. Shit! I dropped my phone on the counter and jumped to the floor as Isaac sat on the guy, his fist coming down fast, over and over, as he pummeled the guy. Okay, I'll admit the guy probably deserved the first couple punches, but then Isaac was scaring the shit out of me. Girls were screaming, people were yelling. I didn't know where the guys were, so I did the first thing I could think of. I strode over to Isaac, grabbed his ear, and twisted hard. He stopped hitting the guy as he bent towards me. Ow, fuck, Red. I kept a tight hold on his ear. Get up, I told him calmly, my voice hard, though inside I was kind of shaking. Watching Isaac pummel that guy into the floor really hit home that he was a trained fighter. Isaac got to his feet, leaning his head down so not to yank on his ear more. We're going outside for you to cool off. I began pulling Isaac towards the back door. I saw Asher pushing through the crowd, his eyes wide. Asher, grab my phone, check the other guy, and then get your ass out here. And bring Zeke, I ordered, as I opened the door. I made Isaac follow me outside. He shut the door behind us. I pulled him off the porch and halfway across the large backyard before letting him go. What the fuck, Lexi? He yelled at me, his hand going to his red ear. That's what I was going to say to you, I asked, my voice hard. I crossed my arms over my chest, watching as he kept pacing. What the fuck, Isaac? That guy was talking shit about you, he shouted, gesturing towards the house. I nodded. And that's why I let you get a few swings in, I shouted back. He blinked hard at me, so I kept going in a normal voice. But this wasn't about me. This was about you looking for a fight. Isaac waved his hand dismissively at me as he started pacing. That wasn't going to fly with me. I stepped forward, holding on to my temper. I needed to get him to talk. What's going on, Isaac? I heard the screen door open and close. Isaac turned around and glared at me. If I don't want to tell you something, respect that. I'll tell you when I'm ready. He shot my own words back at me. Shit, that just bit me in the ass. He didn't want to talk. I remembered what Ethan said about finding another outlet. Asher stepped up next to me, holding my phone to his ear. Zeke stepped up on my other side. I didn't look away from Isaac and his pacing. Which one of you is up for sparring? I asked the guys next to me. Isaac didn't hear us. He kept pacing back and forth, his hands running through his hair, his fingers digging into his scalp.
I'm sober,
Zeke volunteered. I nodded and pointed at Isaac. You want to fight? You're sparring with Zeke, I shouted at Isaac to get his attention. He stopped pacing and looked at me, trying to figure out if I was serious. Zeke smirked and stepped forward, stretching his arms and loosening his muscles. You're looking for a fight, Isaac? This is the only one you're getting tonight, I told him simply, my voice hard. Isaac started eyeing Zeke, who now stood across from us on our left, Isaac on the right. Let's see who can drop the other guy to the grass the most. Isaac scoffed at me in disbelief.
He's almost twice my size,
he complained. I smirked. Then you'll just have to work harder now, won't you? I shot back sarcastically. I heard Asher smother a laugh next to me. No full-strength hits, I declared, looking at both of them. Go. I backed up a couple more steps, and Asher did the same. Zeke and Isaac went at it. Holy shit. Isaac went in hard and fast, trying to distract Zeke enough to drop him. Zeke wasn't having it. He moved much faster than I thought he could. He was a big guy, and big guys usually couldn't move that fast.
She's fine. Not a scratch, not a bruise. She split it up fast and got Isaac out of there.
Asher was talking on my phone. I wasn't really paying attention. I was still stunned by the way the guys were trying to take each other down. Remind me not to piss off Zeke, I mumbled to Asher. Asher snickered.
You piss off Zeke on a daily basis,
he reminded me, and we all love watching it. He held out the phone to me, smiling.
Your future boyfriend is still on the phone.
I snorted and took the phone. He's met me once and talked to me a few times. He might not like me after tomorrow, I reminded him and myself. Asher gave me a shit-eating grin.
I don't know. When I picked up the phone, he said, "Where's my girl?"
My stomach fluttered again, and I fought off a smile.
I told him you were stopping a fight and had your hands full. He got pissed at me for not taking care of it. I told him you got there first and had it taken care of by the time I got there.
I playfully narrowed my eyes at him. Watch the sparring and stop talking about my love life, I shot at him, smiling. Asher burst out laughing as I put the phone to my ear before stepping away. I'm back.
What just happened?
Dylan's husky voice was calm, but it was a forced calm. Isaac started beating the crap out of someone. I jumped in, yanked him away, and out the door. Zeke and Isaac are sparring now in the backyard to give Isaac a better outlet for his anger or whatever this is. There was silence for a few heartbeats.
How did you yank Isaac out?
I snickered. I yanked and twisted his ear until he came with me, I told him in my sweet voice. He was quiet for a while. My heart sank. Still think me not being like other girls is a good thing? I asked, pretty sure he was going to bail on tomorrow.
Lexi, I love that you can kick a guy in the balls, yank a guy out of a fight by the car, and still sound cute on the phone.
I smiled a big smile as my heart melted. Okay, I might be in trouble here. Really? What's wrong with you? I said, half joking, not knowing what else to say. You should be running in the other direction. He laughed.
I like a challenge.
His voice had gone soft, making me bite my lip.
Zeke won,
Asher announced. I turned around and watched Isaac pick himself back up. I should probably keep an eye on the guys sparring. Isaac's drunk, and we don't want any accidents, I said, concerned at the gleam in Isaac's eye.
You probably should. He might need to do some more ear pulling, Dylan admitted. I'll see you tomorrow at 7.
Sounds like a plan. Then I remembered something. You might want to expect the guys, too. They're going to try and give you a hard time. He chuckled.
Bring it.
I laughed, feeling myself blushing. Night.
Night.
I hung up. When I was sure my blush was gone, I turned back around. I was just in time to watch Isaac drop Zeke. Holy shit. Zeke went down hard.
Isaac won, Zeke won,
Asher announced, turning to me as I came back.
How's the future boyfriend?
A little crazy considering he's still interested, I admitted, smirking. Asher chuckled. My phone vibrated. I checked it. Ethan.
What happened? Where is everyone?
Alexis. Out back. We're wearing Isaac out. Get out here. It wasn't long before the screen door opened behind us. I turned and watched Ethan and Miles heading across the lawn. Ethan was frowning as we watched Isaac get dropped again.
Zeke 2, Isaac 1,
Asher announced.
Whose idea was this?
Miles asked, stepping up on the other side of Ethan. Mine. I looked down the line to see Miles smiling.
Good idea, Alexi.
You know what the funny part is? I asked, smiling mischievously. Isaac dropped again, hard. Ouch.
Zeke 3, Isaac 1, Asher called. What's the funny part, beautiful?
Isaac still has to go to training in the morning. The guys burst out laughing as we watched Zeke drop. This time it took him a second to get his air back. Zeke 3, Isaac 2. This time Miles called it.
How long are they going?
Ethan asked. Till Isaac is done working out his shit tonight, I offered, not really sure if that was a good idea or not. Miles nodded.
That sounds good to me.
Zeke dropped Isaac again. He landed on his back, hard. Everyone said ouch. Zeke was starting to breathe heavy.
Zeke 4, Isaac 2,
Ethan called. Anyone want to tag in? I asked, worried that Zeke might hurt his hand more.
We're trying to wear him out?
Miles asked. Yep. The guys next to me chuckled. Miles took off his jacket, handed it to me, and headed toward the guys. Zeke and Isaac stepped back from each other. What's so funny? I looked down the line to see them all grinning.
If you think Isaac is fast, wait till you see Miles. Guy's like a fucking eel,
Ethan told me. Zeke headed towards us.
You just can't get your hands on him.
Isaac was frowning at Miles before getting into position. Zeke came back to stand by Asher. I looked over at him. His face was red and he was sweating, but he seemed fine. Zeke, you are fast, I said, watching as Isaac and Miles circled each other. He chuckled.
For my size, yeah,
Zeke admitted.
Wait till you see this.
I watched as they continued circling. Isaac had his hands up like a boxer. Miles just had his hands ready at his waist. Isaac moved to strike Miles. Miles just simply wasn't there anymore. He'd dodged Isaac's fist and quickly used Isaac's own momentum to throw him to the ground. Shit, the boys laughed.
Miles 1, Isaac 0.
Then they really went at it. No matter where Isaac went to grab Miles, he simply slipped through and moved on to a better position. Sometimes dropping Isaac and sometimes just making him run after him. I smiled. He was wearing him down fast. See? That right there is what I need to learn.
Come to training and you will,
Zeke said simply.
We'll work you up a program for defense and jiu-jitsu. Throw some Krav Maga and kickboxing in there, then she'll be good to go,
Ethan added, as we watched Miles drop Isaac again. Miles 2, Isaac 0, I called out before answering the guys. Sounds good to me. I'm sure Rory won't mind. Isaac was starting to breathe harder, his arms coming down.
Here comes the takedown,
Asher warned. I didn't look, but it sounded like he was smiling. Isaac went at Miles. Miles grabbed Isaac, twisted, and slipped his leg around the inside of Isaac's. Miles threw Isaac over his hip, using his leg to flip Isaac completely off the ground. Isaac landed hard on his back, Miles lying across his chest, pinning him to the grass. Holy shit! I was pretty sure my mouth had dropped open. The guys snickered. I just watched as Miles got up and headed back toward us. Isaac didn't move. He just kept taking deep breaths. He was done. Give me a minute. I'll see if he's ready to talk. I headed towards the others. When I passed Miles, I smiled at him and handed him his jacket. His face was red and he was sweating, but he seemed fine. He grinned at me as he headed back to the guys.
When I reached Isaac, I sat down next to his side and looked at his face. He was just starting to get his breath back. His eyes were closed, his arms out to his sides. "Hey, sweetie."
I hate it when Miles makes that move. It makes the world spin.
He groaned, sitting up next to me, his knees spread. I fought off a laugh because it looked pretty cool from my point of view. "Ready to talk?" I asked, watching his face. His eyes were hard as they met mine.
"No, Red,"
he said flatly. I nodded. That was okay. He didn't have to. "Isaac, you're a trained fighter. Do you understand what that means for the rest of your life outside of the ring?" He raised an eyebrow and looked at me. I finally had his attention. "If you get into a fight, you could kill someone. And because of that, judges and juries will hold you to a higher standard. If you accidentally kill someone in a fight, you will be prosecuted for it, and you will be found guilty." I simply repeated to him what my kickboxing instructor had told me in LA. "You get a lot of training, you get a target on your back if you fuck up. Cookie Monster, if you're going to keep coming to these parties, then you need some rules." He just looked at me. "Asher knew you were getting close to a fight before he went to the bathroom. You got quiet, stopped talking to people." Isaac looked down at the grass between his legs again and nodded. "If one of us sees you doing that, we're going to suggest that you take a walk. Will you do that for me?" Isaac was looking down at the grass in front of him, and he nodded.
"And if I don't want to?"
he asked, his dark eyes meeting mine. "Then it won't be a suggestion." I gestured around the yard. "I'll grab that ear and we'll be right back here. You'll be sparring with the guys again until you get whatever it is out of your system." When he didn't look at me, I continued. "We're not going to let you destroy your life, so we'll manage whatever this is until you are ready to talk about it. Sound good?" Isaac was quiet for a few minutes. That was fine. I wasn't going anywhere. Finally, he looked at me again.
"You're right,"
he admitted, resigned.
"I could really hurt someone, or kill them."
"So if one of us says take a walk?"
"I'll take a walk,"
he agreed. "Thank you, Cookie Monster." He got to his feet and reached down to me. I took his hands and he pulled me up to my feet. After I was standing, he pulled me into a hug. I wrapped my arms around him and squeezed back.
"You're a pain in the ass, Red,"
he whispered into my hair. I snickered, especially when I'm right. He huffed before pulling away. We headed back to the others. I was tired and done for the night. I wanted my bed at Miles's house and sleep. "We have a new rule in place," I said, getting their attention.
"If I do that quiet thing at another party, tell me to take a walk,"
Isaac said, his voice tired.
"And if you don't?"
Zeke asked, frowning at him. Isaac snorted.
"Get Red. She'll get me outside," he admitted. "There might be more sparring involved then."
Ethan snorted.
"Good, because you are rusty as fuck,"
Ethan said emphatically.
"Mom's never going to let you back into the ring like that."
Isaac snorted.
"Everyone ready to leave?"
Zeke asked, looking down the line. Everyone nodded. We headed inside. It was quieter. The party was winding down. When we reached the big room, I paused. "I'm going to use the bathroom real quick. I'll meet you guys outside," I said. They all nodded and headed for the door. I went down the hall next to the kitchen and found the bathroom. When I was done, I opened the door and froze. Jason was standing there, his hands on the doorframe, blocking off the hallway.
"I've been looking for you,"
Jason said. He blinked hard. His voice changed.
"Now we're going to have fun."
It wasn't Jason's voice anymore. It was Bitch Ghost. My heart slammed in my chest. He or she tackled me. I hit the floor hard, my head hitting the tile, my back in agony. Adrenaline slammed through me, and suddenly I didn't hurt anymore. I wasn't tired. I was pissed. When Jason's body sat up, with his legs straddling my waist, I made a fist with both hands and brought it down towards Jason's groin. Bitch Ghost grabbed my arms before I connected. She forced my arms back over my head. I headbutted Jason's face. His nose burst. Blood poured. It probably hurt like hell, but it didn't stop Bitch Ghost. She dropped all of Jason's weight onto me, pinning me by the elbows. I struggled against the weight. It was getting harder to breathe. She let go of my right arm and pulled back the sleeve of my left. I brought a fist down on Jason's face, again and again. It did nothing but split Jason's lip and give him a black eye. She reached for my beads. My chest burned as terror ran through me. I screamed, "Asher! Downstairs bathroom!" Bitch Ghost ripped my bracelets apart. Beads flew everywhere. I vaguely heard them bouncing off the tile. Suddenly my head was in a vice, my pulse in my ears, as I felt Bitch Ghost pressing against my mind. It wasn't as bad as last time, but that's like saying this stab wound was less likely to kill me than the other. Jason's hands wrapped around my face as she brought his body in closer. I bucked, trying to throw his weight off of me as my barriers held against her. Suddenly, Jason's weight was pulled off me. I looked up to see Asher and Zeke slamming Jason against the opposite door. "That's not Jason," I croaked, getting to my feet. I darted into the hallway where they were struggling to hold him. Jason's body bucked, bringing his body off the door. They slammed him back, this time through the door. Ethan, Isaac, and Miles were running down the hall towards us. I followed Asher and Zeke into the room where they grappled with Bitch Ghost, her energy making Jason's body stronger than he should be. "Get him on his back on the floor," I shouted. Zeke and Asher glanced at me, then at each other. They got a better grip on Jason's body, Asher on one side, Zeke on the other. They both kicked the back of Jason's knees. They dropped like a rock. Zeke and Asher's body weight dragged Jason down, landing on top of Zeke and Asher. Bitch Ghost was trying to break free of their grip. Heart racing, I jumped on top of Jason, pinning his chest with my body weight. The others ran in and were struggling to pin his arms. "Someone get his mouth open!" Ethan's hands went to Jason's face and pried his mouth open. I reached down, jerked the vial from my necklace. I popped it open with my thumb, then poured the salted holy water down Jason's throat. Bitch Ghost gave out a scream that was cut off when Jason's body went limp. The salted holy water had forced Bitch Ghost out of Jason's body. Trying to catch my breath, I looked down at Zeke and Asher over Jason's shoulders. They were out of breath, too. Zeke met my eyes.
"Can we do Plan B now?"
he asked seriously. I nodded and tried to get off Jason's chest. Hands steadied me as I wobbled. I looked up to see Miles holding me. Ethan and Isaac pulled Jason's body off of the others. Zeke and Asher groaned as they got to their feet. My mind ran through Bitch Ghost's memories, looking for her gravesite. St. Michael's, 4th row in, north corner lot. I shook my head, pushing them away again. When everyone got their breath back, they all looked at me. "We're ending this now," I announced, my voice hard. Everyone nodded. "We'll need shovels, salt, gas, and a lighter." I turned around, strode out the door and through the house, the boys right on my heels. We were walking across the now empty lawn before anyone spoke again.
"Miles, Isaac, go get the salt from the house and pick up a lighter."
Zeke took charge.
"We'll get some shovels and the fuel."
"Wait, where is the grave?" Miles asked. Everyone cursed. "I know where it is," I told them, opening the door to the blazer. They looked at me quizzically. I waved a hand. "It's part of Bitch Ghost's memory download." They accepted that. Everyone agreed to meet at the graveyard. "Be careful, she has enough juice to jump another person," I warned them, before we split up. Asher, Zeke, and Ethan climbed into my blazer. My heart still racing, I took off like a bat out of hell.
"Easy there, beautiful. We need to get there in one piece,"
Ethan warned me, his hand on my shoulder.
"Where are we going to find shovels at this time of night?"
Asher asked, his voice tense. "We don't have to. There's a groundskeeper shed at the cemetery. That's where they'll keep the shovels." I pulled onto the highway. They'll probably have a gas can with the lawnmower. I wanted to push the pedal down, but the gauge said I was already doing 10 over the speed limit. Was the gauge even right? Are we really doing 65? I don't think that's right. It feels too slow. Tension hung in the air as I drove to the cemetery.
"How are you going to feel about this, Lexi? You don't know where she's going,"
Asher asked from the back seat. I didn't want to think about that. I couldn't. Bitch Ghost was pushing things too far. It was time to push back. "I think she forfeited that consideration tonight," I mumbled as I finally pulled into the cemetery. I pulled to a stop near the groundskeeper shed. I didn't even bother shutting off the blazer. I was out and running to the door in a blink. The door was locked. I immediately slammed my shoulder into it. It didn't budge. I was stepping back to do it again when hands caught me.
"Let's have someone with a lot more mass do the braking, huh, sweetie?"
Asher suggested, pulling me away from the door, his hands giving me a squeeze. Zeke stepped towards the door. Why the hell didn't I think of that? I really needed to calm down. I focused on taking deep, calming breaths as Zeke broke through the door with his shoulder. I darted into the shed behind Zeke. They grabbed the shovels while I looked for the lawnmower and the gas can. I found the can, but it was empty. I cursed.
"What's wrong?"
Ethan asked, stepping up to me. "No gas."
"We can siphon the gas from the truck. We just need a tube,"
he offered. I looked around the shed, my eyes finding a garden hose. "There's a box cutter in the toolbox in the back. We can cut the garden hose," I told him, already running out the door and to the back of the blazer. The back gate was already open, so I jumped in and crawled to where I kept my dad's toolbox. I opened it and found the box cutter. I ran back past Zeke and Asher, who were loading the shovels into the truck. Ethan took the box cutter from me.
"Let me do it. You're shaking so much that you'll just cut yourself,"
Ethan lectured as he measured out the length he wanted.
"We still need to dig, beautiful,"
he told me, cutting the hose.
"It's still going to be a while. Calm down, or you'll wear yourself out before we're even done."
I nodded. He was right. I focused on taking deep, calming breaths as we all got into the truck again. I kept breathing like that as I drove to the ghost's gravesite. Zeke looked at me confused.
"What's wrong? Why are you breathing like that?"
he snapped.
"She's having a big adrenaline rush. I told her to calm down,"
Ethan explained. Zeke just went back to looking out the window. I stopped the truck. We got out, the boys grabbing the shovels as I led them to the grave. It was exactly where Bitch Ghost's memories told me. It had a modest headstone. Asher used the flashlight on his keys to look at the name. "That's her," I confirmed, looking away from the name. I couldn't think of her as having a name right now.
"Move, Allie,"
Asher told me. I got off the grave as Asher and Zeke started digging. Ethan pulled me away from the grave back to the blazer. He opened the gas cap and started explaining what he was doing. He put the hose into the gas tank, the gas can on the ground. Then he sucked on the end of the hose. It only took a few seconds. Then he was spitting out a little gas and put the end of the hose into the gas can.
"Oh, that's disgusting,"
Ethan told me, making a face.
"You owe me cookies for this."
I gave him a small smile, my stomach in knots. My hands were starting to shake again. I didn't have my beads. She was still out there. She was going to realize what we were doing. When Ethan thought we had enough fuel, he took the hose out of the tank and put the cap back on. Now that we had the gas, we both grabbed shovels and started digging. We had to get down 8 feet, burn a body, and then put all that dirt back before morning. I lost myself in the rhythm of digging. I didn't want to think about what I was doing. I hated what I was doing. The dead should be allowed to rest, but this bitch wasn't giving me a choice. I wasn't aware that the others arrived until Isaac was taking my shovel from me. I blinked up at him, confused. His eyes ran over me, his face worried.
"Go sit down, Red. I'll take over."
I bit the corner of my lip and looked at the others. Asher and Zeke were in the grave, too. No one else would fit. They worked fast. We were already down 3 feet. I nodded and let go of my shovel. Isaac gave me a boost so I could climb out of the grave. When I had nothing to do, my mind ran around in circles. Miles and Ethan stayed close by, keeping an eye out for anyone coming. This was wrong, wasn't it? I didn't know where I was sending this girl, but she wasn't giving me much of a choice. Well, she was. Be possessed the rest of my life or burn her body. Not much of a choice. Without something to do, my hands started shaking again. I knew I had to do this to keep people safe from her, but it didn't stop my stomach from knotting tightly. I knew exactly when the ghost became aware of what we were doing. We had 3 feet left, and it was if a bell was hit, only you couldn't hear it. I felt the vibration along my skin. I instantly knew she had another body and was heading here. "She's coming," I told the guys. Miles came over to me.
"How do you know?"
he asked, voice gentle. "I can feel her, and she's getting close," I said, my voice shaking. I started going over the plan I've been making since I was jumped, how I was going to keep her out. I went over it again and again. Miles took my hand and squeezed it reassuringly.
"We're here, Lexi. You're not alone in this,"
Miles told me calmly. It helped me calm down a bit more, knowing they were there. If she jumped me again, the guys knew what to do. I wasn't at risk of dying in an emergency room.
"Lexi, you're freezing."
Was I? I didn't really notice. I was watching the roads, trying to figure out where she was coming from. Still going over my plan again and again. It helped keep the fear from crashing down on me. Miles put my hand between both of his, trying to warm it. His hands stopped rubbing.
"Lexi, where are your bracelets?"
Everyone looked at me. I'd never seen fear on one of their faces before. Now I saw it on all of them. "She broke them back at the house," I told them, my hands shaking again. Curses went around as the guys went back to work, digging faster. Ethan walked over to us.
"What about your necklaces?"
I swallowed hard. "I used the holy water on Jason, and the other is just general protection," I explained, squeezing Miles's hand.
"That means she can jump you, right?"
Ethan asked, his jaw clenching. I felt her enter the cemetery. "Yeah." I pulled my hands from Miles's, looking out at the road.
"Then what the hell is the plan if she gets here before we're done?"
Ethan asked me, his voice getting low. "I try to keep her from jumping me while you guys salt and burn her bones," I admitted. Headlights glowed on the road, the driver going too fast on the gravel. I looked at Ethan. His face was dark. "Why do you think I've been so jittery this whole time?" I looked back to the road as the car made its way towards us. I recognized that car. Ethan shouted for the guys to dig faster. The red Ford Focus came to a sliding stop. Tara got out of the car, a snarl on her face. Oh, hell no. That bitch was not fucking with my cousin. I suddenly felt solid again, my temper boiling. It felt good right now. If the bitch wanted a fight, she was going to get one. Tara walked around her car, her eyes fixed on me. "Salt, then burning," I reminded them before I stepped away. "You have about 20 minutes if she gets through me." I met Tara's body halfway to the road. I heard Ethan shouting at the guys, Miles's voice joining in. I didn't hear what they said. My total concentration was in front of me. "Get the fuck out of my cousin, bitch," I growled. She smirked, using Tara's face. "Gladly." She reached out to grab me. I caught her hand with mine. The world disappeared as we went to war. Adrenaline surged as Bitch Ghost slammed her energy against me. My barriers shook. Pain burst behind my eyes as she tried brute force. I didn't attack her. I had been thinking about this in the back of my mind since she jumped me. I shored up my barriers. I used my memories like stone blocks, reinforcing the weak parts, closing them off before she could use them. I kept breathing as I ignored the pain running through my head. I pushed every emotion I had out of my head, every thought except one. Don't let her in. She sent wave after wave of energy at me, knocking chunks of my barrier away. I kept reinforcing it. When she backed off for a heartbeat, I wrapped myself into a ball, with a hard barrier around me. She slammed through my barriers using everything she had. I felt them like a physical snap as they broke. She poured in. She tried to pour over my soul, drowning me. I sank down in the blackness in my little ball. She thrashed above me as I sank. She couldn't find me. She felt me, but she couldn't find me. That's when I reached for that place inside me where my anger lived. Always there, always waiting. It had been growing ever since she went after Miles. It grew when she went after Zeke. And I let it out. Hot, boiling waves boiled up through her blackness, lighting her up like a torch. She couldn't flee. She could only try to cool my rage. But you can't use rage to stop rage. She changed tactics. She threw her happy, blissful memories around her like a geode hiding in molten rock. I thought of the boys, how they were hurrying to save my ass. I thought of how they had adopted me and made me feel cared for again. It was a powerful memory, hard as diamond. I used that memory like a chisel, and I went a-knockin'. I tore down her walls, grabbed her around the metaphysical neck, and threw her out. I opened my eyes, gasping, my head exploding in pain, disoriented, the world spinning, hot wetness on my face. I couldn't focus. I saw Bitch Ghost's complete shock on Tara's face, my vision watery. Then she snarled and tackled me. My back hit a flat tombstone, stunning me with pain. It gave her the opening she needed. She wrapped her hands around my throat and started to squeeze. I heard shouting around me as I tried to pry her hands off me. I felt feet running through the ground. It was disorienting, like the grass in the cemetery was my skin, and I could feel everyone and everything in it. It was only a flash, and then it was gone. I blinked up at Tara's face. "You fucking bitch!" she growled at me. "You don't deserve to live!" A loud whoosh filled my ears. Tara's body froze above me, a look of pure horror on her face. Her mouth was open in a silent scream as the flames ripped through Bitch Ghost's soul. I heard her screaming, and I was screaming inside with her. With my barriers down, I felt it all. The agony as the fire tore into us. We were going to die, going to be wiped away. There was nothing. Black despair poured through us, shaking our bodies. Our lungs burned as we continued to be torn apart. Tears fell down our face as we felt the end coming. We saw that stone ledge in the dark above the abyss of black. We saw it coming as we burned, singed and ripped. We tried to crawl away from it, fingers digging into the dirt. Only here the dirt was sand, and it wanted to go with you. Our hearts clenched, our limbs shook, our very souls cried out, shivering and shaking as we slipped closer along the stone. Our chest clutched, our heart was slowing, our soul fading. Our feet were off the edge, dangling over that dark pit, our hands clinging to the ledge that was sand-covered rock. No, she was off the ledge. She was desperately clinging to the ledge. I was laying across from her, my eyes on her. I saw the terror in her eyes. I saw the tears. I saw her, as she was in life, as she had been, singing in choir like an angel, helping everyone around her. I saw her at that moment, completely, utterly beautiful and unique. There was no other like Mary Summers. No, no, no! I felt my heart shatter as I realized what I had done. I reached for her and grabbed her hands hard. I couldn't let her go into that nothingness. I couldn't. She was a soul. She didn't deserve that black void. This was wrong. I tried to pull her back. I pulled and pulled, but she was being sucked down into the void. Tears falling, I could barely hold on to her anymore. The pull on her was too strong. Panicking, I met her cerulean blue eyes. They were terrified. I kept trying to pull her back to this world, to keep her here, but she was fading in front of me. Her face was fading, her body, her hands in mine. I tried to keep hold of her. I kept looking her in the eye as she faded into nothing, because no one should die alone. No one should go this way. So I held her gaze, tears falling down my face, as I watched her soul die in front of me on that sandy ledge. Then she was gone. Not even dust remained on the hot wind blowing across the stone. Lightning cracked above me in the silence. I looked up to see the green moving through the clouds. They boiled. That wasn't right. I don't know how I knew, but I knew that wasn't right. I looked around the ledge of the pit. Trees were dead and burnt to a crisp. That wasn't right. I looked up again and understood what I was seeing. Souls that cross over go up through those clouds, but nothing was crossing over. I looked around me at the burnt and dead veil. I saw how the dead came like a movie playing in my head. The veil was thin. It was supposed to allow you to come here. It was the natural order. I don't know how I knew this, I just did, but now the veil was thick and fogged over. I found one last clear spot before it was poured over by fog. The veil was shut. Souls couldn't get inside to cross over naturally. Someone shut them out. It's going to take someone to let them in. At that moment, I have never felt more hatred than I did for the one who did this. This was the reason the area was wrong. This was the reason souls had more energy. I saw it all, understood it all in a heartbeat. Then I was jerked backward, hard. I opened my eyes, not understanding what I was seeing. Stars above, something hard underneath me, my heart being shredded, a heavy weight across me pushing me down. I took great big gulping breaths, trying to ease the burn in my lungs, my throat tight. I was still seeing her eyes as she disappeared, as if she had been nothing, like she had never loved, never laughed, never even existed. I vaguely registered the guys pulling Tara off me, Miles pulling my upper body from the ground, his arms wrapping around me. His mouth was moving, but I couldn't hear him. Mary Summers had been a person, a soul, and I had wiped her from existence as if she were nothing. Chapter 19. Someone must have called Rory because he was standing in front of me, talking to me, but I couldn't hear him. I was still trying to grasp what I had done. I couldn't talk until then, not until I was ready to tell them what I did. My chest was one raw, clenching ache. My lungs kept burning like I couldn't get enough air. My cheeks were wet. I was crying quietly. I didn't care. Someone should cry for her. There was a blanket around me. It was warm and rough against my skin. Someone was next to me. Rory walked away and towards the open grave. My chest threatened to explode. I didn't want him to know what I did, how I fucked up so badly. I had done something that was never meant to be done. Souls weren't meant to be destroyed. We were supposed to keep going, and I had just... My stomach lurched. I turned to the side and threw up, over and over again until I was empty. Hot hands were on my head, holding my hair, I think. I didn't care. I deserved so much worse. It was my area of talent, my responsibility. When I was done being sick, I wiped my mouth with the back of my shaking hand. I blinked. Rory was back, his mouth moving again. He looked at Miles, his mouth still moving. He was moving too fast for me right now. He was reaching out and touching my face. I felt it. I just didn't want to move. I couldn't with this burning pit in my chest. I was still trying to breathe, my lungs still starving. Someone lifted me, an arm around my back and another under my knees. It hurt. It hurt a lot, but I didn't want to move. I looked up to see that Isaac had me, his face worried, his skin pale. I didn't like his face like that. I blinked, and we were at the back of the Blazer, the back gate down. Ethan was sitting in the back on the floor, his arms reaching out. Isaac passed me to him. Ethan tucked me into his lap. He was looking at me, his face drawn too. His chocolate eyes were scared. I didn't like that either. Ethan's mouth was moving, his fingers wiping at my face. I heard him. It was just too fast right now. We were moving. I blinked, and Ethan was handing me off to Asher. Asher's ocean eyes looked down at me, fear written in the lines of his face. I didn't like that at all. Asher walked through a familiar door. I recognized the high ceiling. We were at Miles's house. Asher put me down on something soft. I recognized the living room. Isaac was at the fireplace doing something. Ethan was kneeling in front of me, wiping my face with something wet. I felt the edge of one of his rings. Miles came in with big arms full of blanket. He put it around me. It was soft.
Asher came in carrying my book bag. He poured it out and found the journal I had been reading all week. He shoved it into Miles's hands, his mouth moving. I heard a noise. I knew they were talking. Everything was just happening so fast. Isaac stepped away from the fireplace and started pulling out books from the boxes still on the coffee table. Everyone grabbed one, except Ethan. Ethan was still in front of me, wiping my face gently. He was telling me something. The only word I could make out was back. Zeke strode into the room, 4 weird bags in his hands. He took Ethan's spot in front of me, his sky blue eyes running over me, his face hard, a flame of fear in his eyes. I really didn't like that. His hand was hot on my face. Zeke scowled and took off his jacket. He was talking, saying something about heat. It was the only word I could make out. He was talking too fast. Zeke pushed the blanket off my shoulders. He lifted me against his chest, an arm under my knees and an arm around my back. Pain exploded across my back. I jerked. I turned in his arms and pressed against his chest, knowing I was making pain-filled noises. I blinked. I was sitting wrapped against Zeke's chest, my forehead resting against his throat, hot bags in my lap against my stomach, a blanket wrapped around both of us. I vaguely heard crackling nearby. I could see the others around the coffee table. They were going through the books. They kept stealing glances at me, then going back to what they were doing. Soon, I felt warm. Zeke's body heat, the blanket, and the weird hot bags were making me warm. Hot packs. They were hot packs. How long had I been sitting here? Sunlight was pouring through the windows. Isaac got to his feet. He threw the book at the wall. I heard the thump. His face was red, tears running down his cheeks as he pressed his hands against his scalp, rubbing hard. He began pacing across the room and back. He was freaking out. I looked at the others and saw the same signs. Miles's hands were fists as he tapped against his thigh. Ethan was taking deep, controlled breaths, his fingers constantly spinning one of his rings. Asher was rocking himself slightly, his neck red from where he'd been rubbing. And Zeke. I could feel Zeke holding me tight, a hand rubbing up and down my arm trying to warm me. His hands were shaking. They were all freaking out. I wanted to tell them I was fine, but I didn't move my mouth. That wasn't fine. Shit. Okay, time to climb out of this, Lexi. You can't leave them hanging like this. As soon as I made the decision, I felt myself start to rise, like a bubble from the bottom of a pond. I was moving upwards. The further up I went, the more I seemed to catch up to the world. Then the pain hit. I felt like I got hit by a truck. My gut was knotted with embers, my throat still tight. It felt like a hand was clutching my heart in its fist and squeezing. How could I have done that? What had I been thinking? I was such a fucking idiot. I was standing in that graveyard, and I knew it was wrong. I sank a little more into Zeke. He noticed the shift. His hand moved to the back of my neck.
Guys, she shifted a bit.
I understood Zeke's words this time. They were loud, but I understood them. The others looked up at me. Everyone's face was white. I was still rising. I wanted to scream. I was furious with myself. Why? Why did I fucking do that? You fucking idiot! Then the world snapped into terrifyingly sharp technicolor. My entire body started shaking. I was gasping. What the fuck were you thinking, Lexi? You knew on a gut level. You knew. It was bad. I scrambled off Zeke's lap. No one should touch me. They didn't know what I did. My knees came to my chest. My forehead rested on my knees. I wrapped my arms over my head, my hands and nails digging into my scalp. I rocked myself back and forth, trying to get through the next second and the next. Hands touched my back, pulled my hair out of my face. I knew they were talking to me, but everything I had was focused on just breathing through the next moment. My chest felt like it was an aching void that would forever burn. It was what I deserved. I was so fucking stupid. I didn't even understand what was happening here. All I had seen was the surface. If I had just waited longer, just tried harder, Mary Summers would still exist somewhere. It's my fault. My responsibility. My fault. I kept rocking, kept breathing, and trying not to lose my mind. Time passed. I don't know how long. I stayed curled up and rocking that way, but I became aware of sound again. My fault, my fault, my fault. I was whimpering, my voice small and cracked.
Lexi, tell us.
Ethan's voice rolled through my ears, grabbing my attention. I blinked and lifted my head. Ethan was on my left, sitting on the hearth beside me. Zeke was to my right, his arms still around me. Asher and Miles sat on the coffee table waiting. Isaac was pacing. I stopped rocking. They needed to know. I erased her, I whispered, the words catching in my throat. I erased her from existence. My chest ached so much it felt like it was on fire. The guys seemed to understand me now. They all had looks of horror on their faces. I saw it all, felt it all. I fucking deserved it. Tears started falling down my face.
Why do you say that, Lexi?
Zeke asked, his voice rougher than usual. I wiped my cheeks with shaking hands. Every breath I took burned. Because the problem wasn't her. I swallowed hard before I told them. It was the energy. It fucked her up. I started rocking again. The veil is shut now. There is nowhere for it to go. Hands were on my face. I blinked hard and saw Miles, his emerald eyes examining mine.
Tell us what happened.
I blinked hard and focused. Miles sat back on the coffee table. When her bones were salted and burned, she went into the veil. I knew my face was blank, but I was just concentrating on getting it out. You guys salted and burned her bones, but I was the necromancer there. It's my responsibility. I needed to focus. I pressed my nails into the palms of my hands and squeezed. The pain brought me back a bit more. I needed something. I was so fucking tired. Coffee, please. Isaac immediately ran into the kitchen. I kept pressing my nails into my palms so I could keep talking. There are 2 ways out of the veil. One's moving on, the other is the pit. I was starting to shake again. I was bone-deep cold. I looked for the blanket and saw it on the floor. I began to move to reach for it when Zeke seemed to read my mind. He picked up the blanket and wrapped it around me. I moved my legs down, crossing them underneath me, and held the blanket to me. I looked at the floor, not really seeing it anymore. In the veil, the sky is how you move on to the next part. The pit is below. The sky was wrong. It was boiling clouds, green smoke, and lightning. The trees around the pit were burnt down to charcoal. It was all wrong. Isaac came back in and carefully handed me a mug. I took a sip. It warmed my insides, and I really needed that right now. I took another drink, feeling stronger. I can break down later. They needed to know what was going on. The veil walls have been shut. The dead can't get there now, I told them, still feeling cold. I took another drink before looking at each of them. The dead can't move on. Not until it's open again, and the energy is just going to keep building. Asher's brow drew down.
Allie, what are you saying?
I sniffed, feeling almost manic to make them understand. They needed to understand. They needed to know. The world is like a water balloon filling with water. This one is usually a tube, but someone has put a knot in one end. But the water, the energy, is still filling it up, and this balloon will never break. It just gets bigger. I looked around the circle at them, my hands shaking still. And someone is planning to use it. Curses went around the circle.
Lexi, if the energy made Mary Summers go nuts, does that mean...
I scoffed, tears filling my eyes at the mention of Mary. We ain't seen anything yet, I warned him.
You said there were 2 ways out of the veil, the sky and the pit.
Miles said.
What is the pit?
I took a deep, shaking breath.
Hell?
Asher offered. I shook my head. Worse. It's nothing. It's where things go to be unmade. Tears filled my eyes as I remembered Mary's face. That's where I sent her. I tried to pull her back. I held her hands and I pulled, but the pit kept pulling her harder. I couldn't let her go like that. I couldn't let her go feeling alone. Tears were pouring down my face as I continued. I felt everything she did. She was terrified. The least I could fucking do was make sure she didn't feel alone. I wiped my face and my breathing shaky. There is nothing left of Mary Summers. I broke down. I stopped talking and cried. When the crying turned to sobbing, the guys still held me. Miles brought me tissues, and Ethan grabbed a trash can. I don't remember how long I cried, but I do remember that they took turns holding me, rocking me, telling me all the things you say when someone you care about is breaking down. I do remember that, during that time, not one of them left my side. They were there with me through all of it.
The boys. Miles. I adjusted my glasses and watched Zeke looking out the kitchen door. He was spying again. I understood the urge, but Lexi had said she wanted to do this alone. I didn't like it myself, but it was her choice. Zeke, stop watching, I said, still managing to keep my voice calm. Everyone was on edge, waiting for Lexi to finish talking to Rory. Lexi breaking down had bothered everyone. She had such a big personality that you never really noticed how small she was. Not until she starts crying. Then you remember that she's breakable. I looked down at the counter and focused on tapping out a staccato rhythm. It helped. Barely. I needed to be the calm one. Zeke was still watching. Zeke! I bit out, not asking this time. Zeke ran a hand through his hair and stepped away from the door. "She's fucking crying again," Zeke growled, as he walked further into the kitchen and leaned against the cabinets, his face troubled. "She's going to cry for a while. We killed a soul, and she felt that soul die," I pointed out, my own voice growing colder. I needed to be the calm one, the rational one. That's going to take time to heal. For all of us. I took a deep, calming breath and let it out. She's going to need time. The guilt might not go away, but eventually it will become bearable. For all of us. I looked over at Asher. He was leaning against the cabinets on the wall closest to the hallway. His eyes were unfocused. I sighed. I couldn't really stop him from listening in. He couldn't help it. "She keeps saying I," Asher announced. Asher's eyes focused before he looked around the room. "She's saying I killed her, I destroyed her." He shook his head, his face blank. "She thinks that because it's her area of talent, it's her responsibility, that she somehow should have known what to do," I tried to explain. "She's taking all the guilt onto her." "She's not the one who lit the fucking match." Ethan's voice was hard as he leaned in front of the sink. Heart heavy, I tried to get through to them again. "She's going to try and take all the blame, and we can't let her." Everyone looked at me. Good. Now they were listening. "We have to make her realize she wasn't alone in this mistake, that we did this too." The guys all nodded. All of their faces were haunted. "We also have to convince her that with the knowledge we had at the time, we didn't see another choice. It was a mistake. We didn't go out there to kill Mary Summers' soul. We went out there to protect Lexi." The guys nodded again. "We tell her it was an honest, horrible mistake that we all made." Everyone agreed. Asher's eyes were on the floor again. "She's telling him about the veil now." Asher closed his eyes and pinched the bridge of his nose. "What the hell are we supposed to do about the veil?" Ethan grumbled. Everyone was silent for a while. "We help her any way we can," I told them honestly. "We're there for her when she needs us." I nodded, already making a list. "I'll hire someone to start digging into necromancy and anything to do with the veil, anything about controlling the dead." I didn't know if it would work. But I had resources, and I'd use everything I had so I never have to watch Lexi break down like that again. Heck, I'll hire a team if I have to. Isaac was nodding. I'll design her a training program like we talked about last night. It'll keep her mind off things. Plus, self-defense for someone her size is never a bad thing to have. He lifted his head and looked around to the group. You guys willing to help her train? Everyone nodded. She's already scheduled 3 climbing lessons a week for the next 3 months, Asher said to the room. She really liked climbing. Ethan looked around at us with a strange look on his face. What she needs to do is a link to the Veil. We need to find out how she's supposed to do that before anything else, he reminded us. More meditation exercises, I offered. Then I realized how much was really there. We are going to need to help her make a schedule. Schedule some recreation time around all this too. She also needs to eat right, Zeke said, drawing everyone's attention. Serena said taking care of herself was not an option. She needs to eat right and sleep 8 hours a night. Everyone else cursed. I sighed. She never sleeps 8 hours, Isaac snapped. Hell, last night she was screaming after 2. Then again after another 3, Ethan added, his face dark. Isaac said she stopped whimpering when he touched her. He looked up and around the room. Maybe that's the answer. The others were silent. I started thinking about a different solution, but there was another issue we needed to talk about before Lexi finished talking to Rory. I know everyone cares about Lexi, but right now we need to know how much? I asked, a bit distracted. Everyone glared at me. Zeke looked downright hostile. What did I say? We aren't bailing on her, Zeke growled at me. Oh, that's what it sounded like? I'm not trying to say we should. I looked around at each of them and tried again. I mean, how do you guys feel about her? How does she fit in our group? She's a girl, and that's going to change the dynamics a bit. The room was quiet. I don't want to watch romantic girly movies, Isaac groaned. Ethan laughed. You won't. Have you seen the movies she likes? Deadpool is a favorite. Monty Python and the Holy Grail is another. Oh, and Tremors 1, 2, and 3, not to mention Star Wars. Everyone chuckled. She fits, Zeke admitted. I noticed it the first night studying at Rory's. Me too, Isaac nodded. It's like she's been with us for years. Like puzzle pieces, and we didn't know we were missing one, Ethan added. She already feels like family, Asher agreed. Like she's always been here. Then we should have a no-dating Lexi rule, I told them seriously. They all looked surprised. Do we really need one? Ethan asked, his face puzzled. Anyone want to date her? No one answered. I sighed. No one was going to fess up now if they did. We're all going to be spending lots of time together. She's new, different. She's funny and, well, she's cute. The word you're looking for is cute, Isaac supplied, then frowned at me. Because if you call her hot, I'm going to smack you. I sighed and tried to explain again. I just want to cut off trouble before it starts. I swallowed and tried again. Imagine if she dated one of us and it didn't work out. How would she still be able to hang out with us? Be friends with the rest of us? Or worse, what if one of us starts dating her and someone else liked her too? Everyone started thinking about it. The room was quiet for a time. I see where you're going, Zeke said. That makes sense, Isaac mumbled. I can get on board with that, Ethan chimed in. You do realize you guys are assuming she'd want to date one of us, Asher pointed out. That made everyone stop and think. She canceled on Dylan last night, but he's still very much on the radar. What did she end up telling him? Ethan asked, rubbing an eyebrow. She told him a relative died, and she won't be able to see him for a couple weeks, Asher replied. I backed her story up to him. I don't think it'll be a problem. So, this whole thing might not even be necessary, Zeke pointed out. I still think it is, I told them honestly. I make a motion to have a no-dating Lexi policy within the group. Ethan sighed. Seconded. Ethan's voice told me he clearly didn't see the point of this. Third, Asher agreed distractedly as he pulled out his cell phone. Motion passed, I said. No dating Lexi. Asher tilted his head to the side. They're done talking.
Epilogue. Rory let me stay at Miles's over the weekend and into the week. He understood that I couldn't see Tara just yet. I spent a lot of my time at Miles's, sleeping and talking to the guys. It took a lot of conversations, but I realized I wasn't the only one who felt guilty over Mary Summers, that the guys thought themselves responsible too. I didn't want them to be right, so I talked to Serena about what happened. It was an awful conversation. She said everything comes with a price. I paid that price, but we were all responsible. I'm still working on believing that, but the guys all keep saying the same thing. We should feel guilty, but it was an honest, horrible mistake. All we could do is make sure it never happened again. My time sleeping at Miles's wasn't so great at first. If I were alone, I'd wake up screaming with Mary Summers' face as she died fresh in my mind again. The guys were never far away, though on the second night after I had woke everyone up again, Ethan said, "Fuck it," and climbed into bed with me. When I slept through the night, that became our norm. One of the twins would sleep next to me and the other the next night. It made going back to Rory's harder. I still wake up at night, though I'm able to stop myself before I start screaming now. Jessica's photo of me in the locker room had unexpected consequences for her. It was the Tuesday after the game, and pictures of Jessica changing in the locker room were sent from person to person. She broke the rules of the locker room and faced the consequences. I thought it was rather funny. Asher didn't like it, but he also thought it was poetic justice. Dylan and I are having trouble getting our schedules to sync up for a date. Someone quit at their hardware store. Dylan is having to pick up the slack. We're still talking or texting every day, and we have a break coming up from school, so we'll meet up sometime. No, he isn't my boyfriend. Zeke was right about the repercussions from the big screen photo. I get catcalled and harassed anytime I'm in the hallway now. I'm thinking of getting a middle finger sign and putting it on the back of my jacket just to save me some time. Miles isn't handling it well, but I've managed to keep him from hitting anyone. I'm still looking for anything on the veil and how to control this gift of mine, not to mention how to open the veil for spirits again. But I keep coming up with nothing. I sent Claire out of town. I didn't want the extra energy messing her up the way it did Mary Summers. She had a few leads she wanted to try anyway. It's going to take her a while. Ghosts don't really travel fast. The dead still come to me every now and then, but the lulls between are getting smaller. They are finding me somehow. I tell them why they can't move on. I listen to their lives and talk to them if they need it. I still draw their portraits in my sketchbook with their stories. I put Mary Summers in there too. Someone should remember. This concludes Trying to Live with the Dead by B.L. Brunnemer. Narrated by Carla Mercer-Meyer and Chris Koscheski. Copyright 2016 by B.L. Brunnemer. This unabridged audiobook is published by arrangement with B.L. Brunnemer and was produced in the year 2017 by Tantor Media Incorporated, a division of Recorded Books, which holds the copyright thereto. Please visit Tantor.com for more information on our growing library of unabridged audiobooks and to take advantage of special offers.